Gamer. Welcome back to Mechabellum. Welcome in, Nightballer, Hackmanic. Welcome home, Little Miss Dumpsterfire. Considering the state of fortress usage in the Mechabellum Society today, or lack thereof, does Fort Carry really have the same meaning it used to? I don't know. Honestly, maybe we could find out today. Might be able to find out. Considering the state of parenthood in society today, or lack thereof, does parental guidance really have the same meaning it used to? No comment. But I do have comment on a couple of things. Thank you to the follow last night, 2 days ago from Titan Nav. Thank you for the follow this morning from Nathanius. Really looking forward to co-casting with him tonight. We had a great conversation, and really, he comes across really genuine, guys. Really liked him. Big StarCraft 2 caster, and apparently goes way back with Mr. Bitter. So Mr. Bitter, if you guys don't know, is the StarCraft 2 head of the esports scene. So did a lot of work with the casters and players to make a lot of the esports scene happen for StarCraft 2, and hopefully winds up in a similar role here for Mechabellum. Really looking forward to tonight's cast with Mecha Mini Masters 3, co-casting with Nathanius. Alpha Titan will be co-casting with Little Miss Dumpsterfire says, Amarak, I watch you play more often than I play myself, and when I actually get to play around, I'm confused when my units don't have your tech loadout. Oh dear. That's spectacular. We can take a moment, and maybe people will appreciate having this available in the VOD if they want to duplicate my tech loadout. We can go through the unit modifications and run through those at the moment. There was, of course, a balance update 1.6.2, and it has two huge things in it that I have been arguing to bear like. Did some of the math on to show. I'm not arguing. It's not like Bear Like is fighting, but just making the case for. So I am really, really pleased with this patch. There is Amarok's footprints on it. I had nothing to do with the 8 hit point bar visual change. That one looks solid. It looks really good. You can connect your Discord account and find your Discord friends in game. That's always pretty cool. Balance adjustment. The 300 cost units used to do 300 hit points damage to the bar. Now they do 250. That is in line with the reductions that Titan and Giants had. Developers note units with a price of 300 dealing too much damage to players' hit points. This is what I was saying about with Farseer being added to the core units. It's part of why Scorpion has felt really strong to Whooped GG and the crew that love Scorpion. Of course, is if those long-range units survive a round, they do a lot of hit point damage, almost as much as a Giant. Reducing that from 300 to 250 is going to be a big change. And I think it makes the balance a lot better. It should make games a little bit longer. Farseer burst mode interval goes up a little bit. The usage rate of Farseer got up to a level close to that of other units, but buffed burst mode lacked an obvious countermeasure. Therefore, we decided to revert the attack interval modifier to make it less efficient against small units. Great. So your Farseer carries are going to do less damage and require more chaff clear. War Factory, this is the big one. Not the first line attack got reverted to minus 10%. I think that's right. This would gone up with the mountain release. Comes back down by 10%. The HE ammo, though, is really key. This was, if they hadn't debuffed attack, going from minus 30% to minus 40% was going to be put it right back to HE ammo doing exactly what HE ammo did before the patch. So I think this is really big. You get to blame me for ruining your VPs in Brawl. Yes, pretty much. Small fix to the Typhoon Specialist, a couple of bug fixes here, and then in the secondary non-mandatory release that came afterwards. But those are the big ones. Balance adjustments to Farseer and War Factory, which kind of were the two OP units in the previous week. So players tonight are going to have to be finding their footing with that. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. If we want, we can take a look for Little Miss Dumpster Fire and others who want to look at our, kind of copy our tech loadout. For crawlers, I'm running two parts of the 3-part crawler carry. I'm not running Mech Rage. So Impact Drill and Replicate. Impact Drill because it's a really cheap way to counter opponents' Replicate, and then Replicate for exploiting poor crawler clear myself. Loose Formation and Subterranean Blitz are situationals for me. I have really high win rates with both of them, but I need to be using them a little bit more. Bring those win rates down to the point where know that I'm using the unit correctly. Bangs, we've got Ignite, Range Enhancement, Mech Rage, and Portable Shield. Ignite because it does damage to Titans. You might as well have real damage hitting Titans when you can. Armor-piercing bullet was the better choice when you needed to punch through shields, I think. So, like, if you're facing barrier forts or whatever, you might want armor-piercing bullets. But other than that, there's no real other decision to be made there. I had tried armor for a while, never did make it work as far as keeping Mustangs from hyperscaling, so I've gone back to Mech Rage, Range, Fire Extinguisher, and Incendiary. Again, these two are critical for using Hound as a real high winning percentage chaff clear, and these two are situationals. Void Eye, I've got full carry Void Eye. I don't know what kind of win rate I'm getting with it because the Mechabellum tracker is broken on that one, so I don't really know. But you could go. There's other directions you could go there for sure. But I've got the full DPS version. Arclight, I've got full carry arc on. I might go back to putting armor enhancement instead of elite marksman. I Hound Fire on the bar seems like a very silly. I just don't think it should have been in the unit at all. But that's just me. Full carry marksman for me is range double shot. If I don't have double shot, they don't do the DPS that I expect a long range sniper unit to do. Elite marksman helps a bunch as well, and aerial specialization for those Wraith and Abyss finishes. Mustang, range, armor piercing, kind of mandatory, and I think aerial specialization and missile interceptor are the two situationals. High explosive just stays off the bar. Yeah, Fat Baptist, you can run assault mode marksman. I don't. This is a particularly for Little Miss Dumpster Fire, who was like, wait a minute, I don't have your tech loadout. My full carry sledge looks like this, right? I had recently given up on armor-piercing bullets on the sledge to go to field maintenance. I don't actually love it, but there are some situations, specifically against Abyss, where a late level 2 drop or a level 3 drop with field maintenance can just tank an Abyss for so long. And I haven't really tried to run the full carry sledge today, recently. Oops. Storms, no fire. I get my fire from other sources. Right now we've got EMP for shutting off the melting points at range. I've got heat on the bar. That might go back to incendiary, but it can be really valuable to just slap the plus 100% attack onto giants or titans. At Steel Ball, we used to run, as you guys remember, I was running fortified target. Oh, you haven't teched storms in forever? Then put this on the bar. It's cheap. It's super cheap. 150. And when opponent brings out those early, the early Vulcan or whatever, this is a way to burn through those high hit point giants. Relatively cheap, and anybody who's investing in countering you is going to spend more than the 150 to try and counter what you've just done. You can always sell out of them and not really care. Steel Ball, we used to run fortified target lock a ton. I switched that to armor because I think there are a bunch of cases where I want the extra hit points and the ability to tank some things. but I still have a soft spot in my heart for fortified target lock from when I was running it before folks were uh, four tighter spiders on turn one would be the other example. Yeah, for sure, Hackmanic. Here is my spider loadout. You guys have seen I get value out of Mech Rage in aggro. I don't know that a lot of people are using it, but the improved movement speed really helps. I've gone to range and spider mine, and then high explosive ammo actually hits multiple units in a pack of steel ball, etc. So it makes Tarantula much more efficient against steel ball and sledgehammer. And despite the 40% attack reduction, you still wind up with a higher DPS against clumps of middle units. This is my saber. I would love to run all 5 of them. I haven't run a whole lot of field maintenance saber, but again, when you need it, it's really valuable. You get that like level 6 drop late game and you didn't have a nano repair. Here you go. But I think long term, I'm probably going to wind up in secondary armament and just rely on the nano repair kit for high level saber because it can't get EMP'd, right? That's why nano repair is necessary. Rhino, we've got the full carry Rhino, Vortex, armor, whirlwind, power armor, and photon coating. And of course, as you're looking at this group of things, if you wanted to figure out the Amarok tech loadout, I am actually right to left biased, so I will take armor enhancement more than whirlwind, more than power armor, etc. So power armor to not get slowed is the immunity to slow that you care about. Photon coating, the immunity to having your armor and whirlwind turned off. Hacker, I'm not running multi-control. Don't believe in it. I'm running barrier, range, enhanced control, and electromagnetic interference. EMP, kind of a very situational tech for the turning off assault mode marksman, for example. The way that works, you turn off the plus 500% hit points, you hack through the low value, and then as soon as you turn it off, it comes right back on. Why not Mech Rage on Rhino? Because I only have 4 slots. It's a very good question. Yes, if people are refusing to build DPS, Saber Field Maintenance is huge for sure. But yeah, no Mech Rage just because I can't. I just can't afford. I would love to have a 5th tech on that unit. The other thing that I'm going to point out is enhanced control. Really valuable for the hacker versus hacker war. If you have an enhanced control tech and your opponent does not, he wounds your unit while it's under your control. He hacks it once it's at low hit points. You turn around and counter hack it, and then you restore it back to full hit points. So every unit from his side or your side that gets hacked gets restored to full health when you have it, and you will just win the hacker v hacker every time. How long until Mecha Mini Masters? 3.5 hours from now. I'm sorry. 4 hours from now, the pregame starts. 4 hours and 30 minutes until the first match starts. Any games before it, I'm going to be playing on ladder, I think. We're probably not going to do a fun Friday because I want to sink my teeth into the patch, especially in order to comment it well tonight. You guys have seen me run the full carry Wasps. It's usually range, ground specialization, potentially aerial specialization when opponent tries an air unit, and energy shield when needed to protect them from Fort AA barrage or spells. Phoenix, very similar on Wasp, HE? No HE. These are the things. These are the things. Phoenix, I might switch from Energy Shield back to Elite Marksman, because I love a full carry Phoenix. I might also switch to this instead. But right now I'm running range, charged shot, electromagnetic, and energy shield. What I'm noticing is that I have a losing record with range and charged shot, but a winning record with range and electromagnetic, which is why I think I'm really playing them as a ranged unit and got really used to elite marksman. So this might be a better bar for me. In fact, maybe I'll leave this on for now, but I might make that change this weekend. Phantom Ray, sticky oil I have in the first slot because I use it in defense. It's super cheap to be able to throw oil down on the ground in a slow the enemy advance on all fronts. Stealth, range, and armor. Armor, of course, the situational, but it's really a good shutdown for Mustangs. Wraith, you guys, I love, love, love my Wraith. It actually is turning out more like this, I think, in terms of the actual order that I take these. Degen Beam is the thing I have the highest win rate with. Range to keep the Degen Beam on by keeping the Wraith out of target range. If your Wraiths never level, it's because you're not taking Floating Artillery Array. Their experience progression is balanced around having the 8 guns, not the 4 guns. And then armor, of course, the situational, but really shuts down Mustangs and other things. I run armor instead of field maintenance, but you want at least one of those two. Field maintenance if you're using Wraith to shut down a Fort AA barrage. This is my set of Scorpions. I think I'm going to take Siege off. I'm not running Siege. I had put it on because of the existence of Mountain, but I find myself not actually using it. I don't like the DPS reduction. So I'm going to go back to what I was running before that, which is range, acid, double shot, and heals. Farseer, burst mode is the signature tech right now. AA is the situational for sure. Range enhancement, because sometimes you want it. Although I'd like not giving it up. If I don't have to, I won't take it, because I don't want the missiles to have longer exposure to anti-air. And then being able to do situational photon is really useful. Being able to do situational EMP is really useful. Like, if I could, I would run all 5 with range enhancement in the 5th slot. I'm not running Missile Interceptor, and I really thought Scanning Radar was going to be the signature tech for Farseer, but it just, I just don't get it on the field when I take it. My Vulcan runs Scorching Fire and Ignite. Ignite when opponent tries to finish with a War Factory can be really valuable. Range, Scorching Flames, and Best Partner. I'm terrible at the Best Partner build, so I might need to change this out for like Incendiary or Sticky Oil at some point. Melting Point, you guys, lots of things you can do with this, but I do range, EMP barrage, energy diffraction, and energy absorption. In practice, energy diffraction is a really rare take for me, so I should probably have the energy absorption over. Congratulations, Picnic! The 900 MMR, let's go. Little Miss Dumpsterfire, I agree. I don't like the DPS Farseer is a thing now. I liked the utility truck. It's exactly correct. It's exactly how I feel. I think there's a room in the game for a Hound-like unit that was a strict engineering unit and a truck that was a strict support unit. But nope. People complained that it was underpowered because you couldn't run it as a carry deep into the game. So, hey, Pharaoh, you've almost reached 1200 MMR. Let's go. Hype, hype, hype. Nick, 950. 950 is your breakpoint for reaching the 50th percentile. That can be that'll be a really hype moment for you. When you hit 1,000, you know you're above. Pharaoh's like, wait, I was 17. I've gone down 500. I've almost reached 1,200 from the other direction. Hold on a minute. Looking for 100, 1,000. You guys have seen my my fort. I should actually switch these because, as we've seen, I take Elite Marksman first before range at least half the time at this point. And then barrier and anti-air barrage are situational. But winning techs when you take them? Sandworm, I'm not convinced that anti-air against Abyss was the right choice. I'll probably take that back off and go for Mechanical Division there. Raiden, definitely lost when I had Chain instead of Fork. So I think I'm going to go back to the Fork build. So, range, Fork, electromagnetic, and ionization. Too slow with my second light sticks. Overlord, man, there are so many ways to go with this. But right now I have what I would call the carry Overlord. launcher overload, high explosive range. And you just turn this thing into a missile spamming beast. It can be anti-missile. The main gun is missile, so if you're getting anti-missile, then you want to make sure you're taking things out on the ground. You need Overlord artillery. I'm using photon emission as a because you can get that late game. I have to have a photon for some reason. There's a big EMP spell coming or whatever. War Factory. I think the change to HE puts us back down to probably more like this, maybe even armor at this point instead of HE. With so you're kind of got the gut shot techs on launcher overload, range enhancement, armor. Steel ball is important because the production of steel ball is faster than the Farseers burst mode tech. So if you're making steel balls, the burst mode Farseer locks onto steel balls in succession rather than ever getting a lock on the War Factory. Armor, missile, photon, great for the various things you might want to use it for. And then Abyss, we love running efficient maintenance because I do bring them out often. Swarm missiles are, I'm trying to bait people into Mustangs and then slap down swarm missiles. Range to keep it out of range of whatever opponent's big targets are. Dark Companion for the chaff clear and degen beam. Photon coating, useful if there's a big spell, especially like the EMP spell. And disintegration, kind of the utility tech. You could pick any of the three in this 6th slot, I think. Mountain, not loving it. Not loving it at all. But the first tech I take is gun-launched missile. I like saturation bombardment. I don't think I really want anything else. I'm probably never going to take these two. Maybe I should have mountain plating on the board bar instead of the anti-air, or possibly even anti-air instead of the super extended range. But that certainly is not the tech that that little Miss Dumpster Fire finds herself wanting. For Fire Badger, it's a 50-50 for me from game to game whether I want Ignite or Napalm. I actually have not really done much field maintenance on them, so maybe I should do both available. Range, Scorching Flames for the damage, Napalm for lighting the ground on fire and really making it a great chaff clear, Ignite for when it gets locked onto anything bigger. Part of the idea behind field maintenance is that the increase in hit points kind of counteracts the decrease in hit points from Napalm. But since the decrease has been reduced, maybe I can get away without it. Typhoon, no tech choices here, but you do sort of get an idea of what order I take them in. I should probably be taking Homing Missile more often. Congrats, Soja, still 4th in the world in 2v2 MMR, 2085. Let's go, near and dear to my heart. You know how much I love 2v2s. You had a Saber Stang board, but was prepared for Abyss and won against 3 of them. Let's go, little Miss Dumpster Fire. Yes, awesome. Ladder's been super rough for you. Yeah, Pharaoh. For sure. Okay, that is the tech loadout. Gives us, oops, we have the Discord beeps on. Yes, I needed a beep notification for that meme image. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. All right, that is back off. Sorry, guys. Looks like we should just jump out on ladder, have a go at it. We're about 4 hours away from Nathanius joining us for the TFT. Yes, we know about TFT, and it is not Mechabellum, in my opinion. But I'm very glad to see this week's patch with the Farseer debuff and the War Factory debuff. We're going to face Embulge at 1714 today. Is it enough? I don't know. Is the mic sounding a little bit odd? That might be a loose connection. I can check that. Or it might be me eating peanut butter. Hello, Simile. And welcome home, fluffiest princess. Okay. We're facing... That was our record last time out, 7-8, with a minus 31 overall. First game of the day today, of course. Channel point predictions are up. Get those in by about the end of round 2. Hopefully we can just get an early win here and head off into the sunset. Sounds like a plan, right? When some opponent takes a really long load time like this, you know they're probably on a very slow, low-end laptop. You might see them message that they're disconnected, and then you'll see them reconnect. And that is actually the animation speeds, the animation lagging behind your own more powerful PC. I love that the developers did a game well enough that, you know, obviously when I started, I was on a laptop that was way below the min spec, and the game won't just hard lock you out. It'll let you try to play, and, you know, you get the experience you get, which is, you know, can be degraded, but it's not necessarily awful. It's a little frustrating as opponent sometimes. And just because I want to play a game. I don't want to sit here at a loading screen. But, what you gonna do? If I don't win this game, Kiddo inherits my channel? What? Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. I didn't agree to that. I don't love these starts. I'll take the Amplify with the Marksman. You guys know I'm not great at Marksman. It's Amarok time. 16 worms. My goodness. 16 worms with a Rooster game. That's amazing. Egophobic says, wait, I just found out I'm playing the Mini Masters tonight. Well, good luck. Is this a late sub? Did we have a cancellation and a late substitution, Ego? Again, if you are new to Mechabellum, let's put it this way, you've got recommended formations, and they are all pretty good. And you'll notice that I'm not using them, but each of them, you know, you kind of saw, I thought about putting my Marksman right where Dillo has them. He's got the sledges in about the same position I do, but they're vertical. This one would be used when I expect opponents to do a straight-up attack. This one is me attacking. This one is kind of a more standard. It's more like what we're doing right now. But opponent over there is a fortified specialist with sabers. Maybe I should be expecting him to attack, to be the aggro player. But for now, we're just going to line up opposite each other and hope it goes well. He didn't take any chaff clear. I do need a skate coaching for how to do the how to play well with Marksman. Yeah, the health bar change is pretty cool. He's talking about there is this like little light up for each piece of damage, where the damage dealt lights up and then disappears. So you can kind of see what each shot is dealing. It gives you maybe a much better idea of who's doing what kind of damage to things. Embulge wins round 1. Forgot to send him a good luck, have fun. Of course, if we are, yeah, his chaff clear was his own chaff, it's true. I'm going to take the shield airdrop on the grounds that it's costs 100 to get a shield normally. This is going to cost me 100, and I'll get the shield back multiple times. It's also a stronger shield at 50,000 damage compared to 40,000. But really what I want to do is add my own chaff clear and kind of keep building my chaff board. And the breakpoint between Hound and Crawler is 2 shots. So you kind of have a link over there that you can go check out what the breakpoints are. I think it's up to date. I haven't actually checked to see if it's got recent stuff, but it's, it's got Crawler at 277, etc. So by taking the plus 22% on the small amp core, lets my Hounds get up to 1-shotting a Crawler instead of 2-shotting it. And, well, yeah, the breakpoint is really the, at what point does that change? At what point does it change how many shots? But the point being that adding small amp core over the Hound is a better one. If you want, yeah, that's actually probably a better description. Let's put that into. There we go. We'll put that in the command instead. Perfect. Thank you, Fluffiest Princess. I appreciate that. Opponent took the shield. Played it. If you are wondering why I didn't bother playing the shield, it's because he's got these sabers. I didn't have enough chaff to keep him from shooting them. You're now an Amp Core Fang enthusiast, huh? Alright. How did we get to running Amp Core Fangs? I like Amp Core Hound. We've taken the debuff. That'll be 9 seconds of additional damage each shot here, but we're not going to finish this guy off. He's going to win. You mean Hound? Yeah. Amp Core Hound is huge. He was fortified, which is true. So the crawlers are still above me. It is a good point. Forgot about that when I was amp coring them, but we're still gonna do it. And we're going to keep building our chaff board. We're going to add some fangs to it at this point. Fang as the anti-wasp. Opponent is likelier than not to go wasps at the moment because I have the marksman doing good damage and not on the other end. We get up to 329, which will kill the crawlers on breakpoint. So that changed the breakpoint. We'll one-shot the crawlers now until he takes defense enhancement, which he might not think of, because he may not just know those breakpoints cold. We're also probably going to take our shield this time, in case there's an outside wasp coming at this tower. We'll take it. Yep, great shout out, Fluffiest Princess. Is, by the way, patch update for people who aren't aware. Farseer Burst Mode, big nerf. Longer reload speed. War Factory high explosive nerf. Lower damage, no longer one-shot steel balls. Farseer and Scorpion now do less player damage by surviving a round. And patch link right there for those of you that need it. Opponent took Mustangs instead of wasps, so he was thinking about me taking wasps, which is fine. I don't mind, but he's very much into an abyssable board, I think. at this point, and if we had double tap on the marksman instead of an extra fang, I think we'd have won that round. But we'd have been exposed to a wasp, so that's why we played around it. We're down to 3616 and bulge at 5200. Do you like my wasps? Do I take the wasps into the Mustangs to get him to take more Mustang? Probably not. We should probably just take the steel ball. Want the steel balls splitting up a bit as they come in here. We're going to give you guys range and you guys double shot, because those are the kind of the two things I'd identified as key needs last turn. Observationally. I'll be way out there with you. We're going to be here. We're leaving a 3x3 gap for a rhino in the corners. I am too. The scaling sabers will be a problem. I think we're going to increase this one marksman's damage. There's the wasps. It is what we were weak to, it's fair. Unfortunately, it's going to get him in on the marksman again. Yeah, we did not have a hero fang. It went poorly. Sabers have not leveled. Mustangs are kind of leveling. Menu surrender. No, no. No, 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 no. Well, that's fun. I think we will take mass-produced wasp as an answer. And we'll run our mass-produced wasps out here with aerial specialization. The idea being keeping them further away from the front. Let opponents' Mustangs get locked on the steel balls. Do we armor the steel balls already? I think we do. We slap down the steel ball armor. He's also fixed his crawler breakpoint. Actually, you know what? Maybe more important than that is going to be winning the crawler breakpoint again. So our hounds are up to, 334. Wait a minute. What? 334 doesn't do it? Hold on then. Then we do want the armor on the steel balls. It'll be fine. Oh, those are some value missiles for opponent, hitting the chaff clear there. We're in a lot of trouble now. Hello, Clint Leetwood. Oh, welcome in. Problems for Amarok at the moment. How are we doing today? 0-0, but looking closely at going 0-1. We're thinking about it. Definitely thinking about 0-1. Oh, actually, that one... Yeah, that was why I undid to get back to this thing. Oh man, we've already sold. Okay, never mind. Alright, we get all the undos back. I don't think this is going to wind up working, but... we will see. Opponent added the Stormcallers, which does not help into the air game there. And is not going to have anywhere near enough damage left to take down the Titan. So we win a round. The question is, are we going to have enough total damage to... are we going to be able to kind of foot the bill for Abyss for the rest of the game and still come out atop? Ion Beam, interesting. Very interesting for us. Pretty darn huge, I would say. See if we can run somebody in over there. Bring this guy out on this side. Bring all of this across the board, I think. Yeah, our Ion Beam was a ton of value. His is targeted at the level 2 over there, but doesn't quite get the job done. He's got the marksmen doing their best back here, but with the tower take, should be in decent shape here. And we win the round again. Yeah, the jellyfish just sat in the beam. So tragic. Happy Friday, Nix. Welcome in. Oh, beautiful. We're really just trying to build out a chaff board at this juncture. Try to keep opponent distracted and busy. More anti-air stuff from opponent. The missiles scale with level, unlike Fortress AA or something like that. So they should do great work. We've got steel balls handling the worm. That's not really a problem. Doesn't really distract the board too much. Opponent is winning against the Abyss. We are out of monies. We are out of hit points. We are out of this game. Well played. I managed to put the ion beam the Abyss staying in the ion beam the whole time. Very sad. GG's to opponent. We can take a look at that one in the, in the replay editor, where we can take over a side and re-identify what we wanted to, what we do. Let's just see. I want to see if that one. Oh yeah, we should probably just delete the expired replays, since they are likely to be broken. So it's not the last round, it's the penultimate round. Where, come down here in the bottom corner, click take over and restart the current round. We want to take over as me, not as him. Our ion beam was pretty much did what we wanted it to from here, I think. I think that was about it. We mobile beaconed this guy. What if we just don't mobile beacon it? And then don't loan, potentially? We'll just see how that goes. Frostwall, what is Mecha Mini Masters? That's a great question. It's a tournament for kind of up-and-coming players. You can kind of think of it as the highest level amateur eligibility tournament. And say this thing has a worse time fighting the actual army than it does fighting the ion beam. It goes down quicker over there. And so it is a double elimination best of 3 series, with the winners taking first and second taking home a cash prize and sort of giving up their amateur status. They're no longer eligible to enter the Mecha Mini Masters. They are encouraged to make the leap up to Mag 1 at that point. So Fluffiest Princess, you can see that mobile beaconing right along the ion beam kept us alive that round. Mobile beacon looked terrible, but it actually was critical to keeping us in the game. We're going to run an ad break. I'm going to pour myself some water, and we'll be back out on ladder after this. Oh, how is the mic? Are you guys still picking up the static? Or was that entirely the peanut butter? You were smurfing down in my group, Soja? Were you one of the people I came up against? I hope not. You won it against Fab 4. Fair enough. You won the group. Right, let us go back out on ladder. And that's the other thing. Mecha Mini Masters is kind of invitation only, so we know there's no Smurfs in it. Facing Adrilac at 1619. Flint Leetwood, hello, hello. Flint is, of course, organizing the Mecha Mini Masters tonight and giving out 5 gift subs to take the monthly lead. Gift subs going to Super Lightskin, Maggie Master, SQOH, Doxta, and Panky007. Really looking forward to tonight. I know you have done a lot of work putting it together, 3 times running now, and just incredible that you were able to bring in, that you and Mr. Bitter together were able to bring in somebody like Nathanius to this. I'm really looking forward to casting with the man. We've talked. We had a good Discord call earlier today. It struck me as a really genuine guy, and you know, he's just got a voice that I'm just gonna love having alongside me. And of course, reaching out to his audience, I think is huge for the game, and we all want to see this game grow. I mean, I presume you want to see the game grow. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody. There's got to be at least one hater out there who does not want this game to succeed. Grow not equals succeed. Yeah, you're gonna look forward to that for sure. Give Alpha Titan my love tonight to Clint. Gift champion, indeed. He went 2-2 in that mini tourney, Balak. No, you want Mechabellum to be a single player game. Oh my goodness. Alright, this is why a Stormcaller start can be so strong. We just got good locks with that. Greetings. I'm going to take the round 1 Phoenix. Round 2 Phoenix even, because I love having something up in the air. Not going to let him scare me out of the air just because he has the Mustangs. We are going to overload the side that we're buying the Phoenix on. So that'll be the side that gets the chaff clear and the extra chaff, and even the spare Fang in case he goes to Mustangs, or goes to Wasps on round 2. He does not. He goes to Marksman. So just building a very standard board. Void Eyes, Mustangs, and Marksman right now with a bunch of crawlers behind the line. Gamba. All right, Gamba. And GFX47, first time chatter. Welcome in. All right, there you go. The channel point Gamba is up. We overloaded on the right, so we won the right side. Just picking a side to win hard, and that let us get to that tower first. He was still playing a very balanced board, even across the sides. Might not have been ready for it. And we're just going to fill out the board the same way on the other side this turn. We weren't committing to an unbalanced board. But we know that this package beat that package on the right, so if he doesn't reinforce his right, my left, we should win on this side this round as well. And just by kind of rebuilding it. Now, we are missing the Phoenix on that side. He's changed things up, trying to distract the first volleys, also get some running in different directions. We've got the haste module saved for later in the game. Don't know what unit we're going to put that on yet, but I do love to have it on like a fort or something. Could be really good. We'll see. We'll see what we get. Not committed to anything yet. I know a lot of players will run that on a Vulcan. No, it's probably not fast Fangs. I don't want Fangs running out in front of things into these Mustangs. Super fast pack of crawlers would be hilarious, but probably not the right choice. We're winning the chaff war so hard right now. Those poor tarantulas going down like water to the stormcallers. We'll add another Phoenix on the left side next turn. Not even sure what else we want right now. Cause him new problems? What new problems should we cause? Why don't we just... Why don't we just take the big economy here? Sure. I didn't have anything I really wanted to do this turn. You guys just heard me say that. And, right. His Rhino comes up. Yeah, this is his pop turn, for sure. He should pop off this turn. Rhino should be coming on a diagonal towards one of the two towers, so we're going to put a pair of sentry missiles, let that thing get stopped, and then shot down by the Phoenix, I think is the plan. Did he sell it? No, it's out wide on the left. These guys are too far forwards to go play defense over there, but the Fangs will come out and slow it down a lot. The sentry missile will slow it down a lot. It's going to have a bad day. It's going to take it forever to get to that tower. Thing's already down under half hit points. Wow, no, it never even popped the sentry missile, guys. It did distract the left side of the board, but not enough to really get the locks that you'd hope for as opponent. He fixed some of his chaff clear with those arc lights, but not enough. So, further down, he'll hit 1142. We're going to spend 250 countering the Rhino, and the rest of this board is going... Oh, we're not even spending anything countering the Rhino. Fine. Steel balls on the back line for the flank Rhino. Yeah, Commander Archer, this is probably not a bad bet at that point. We took our temps, the 1-on-1, and then both temps, the enhanced range and the high mobility. Of course, again, if you are new to the game, clicking on the towers gives you 10 things you can unlock, including a rapid resupply, pay 300 tomorrow for 200 cash today. You should always do that if you think it's the last round of the game. If you think you can close out. Opponent has gone to the Wasp. We've talked about that a lot recently. The Wasps as a counter. We've got 8 single target Phoenix and a couple of Fangs available. He missiled out the Stormcallers on the left, which is big for him for a moment. But that's why we had put that chaff in front of this one earlier. We'll come back and put a chaff in front of that one on the left this time. And that should help the left side to do about as well as the right has done this turn. Like a storm in the middle would help a lot as well. But we could also just consider what destroys his board right now. And the gut shot that would destroy his board right now, I think, is a War Factory in the far corner. Probably take this. This guy's gonna have Mech Rage. We'll take our loan right now. Opponent tries the Vulcan's Descent, but can't really put it behind our tower because we have all the Steel Balls and Phoenix back there. So just go down. He puts it in front instead, which I'm frustrated at, only because it's going to eat this one missile into his 4 packs of Wasps, 5 packs of Wasps now. The missile is supposed to eat a pack of Wasps. This one will. This one should do fine over here. And yeah, he's trying to missile out the earliest of chaff again. Added some anti-missile devices, opponent did. So, doing a lot better at the trying to stop some of what we're doing with the Stormcallers. See how well our Fangs have done at clearing the Mustang, or just how well with that one sentry missile, right? That we did on the left as well. Opponent wins round, it's fine. Goodness. That gets silly in a hurry, doesn't it? I'm gonna take probably Fang range first. And then we're building towards this War Factory play on the top right, I think. Float the 200. Let's see, have he had 1 survive, 2 survive? We're gonna sell this one next. No, we're selling this one next turn for our right side. Okay. I think it's fair. We're gonna float the 300. You can see the crease that we've created that we're going to exploit next turn. Goodness. That wasp call-in is going to do nothing for him. That's funny. Oil is into the smoke. That's also funny. In fact, did he manage to keep... He managed to keep some of our back fangs out of the oil and smoke for this turn. That did not work the way I wanted it to. Goodness. Trouble. We waited too long. I don't think it winds up working. We'll see, though. And melters go down really quickly. My opponent isn't into, the correct answer out there, I don't know. That will do it. Opponent's correct answer here was was just to take ground spec on the wasps. Plus 200% attack. He does not need this as a single target. He just takes ground spec on the wasps and he wins this. That says I think it was Elite Recruit Mustangs with range. I mean, if I could have done anything, it would have been Mech Rage onto the Fangs, but the AA barrages from the forts helped a ton at clearing out the wasps. And then the Fangs not getting distracted early meant that we had a lot more Fangs up there to clean the stragglers that got missed. Fortress Strunk, Fortress the Amarok unit for sure. And we back to 1-1. Taking a win. Get ourselves started for the day. Of course, the loss was to somebody up in the 1700s. And doesn't cost us as much as we gain here. Let's pay out the Gamba, run our ad. Yeah, we left the wasps unanswered a bit too long, Frostfall. You are not wrong. That is why that one got scary. Congrats to those who had faith. You are up, 1.28 to 1 there. GFX47 with the follow earlier, I think was one of the gifteds, right? No, it's not one of the gifted. Just came in as a first-time chatter, give the 07. Thank you very much for the follow. Nope, I took HE back off the War Factory. With this patch. You looking forward to a tournament cast tonight, JFX, or are you European and likely to be asleep before that even starts? Maybe I should try. I should do cost control. I think I've been winning more with cost control than I think I had. If I remember our stat investigations recently. French. Okay, all right. Oh, Frostwall says, I don't know what happened the last few days, but something clicked and I managed to climb over 150 MMR. I mean, do remember, I will swing plus 150, minus 150 on any given Monday, Tuesday combination. So, yeah, it's nice, but it's also easy come, easy go sometimes. Maybe people aren't playing as often as I am, so they don't get quite as swingy a life. Why a 5-hound start? He's in Mustangs and Hounds. We just want to have Chaff clear right now, because he should add a Chaff unit. So we're just going to clean up everything he owns. If he added Marksman, we'd have a little bit of a problem. But he doesn't. He goes for a level. He skips a deploy to get a level 2 Mustang as intensive training specialist. Well, I've tried that. It hasn't worked for me, but let's see. Yeah, you get some pretty good couple hundred MMR swings now and then, too. Indeed. MMR is forged in the tilt. It's true. Oh, this has actually worked out really nicely for him with the level 1 Mustangs taking tower. It's going to let the level 2s operate on us against the tower debuff. That is a little bit rude, sir. But fair enough. Fair enough. You're down a deploy, which I'm always happy to concede. Of course, we lose this one in part because we had no chaff of our own. Is Farseers still good enough to take round 2? Probably. Let's just do it. And we're gonna run... No, we're gonna run Chaff. Mostly up and in here, I think. And early defense enhancement, because Mustangs do their damage so piecemeal that every little bit of hit point helps, in my opinion. So we'll take an early hit points. Looks like he's adding 3 crawlers as well, and a Farseer over in the middle. As you guys know, I tend to like to work sort of outside in, if you will. But what you can see here, of course, the fangs, or the crawlers are taking shots for so long. Also, his Mustangs have managed to crowd surf into the middle. It's a little unfortunate. We do need something to keep distracting this Farseer. He gets the tower again. Wind up overheating even though I have iced coffee. Interesting. Oh, smoke. Kind of perfect. This whole line can wind up in the smoke, right? Right. Have Crawler go after that far side tower, if we can, while still playing some defense. And I think we need to have another chaff unit kind of up the middle here. Keep the Farseer occupied, but we want the Farseer to drive forward into the smoke so we don't put the crawlers too far forward. Hello, hello! Oh my goodness. A 2v2 replay with a Fort Carry Daddy max level at round 7 or 8 in a 13 rounder. Holy smokes, sir. That may have to wait for tomorrow, as we'll be tourney casting tonight with co-hosting with Nathanius. Very much looking forward to that. Opponent winds up kind of pulling forward into the smoke and then getting devoured there, while our units are still hanging out in the smoke. The important part about hanging out in the shield is, of course, is that the Mustangs aren't leveling. They're just wasting time shooting the shield. They're not getting experience for it. That is one of the ways to shut down a big carry. Let's get things stuck on a shield bubble if you can. We haven't taken attack yet, right? Oh, we have one. Still the right choice, right? It's really where you want to have somebody, huh? It's fine. Okay, we have no anti-air. He has done... Well, no, we do have anti-air. We have Farseer. I'll let you go that direction. You go that direction, I think. Extra damage. And do we actually just throw this down anyways? No smoke, but he's got so little actual shield break outside of that one Farseer. That works out very nicely for us. We wound up stopping him on that secondary shield. And yeah, he gets through the Farseer on the far outside. But so many units wind up tanked over there. That shield will go down to the Farseer. But it really did its job there. Bring down opponent's shield. Well, we decided to fight out of the smoke ourselves. It's a little unfortunate. All the shields on the board go down. You get tilted, go into your alt, and your alt is now the high MMR. Oh, replay is from Tuesday. It's definitely broken from last night's update. Salix, I guarantee it's broken. So, yeah, that's just not going to happen. Sorry. Double efficient tech on back-to-back rounds. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. We will be the econ greed monster here. Oh, this shield survived. Guess it had just scrolled off the bottom of the map by the end of the map there. The end of the round there. That's fine. Let all of that go. Load our 200 for now, I think. We'll take the tower level over here. Opponent coming back over to the main side, which is where he has wanted to fight all day, but it's also where we're strongest, so... Not sure what the thinking there is. Oh, yeah, dude, what did you do here? Why are you putting a shield on a Farseer? That's just silly, sir. Yep, glad we leveled this tower. Just sit over here and collect levels off of these guys while they're stuck on the tower. And again, that's time that they're not gaining XP, right? We floated 200, I think, right? So, yeah, we can afford this in a way that he can't. He should take it, but he doesn't seem to be valuing that kind of thing. Oh, we floated 100? Oh, yeah, because we took the tower upgrade right at the last. Yeah. Makes sense. Close our left to right quicker this time. He's gone to level 3 on that outside tower. Do we care? Probably not. Moves that thing over into the middle. Okay. The first time he's not working against that shield on that side. This is like the first time since round 4 or something. Round 3 even. That he isn't working against that shield. So he's going to punch through for the first time. In theory he punches through. Sir, you were supposed to punch through by now. There's your punch through. There's my punch through. Ruh-roh. He's having a bad day. We're gonna eat him up from behind here. And, in theory, he is attacking my tower. But in practice, we're attacking his. From all over the board here. Don't really need any of these, right? Have you? Smoke is up for both players, so it's a... Make sure nobody gets caught in it, particularly. I don't think we care about that. That group will go there. This group will go there. You guys get your things. Alright. That's hilarious. Actually kind of got it right where to put it. But he's also been forced into bringing way more into the back line than he wanted to have back there. Twinsy sandworms right now. This is why we did steel ball over here. Does not matter. We'll get the lock and destroy them over there. Melter was always going to be good against this guy. That's why he's on the board. He was also going to be good against the other possible drops. The Melter, the Vulcan. We get the towers. We win left to right. Smoke causing him a whole bunch of problems. Same 2 shields. We're going to save the smoke so we can just reapply it in the same spot for the rest of the game. $50 burst mode. I mean, at that point, it's free, right? $200 on Subterranean. About triple fort. Range speed. Let that whole group go do its thing. just in case he wins this side? I don't know. Yeah, just in case he wins that side. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the tower first. Cause him the problems, have the forts do the work now. 3 more forts next turn, and I think this game just ends. If it's not over already, because we're gonna have 2 forts survive for 700, 2 Farseers survive for 500, plus is that a steel ball pack and a sledge pack? That'll be 16. GG's. He's done the math the same as we have. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Momaro. How you doing? He sounded a GG. He has left. No GG from opponent. Vera Sag. He was very much the aggressive asymmetrical, but he gave up that early deployment and never really did recover from it. Winds up way behind in terms of the tech research, and because we'd floated the money, we have the advanced offensive tactics. Economically, we're just, we are the greedy economy. Boom, 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 boom. And that'll do it. That's one way to win a game. And they say this game has no economy. What they mean is it has no micro and base building. It's got an economy. And it's an economy we won. Yo, Contrast Ethics, welcome in. And we should play together sometimes. I keep ending a stream after we play, and that makes you feel bad. Oh, Momaro, it's fine. It's fine. I was a little bit done on Wednesday. And it had nothing to do with you. It was felt like I was not playing the bestest. And, you know, struggle bussing a little bit. Feel much clearer today, so hopefully we're more fun to watch. If Mechabellum was an RTS, we would have crawlers as workers mining minerals. It's true, they are the drill miners, right? They are the drill mining unit. Congrats to those that had faith in Streamer. That actually paid out something like 2.8 to 1. We were the big underdog that one. We'll run our ad. I'm going to check in briefly with Kiddo, and then we'll get back out on ladder. Game does in fact have 3 economies, the way that Momaro has said. Supply economy, deployment economy, experience economy, hit point economy. Hello, UA tier. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Looking very much forward to casting with Nathanius tonight. So there is the shout out for him. You're all right. You just tanked 150 MMR. Excellent. Let's go. You've been with me long enough to know that I've been there as well. You'll get it back. I know you will. Opponent here at 1539. Let's see what kind of interesting stuff he's running. Boy, these are not great. Do I elite? If we do an elite Mech Rage Tarantula build. Yeah, have a plan. We don't have a plan. We don't like the sabers at all. New plan. New plan. Giant specialist too. Ugh, not the matchup I want here, guys. Can I re-roll? Can we get a new start? I like this as kind of a basic formation. We're gonna leave. He's leaving a 5x5, so there's a overlord sized, but not a. Overlord sized gap over there, but not a Titan sized gap. So we're gonna create a Titan sized gap there for ourselves. You come from here. Well, that's interesting. It's very lopsided and unbalanced. He is right in our face in a way that is exactly what I did not want to see as the tarantula specialist. We'd love to get a move of some sort. Wife doesn't allow you to play tourneys. Something, go play with the kids. Fair. Fair enough. Can't say I disagree with her. That's actually not a bad idea, Dr. Bois, is it? Sell a spider, make a blue saber, and just accept the mirror. Yeah, enjoy life. Who does that? Who does that? Don't you know the only thing to life is Mechabellum? Does it actually even sell the tarantula, or do we just let the... So we can sell that to get the quick lock, right? It's actually a direct mirror right there. Yikes. Also scratched due to a family-friendly channel. Well, thank you, brother. Appreciate you watching out. He did not level the one thing. He just levels the arc light. We've got Saber versus two whites. The two whites actually kill the blue. We've got a crawler going to tower all by himself. You got this, buddy. You're gonna be the hero. No, we're not the hero. Disaster. Everyone's just gonna hang out in the oil all day. That's great. I mean, the Vulcan gets to have a good day, but he's a giant specialist. It's fine. There won't be anything left that can upshoot in a moment. You just have to get through the fangs over there. Opponent will eventually take down our tower. Does he have any fangs left when that happens? Kind of. Not really. Alright, perfect. Vulcan doesn't get to survive the round, so it's not that good of a day. Exactly. Disaster for opponent there. Hold on. Actually, just sell one, probably. Basically want all of his stuff to be in the smoke so that it walks into the oil right away. And we don't want this guy being able to feast on crawlers for too long. Opponent managed to light the oil on fire and torch all of his own units. It's brilliant. If those guys get the 200 from tower before these guys get the arc light, perfect. They level up. Everybody levels. Everything that was more than 150 cost survived. At least with that round. Goodness. Oh my goodness, Bear like loves us. Bear like giving us the love. Oh, opponent is trying a Vulcan defense against this? What the heck? What the heck is a Vulcan defense doing here? I'm confused. Oof, indeed, Cractor. What is going on that side of the board? Wasp flank? I've never seen this maneuver before in my life. It's kind of what it's looking like from opponent's perspective, right? Like, certainly acting like it. Okay, he's gone to AA on the Mustangs. Surely that will help. No, they are not very familiar with this thing of a jig. It looks correct. Yeah, steel ball's decent, but like you had the right answer in the sabers. Just put those opposite the. Okay, so it's ranged steel balls now. We'll missile out everything. So minus 150. Minus 250 if the shield goes down. Seriously, just put like one steel ball here and let it split and go to my towers. Not defending at all. There's nothing back here. Look how empty this backfield is, guys. Hey, you can't Phoenix flank this one corner. You could Phoenix flank it from the front though. Holy smoke, he's destroyed the flank. Look out, streamer. He's got your number now. Wow. Thank you, Bearlike. Don't mind if I do. Never go into an ion beam war against Amarok. Not if you can help it, right? $1,400, huh? Looks like a plan, right? I think that should do, right? Missiles everywhere, sure. Shields up everywhere, sure. Coil, okay. All of those poor, poor Mustangs in the smoke. And they'll be in the smoke next round. Opponent needed something on the line to eat the first couple volleys of the Wasp's attacks. Yes, UA tier. It's the just say tier. Ukraine is the country of origin. I know what UA means. Yes, the hit point damage effect. Welcome home, Toast. I do. It does look amazing, doesn't it? Yes, yes. Come, be ready for the War Factory finish. Hackmanic says, "Never fight a war in your own territory." It's probably true. Dr. Bois says, "Boy, I just do not agree." That AA Fort is a good answer here. What are you guys disagreeing about at this point? We don't get much MMR from Krator. He was at least 100 MMR below us. So plus 14. Oh, it's hard to explain, but it makes the HP bars look slimy to you. Texturally? Like, interesting. That is not a complaint I'd have thought of. Well, 3-game winning streak, 3 different strats for that. We'll face Moonsteer. 1673. How was your Friday, Toast? I've only heard positive takes on the hit point bar as well. And I don't get the slimy. Like I can understand if it's a visceral thing that's hard to explain. That definitely happens. And like we were saying just a couple of days ago, 10% of people will dislike any visual change you make. It's just one of the laws of development. All right, we have Moonsteer. Okay, channel points predictions are up. We've got Storms and Fangs to open with. Welcome back. Those of you that saw ads, we're in a fair fight according to MMR against Moonsteer. I kind of like the PFP there. That's really pretty. Obviously, an Amplify specialist with small amp cores. We are a good luck, have fun specialist. Wait, no, that's not a thing. We're a giant specialist. Yes, yeah, Reven, that's actually almost exactly right. The visuals and just kind of watching as things drop. You're like, okay, I can see that I'm not doing enough damage over here on the right. Yeah, it really does help read the board quicker. And it's great timing to have it in, the day before tournament, or, 14 hours before tournament or whatever. Chunkage. Chunkage indeed. Actually, bars on 100% of the time would be amazing, and 4 colors for the various 4-player free-for-all and 2v2 maps would be amazing as well. Do I care about any of these? I mean, maybe we take a Wraith for now. We see what happens with it in the long term. I think we just let this guy have his level. Is it come up the middle with this guy? I'll wind up with a Hound there. Actually be right. Oh, it's a flank. Low flank Wraith. Well, that's silly of you, but okay. Like it. I mean, and if it cleans up the storms before the storms can do real work against opponent's board, it'd be good. It does not clean up the leveled storms before they do good work. Will his Wraith level off of our storms? Not really. Will he get the tower in time to make our day painful? Yes, he will. Yeah, there's not much left in the Fang world doing damage to us. You must have level 2'd this tower, yeah. We'll probably sell you in a moment. Hitting the tower in that last moment helps a bunch. Is it enough? It is enough. Let's go. Yeah, hit point bars are the only way to see chaff on some maps. Kind of agree. Smoke him out? Field airdrop. It's just, it's valuable against the Wraith. It's valuable against the smoke, so we'll take it. He's gone for a saber out here. That will eventually bring this shield down, but I think the shield is going to do plenty of work at just tanking that poor little wraith. It's not going to accomplish anything at all. And somehow we are ruling the skies today. Ooh, it's even on the shields. Did you see that? When he hit the shield bar. It's on the shield, that's cool. Pretty neat to see how much of a shield disappears to a single shot of something. We haven't teched anybody yet, so we'll take the efficient tech again. I'm actually kind of okay with bit of that, probably. Oh, I forgot to hit the arc. Oh, that was dumb. That was dumb. Know that breakpoint. Know that breakpoint cold. I talk about it all the time. How did I not play it? The breakpoint I'm talking about there is if we level up the defense tower enhancement by 1 level, our Phoenix shrugs that off, kills the Wraith, and we win this round again. Opponent is trying anti-missile on the Sabers. Kind of a throwaway tech for him, I think, because we're not very heavily invested in the Stormcallers. Hey, welcome in, Ocellatus Gaming. How you doing? Clean up anyways? Oh, we do. Look at that. Oh, wait, there's still some fangs. And a whole bunch of things that die to... Still doing damage. You're not. Let's get the monies back. Same thing down there. You just go mech rage. You go range. You wind up over here. You guys wind up there and there. Oh, not that, probably. I don't like taking the early loan there, but okay, opponent goes to same board. Opponent is losing the air war worse and worse. Took a pair of marksmen, level 3, I guess, from the drop. Yes, the assumption is that he'll get targeting on the wraiths eventually. It's technically true. He gets the targeting. He even kills one. Feeds some experience to the Phoenix. It's level 3 now. Round 6 super supply. Fun. Super supply even. I think we're going to plan on losing this round, chat. Donuts! Indeed, we've gone to triple donut. I'm not even going to put the shield airdrop down into the big bang there. Opponent should be trying to hit 2 of these. It should be kind of covering 2 he knows about. And maybe it's even... No big EMP? What? Why no big EMP? I'm in Wraith. Why are you not in big EMP? I'm so confused. Well, Moonsteer. Middle Donut only really needs a crawler to stay alive. True. Phoenix Flank could work on this board, yeah. Wait, how big donut? Anything else? Put the 150 for now. Well, that was just silly. Has the community rating in the profanity filter in settings always been shown? It has been shown for a long time. Yeah. So there you are. Community rating 600 or below lets you be hidden here. 800 is kind of all right. 1,000 I think is par. 1,300 pretty highly regarded, I guess. New metric to track, exactly. New metric to tease your favorite streamers about. New metric to try to tank if you really want to be toxic. Handsome Man was teasing me about not being toxic enough last night. I thought it was hilarious. Toxicity leaderboard confirmed, exactly. New stats to track. The big marksmen are starting to get real things done against the wraiths, aren't they? That's a bit of a problem. Global chat competing hard for #1, indeed. Love that. For this, no, we don't want the range, right? We just want extra damage, probably? Gonna get that tower anyways? That's amazing. Come on. Bring it down, boys. Thank you. Ugh. Okay, we floated a bit. Economy's not terrible. We had a plan. It hasn't changed the plan much. It's fine. You can heal through things. Thing up here. Put that one guy right down in the main fight, I think. Anybody we want to sell right now? Probably not. But God, I wanted it back on the board. GG, I think. Really not sure what I mean, obviously not getting the shield down mattered a bunch, but... I mean, it didn't matter. He did, but it wasn't ticked this round. I mean, there is just a zillion stuff over here. So it's plausible I should have been in armor enhancement and launcher overload instead of range. Armor and maybe. It might actually be a spot where... Yeah, Reven, that's probably it, actually, is we spent too much on shield early. And then we're very invested in the rates, and the rates are getting countered. Right? Ocelotus, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate it. Let's just check a couple of things. Taking the #1 spot for bit cheering for the month, I believe. Put you on. I mean, other thing is I kind of forgot I was Giant Specialist and just played this as a Wraith game instead of committing harder to the various Giant answers that I had, right? That's probably the real problem with that one. Let's try out here. Those two. Lone range speed. And we'll just get our shields out in the places I was thinking of getting them. Kind of here and here. Even here and here. And missile something somewhere that isn't particularly covered by anti-missile. See if that's any better. Yeah, he's charging that War Factory, not the other way around. As you can see how quickly even the shield goes down, right? So, but adding the hit points keeps it alive a lot longer. That keeps the Wraiths alive a lot longer. That's got Crawlers alive a lot longer. Heal Wraith up the middle, actually getting to heal this time. But eventually goes down to this thing has just hyper-scaled. It's level 6. But at least we've done enough damage that way to have survived the round. Maybe I needed to do a mobile beacon to keep off of this tower in the end game. Yes, that is for some of the time though why the giant spec stats are low, but it's also a I would play I forced mountain out of it a bunch, so let's try that. Got this, so it's gonna be this whole outside fam goes that way probably. I don't even think it has to go that far. It's to about here. You wind up. This is the other thing I'm thinking of, right? It's kind of something more like this. You're useless, right? Just absolutely useless. So let's put something out here that beats some of the first shots and keeps the shield up a little longer. Really? You think a range? We'll try that. We'll definitely try that, because that would be a fascinating pickup. It works. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We didn't change much there. It was the crawler that keeps the factory alive, the 40,000 shield instead of the 50,000 shield, and the big shield goes up front. Where I was originally thinking about, where I had undone it. You guys saw where I had that shield. I undone it and got myself in trouble by that. So my first instinct for where that shield belonged was correct. This to keep the shield and War Factory from dying quickly enough. That allows this steel ball to get in front. So it takes the second shot. And then the whole battle snowballs from there. Little butterfly effects, folks. That is all you need. Chaff, yes, who knew? Who knew, Blodgett? Chaff for the win. Bludget, first time chatter. Apparently, I have no idea what part of that was not allowed or why, but chaff for the win indeed. Apologies for Automod catching you. We do run a family-friendly channel, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with what you typed. So I don't know what the heck Automod was on about. You can always type 1984 to bang 1984 to rant about the Automod. Or I think we even have a bang Automod, right? Something like that. No? No, we used to. Anyway, there you go. Nothing family-friendly about chaff. Nothing family-friendly about winning with a war factory, right? We will be back after ad. I've got to do the stats from this game. So, one moment. 14 for opponent. And I forget what we wound up at. It was probably like negative 800 or something. And what did we wind up? 1656 is down 21. So we're plus 18 for the day. Need to remember to play War Factory more tier. Love it. We've ground our way plus 18 at the moment. I'm feeling really hot, so that's a sign I need to drink a bit more water. So let's do that. We have hit DC Bin at 1836. So DC Bin should be a heavy favorite for this one on MMRs. You don't get the crawler staying on amp spec. You just lose too much to do anything about it. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that one. Find out what opponent is doing, but we are offset left. And looks like he's also going to be offset left. Yep. So we are kind of in the correct side for where your opponent is trying to attack from. Yeah, dog plus crawler is actually a great opening, and the reason for that is that the dog badly wounds the crawler, and the Mustang finishes it off, so the Mustang gets the XP, so it lets it really hyperscale. But I have not been having success with dog. I was having great success with it in season 3, not having much success with dog hound or dog Mustang in season 4. So I don't know what I'm doing differently, but or if something else had changed dramatically. But my Mustang stats are really low right now. Seer or Phoenix, folks? I think it'll be Phoenix. If I'm him, I think about a Wraith on the far side. We're going to cover far side Wraith. Second Phoenix. And we're going to fortify near side tower. In case he's over. Yeah, he just accelerates the near side. That's fine. So he did add a crawler out on this side that'll eventually slow some things down. Farseer cleaning up on the near side. has done well for him. Gets him a lock on the near side Phoenix. The Storms still doing their job. Near side tower's level 2, so he's going to be stuck on it for a while. Ugh, terrible for us in terms of timing and location. So his Farseer wins the round for him. We're down to 4350. Fast here. Farseer on that side, huh? Okay. What are we thinking here, gang? What's our best answer to... I think Saber? Be interesting, I guess. Get the tower in time this time. That's nice. Secondary tower. And take out Farseer. So we win round on air. No, you cannot mobile beacon a call-in unit. Great question, though, Ocelotus. They just don't... The call-in unit arrives 5 seconds into the round. The mobile beacon fires at the start of the round. Is the best way to think of that. All in Vulcan this early, DC bin. Wow. Literally one Phoenix decided to go pay attention. Forgot the tower was level 2. Ouch. Oh, now he can make it an assault Vulcan next time it drops. That's gross. You got a billion monies. Even though it's round 5, I'll go ahead and take it. Yeah, it happens way too often with that spec. Exactly. Do I put anything further into the big guy? Okay, it will be done. We'll sell it. Should have sold it this round, but at least making him sit out there and play with those units. Got some late arrivals coming in. Helped a bit. Do we want... I mean, maybe it is truly encouraging us to do Saber here. He also took it. Nobody had the real DPS over there. We'll have it now. Opponent should do some kind of wasp at this point, I think. Right? Now you're versus Arbiter. Time to tank some more MMR. At least you should be low enough tier that it doesn't go that much bad, that much worse. How goes the mecha today? Middling, I guess. We're Nerf went from 150 to 200 in terms of the reload time, but it changes a bunch of things, and one of the key ones is the steel ball outproduces it now. So a whole bunch of good stuff in that change. Steel ball production from War Factory. What I'm talking about there. Save your War Factories now. Ross Zonda still don't understand hounds. Are they just an arc light separated onto 5 dog bodies? Pretty close. Pretty close. So it is, it does 275, which is not enough to one-shot a crawler. This guy has level 2 defense enhancement. So, we're taking 2 shots to clear an equal level crawler. But at level 3, we're one-shotting his crawlers, no problem. And we fire every 1.6 seconds. Arclight would be about every 0.8 or whatever. But the bit is... Oh, no, I need these guys to be in that beam, please. Come on, take that. Yeah, that's where we want it. Thank you. You go... So he's really tried to change the chaff war by going to loose formation. Hounds are a lot more resilient to loose formation than Arclight is. It's just because there's 5 of them, right? And we did, in fact, take care of everything we needed. They're also faster, so if you take a look, think about an Arclight moving at 6 or 7 meters per second. I've got these hounds up to 17 meters per second as with an advanced power system and mech rage. So they are keeping up with my crawlers. In fact, I have to position them this far back, otherwise they will outstrip my middle line of crawlers and cost me games. Always fun. But all of that hitting. Leave this outside Farseer having a bad, or outside Vulcan to be locked on tower for a year and a half, or locked on outside for a year and a half. He does get the towers. I think this'll do, Zalix. I feel like I'm gonna need that after all. You know what, though? I just need them up, Gosh, is this actually, this is the time for this play, isn't it? Forget about it. You lads can actually be right up front. Should do. No, I have not. Guess who? I don't generally think of it as being useful, and in the case where opponent is in loose formation, I don't actually want HE, I want armor piercing to just chew through them as quickly as possible. Yeah, left side is having some problems. Take helps quite a bit there. Couldn't quite knock him out. Got him down to 180. Couldn't finish. The finish needs to be probably 3 rounds earlier. I think round 8, probably. Full -6 for that one. 1 second. It is literally 1 second, Rosandus. I was not expecting the level 5 tower to last any longer. I just wanted the only 1 second debuff. No, blue plating does not help against a level 6 saber over there. I don't know what you're talking about. Or even there was a level 6 saber on that side. Right here. It's level 5 on round 8. This is the round that we need to finish. Yeah, right side does not. No, photon on that side was not going to help. I'm going to try something dumb. I think we need the DPS, not the range, right? We need the range. Right on the strong side. This is the Vulcan's Descent round. Is this before I had... Oh, those are... Yeah, it just changes which side we're losing. Odd. Is it armor instead of range for this guy? Who played it, huh? We lost this one, Viking Raider. We're looking at the tank everything, oil left side, roll around and be happy. Okay. This is the round that he took the shields. It's like really... It's really just punishing our lack of legit chaff clear. Right? He's double-tacked his chaff. Aw, the plating really did tank everything for long enough. You were so right. Look at that. Does eventually win him the round, though. Look. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Now, the mountain is a line we're trying, not the source of the problem. The source of the problem is opponent's chaff. So the real answer here might have just been light the ground on fire. Honestly. Nope. Hello, Pastor Drewski. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. Please do stick around tonight. We'll be casting the Mecha Mini Masters. Coming up, pregame starts in about an hour and 20 minutes, with the first match at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So almost 2 hours out for that. Yeah, it went a bit better that way. The fire helped a bit. Oil could have made it better, yeah. How was your stream? Things were well? Alright, we've gotten rid of the big beast. Yeah, the oil helps us get rid of the beast. Once we've gotten rid of the beast, we should be able to win the round. Charged shot makes sure we're not wasting time on these bigger units. Was it charged shot all along, guys? Oil and charged shot on round 8. No, they don't. There we go. That was the way to do the last 180. This took me a while to get there. You want the replay? I can throw that up into the Discord for sure. Uh, we're going to run a longer than normal ad break. I need to cool down a little bit. So, congrats to those that bet on DC Bin. Sorry to the Raiders who are getting less action than you might have wanted. Stick around because we have that great tournament coming up in a minute. Anyways, and then we'll throw up this one for Zalex. Oh, nope, rain is just shut off for from the heat. It's like frustrating. Rain wants no part of it. All right, let's get back out there. Fire always in the answer. The answer, if not, try more fire. Hey, war crimes are a war crime for a reason. That did drop us not very much. -6 from the was the outcome of that one. We're on a 2-game losing streak, puts us at 1850 and +12 for the day. Sorry for the Raiders who came in and got less action than normal. Had a lot of fun. Actually got to jump in with Drewski and Rooster and do some Peak yesterday while not streaming. So I actually got to play with them as the silent mime. We figured out what was wrong with the audio comms there. If you have already launched Peak and somebody jumps into, sends you a Steam invite and you accept the Steam invite in Steam while still in Peak already, it winds up connecting but not connecting the voice aspect of the game, which is, of course, a big part of playing together. So I wound up silent with them, but figured it out with Mortar Mike and folks later that day. Mortar Mike, of course, you guys will know. Let's see. So Pastor Drewski, obviously you guys know. I hope you guys know. We were not co-streaming, but he was co-streaming with Rooster. We wound up. Hello, shout out to Rooster. Thank you. And then we played with Mortar Mike a little bit. Let's just do some speed sledges, I think, and closed out the day with a little bit of horror puzzle with Unfaithful. Ludo is actually a really good game. I won't say much about it. Just a very atmospheric puzzler. Had some really neat tricks to it. Looks like Decirer will probably be coming out aggro with a ball crawl start. So we're going to be between the towers. Instead of playing my carry sledge formation out here, this is how I would prefer to line up. Something like this. We're going to start out just kind of trusting that he'll come in and attack us. We'll be here-ish. I trust you to come attack me, sir. And of course, tonight's action coming up in probably an hour, a little more than an hour, will be co-hosting the Mecha Mini Masters with Nathanius. Mecha Mini Masters is kind of the high-end amateur tournament, the last stop before Mag 1, if you will. Last chance to basically the first and second place finishers have to give up their amateur status and move on to Mag. You're in it. You are kind of the high end there, Ms. Diana. You are the high end of amateur. Not this last month or so. Well, we'll see. Maybe today's patch will suit you. Put my playstyle as free for all master 1v1 Joker. Fair. Fair enough. I don't care about any of these. Particularly, opponent has given me the green light to play the carry sledge. We do love the carry sledge. So off we go. We're playing it from a bit further forward than I would want to, but c'est la vie. Yeah, free-for-all strats don't translate well to 1v1 and vice versa. Opponent is going to commit to more steel ball already. Loving it. Let's go. We win this round by air. He had no upshoot even from the start of the round. He'll fix that next round, but it's going to prevent a whole bunch of hit point damage on this round because he's done a lot on the ground there. Do we want any of these? Not really. We'll take the melter so that we have the unlock later. Sounds like a plan to me. Starting to look a lot like Sledgemas. Opponent added only the Typhoon over there as the big damage anti-air. We will have the level 2 Phoenix to work on them, but the level 2 Phoenix needs to survive the ground game here. Ruh-roh. Pew 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 pew. They do not. Typhoon got the job done for now. This opponent winds up fighting from here-ish, right? Was that us? Alright, we got that where we wanted it, right? I think so. Opponent can fight from the acid for now. Here we go. Manic nose. Oh dear. Sure, we'll go ahead and add some of you on top. You guys can do range. You can do range. And it also took the storms. Not going to be too happy about the way his turn goes, I think. We'll see with the missiles off the typhoons. But I think most of his army just hangs out in the acid and gets wrecked. Just Wasp is no longer enough with the changes? What? You think trains in this world would have been made bigger? Those tracks look tiny, they do. It's true. Well, welcome in, Wham Wham. Wham Wham throwing down the realism. Opponent winds up losing the main fight, it looks like. With, I mean, the acid is helping a ton, but that's going to be a lot of hit point damage there. So. Now what? Good night. Get rid of you. We're just gonna build out the board here. We slow opponent down on that side a bit. That might work. opponent is apparently running the all missile units round out there. Also decided to try some anti-missile device. Is opponent ever going to pivot? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is opponent ever going to make a pivot, or is this just all silliness? I think it's going to be all silliness, right? We knew that was coming, buddy. That's why we've played this. He doesn't start his pivot this round, he's dead next round. It's right. I say they pivot into melters. Well, yeah, I don't think that's happening. He has given himself some shield barriers with the Typhoons. Yeah, the Wasp pollen is done. The EMP sledges are going to change the chaff war by ensuring that the steel balls aren't generating crawlers anymore. Opponent does win the left side, partly due to the pull, I think. Has no anti-air left on the right. Has no anti-air left on the left. Well, not quite yet, but it's coming. Oh, tower take. Tower take while he's got one Farseer left. No, not enough. Not enough for him. It isn't enough to finish, though. I mean, I guess we might as well just have some single target on the board. Or single target-ish, anyway. It was winning on the left this time. Sure we can we'll hope this guy pulls most of the stuff right into the acid. Another plan there. Level 2 Phoenix out on that side. I think 3 shields pretty much ends this, right? Might actually be anti-missile rather than shields, but... Oh, hey, look. Oh, dear. Opponent is going to wind up fighting from in the acid over there. That's not how he wanted it to go. We have mini sledge. You haven't made it past the mini sledge. You will not finish this game. We like sledge lines. We always have. And that That was a sledge line. I haven't got to run that in a while. Your favorite 3-techs run on tanks. Boom, boom, boom. Yum. What we were missing, of course, is the fourth, the armor piercing to take down the bigger units. But no need, as it's turned out. Cyrus starts very, very deep. Never did get his pivots going. Just tried to. I will buy more of the 3 units I've committed to, which are Typhoon, Steel Ball, and Farseer. Didn't take Burst, which surprised me, but I'm not sure if it would have helped him or not. I mean, it increases the DPS, which might have helped bust through the sledges at some point, but it might have made things worse against the ground game. Hard to tell. He's probably out there cursing the spells, it's true. His anti-missile did help a ton, but it's only the 3 sledges. It's only the three free Stormcallers that he's blocking, right? So it's not huge. Not huge. Apparently I typed 1850 instead of 1650, which is, we have not lost 200 MMR on that last game. We've just gained 17. I think we can run one more, and then I'm going to need to take a quick dinner break. So we'll play one more, and then we'll get some words in stream there. How often do I run EMP sledges? Not very, but when I do, it's really important. In fact, I can answer that. Hold on a sec. This season, that was the 3rd time we ran EMP on a sledge out of, however many games we've played this season. Judging from crawler stats, it's probably like 275 games over the season. And we've run it 3 times. Supply spec, Fang and Storms. It's promising to me. Rupart, Giant Specialist, Crawler, and Tarantula. Kind of probably expect him to come out aggro-ish, so we'll run our kind of center pull piece. I don't think we want to take hounds. We're not going to be charging his side of the board at all. We're going to just want to make sure we're clearing... Arclights are better at clearing spider mines? Whoa, he doesn't have spider mines. Okay. No spider mine danger this game. In that case, you guys go over 1. Will be aggro-aggressive on my right, but not too much. And good evening, Uncle Lazy. You ready for tonight? I'm looking forward to it. We are up 4 games to 3 for the day. Into the 2nd month of Season 4. Very much looking forward to casting the Mecha Mini Masters with Nathanius tonight. Just doing pre-check, setting up for the next few hours. Yep, I'm going to... this is the last game of stream for me. It'll be a break for quickly a break for dinner, and then back on. Back on to cast around 5:30. We'll just, stream won't go down. We'll just be taking a Words on Stream break. How am I feeling? I'm actually kind of tired. Need the ceremonial final gamba. Oh, you are right. You are right. Actually, a little bit tired from staying up too late, cheering somebody on in a horror stream, horror puzzler last night. But that was fun. Slept in a little bit late. I'm really excited to work with Nathanius. He seems like a really cool guy. Take a nice shot of Java. I do have it here. Did he manage to do this so that I take out the tower and then engage his wasp call in? That's impressive. So we'll just fight a rearguard action here, weaken the wasp call in, but not beat it. Okay, that's fine. Our debuff worked wonders for us. We've got some surviving fangs. We've got surviving arclights. This round is easy. Round 2 to streamer. 3,700 to 3,300. Right, we're just going to keep building a pretty standard board. He's going to be a giant specialist, so you got to expect a giant coming any minute. We'll see what play is. It'll be range on his tarantulas, range on my arclights. That's actually really good for us. I want the tarantulas further away so that we're clearing the chaff before he gets to us. Pretty common at the high levels for both players to take a range on chaff clear on round 3. Winning the chaff war. Pretty much the basics of the game. We get one arclight that's locked inappropriately over here. Everybody else had a good time. One arclight going to tower. The Stormcaller is doing their best. Tower went down. Front row. We get his tower. Cleans up our storms. Cleans up the last couple of units. So, Rupert wins round 3. It'll be 3,300 apiece. Oh, Wham-wimp. What kind of stat? What is the source on that? And how would they even know? Really? Let's see how this goes. Really extra damage. What's the record of God's impact? questions I don't want to know the answer to. You guys' brains go to some very interesting places. Oh, opponent is going to add a Wraith. You've forgotten that you're the giant specialist. Why are you doing a flank Wraith on this board? I'm confused, but okay. You can do a flank Wraith. We like our big forts, lads. But I don't think the Three Fangs are going to handle the Wraiths, so Rupert wins this one. Does he actually have enough DPS to clear the rest of the board before the end of time? That is the question. Probably. Looks like he does. Maybe not. No, he does not. We'll do 350, he'll do 250. So we take the lead. 3050 to 2952. Fort big, fort strong. Add a Phoenix over here, please. Big hit points. He has no anti-air outside of the Wraith. He's pinned the steel balls in place, while the Arclight takes care of the ground game, I think. A Rhino with armor can tank a Vulcan for days. It's true. Faustenberger. Flush George, who personally poops in every toilet before it's shipped out to consumers. This an outliner. It shouldn't have been counted. Oh my god, you guys. Wow, that poor Wraith over there. They're really having a bad day. Well, maybe it'll get the Phoenix. Maybe? No. No, it does not. We win by air again. We've also kind of surrounded his chaff clear here. And by the way, our forts are really enjoying feasting off of your levels. I don't know if you know the danger yet. You know the danger? Maybe he doesn't know the danger. I think we win this round, right? So I'm missing something. Somewhere. I think we did round. Steel balls go and get that. Everybody plays defense everywhere else. Okay, I mean, Wasp Swarm on the front. That guy trying to have a day. Oh, he's got an abyss. It's not gonna help you, sir. Wow. This game. That game was not really close. Tempoed out in 6 rounds. Round 3 chaff clear, round 4 giant, 4, 5, and 6 giants, and then we've got 2 phoenix. The phoenix wind up handling the abyss. The abyss is in efficient maintenance for the long game because he can't have it on the board and not efficient it this early, but it means he doesn't get swarm missiles, doesn't get to clean anything up. And we're just making a lot of things miss with the steel balls, steel ball production. We've got an item on every fort. We like big forts, guys. It's the channel thing. Two wins on the trot. What's our finishing MMR going to be for the day? Gotta get my energy level up, though, so we will be taking a break to eat some dinner. That means you guys will get some Wars on stream. I'm actually going to cook a dinner tonight, so it'll be a little bit longer. At least 2 games of Words on stream. We wind up plus 21, finishing at 1688. So that's plus 50 for the day. I like it. I like it. Yep, Nathanius is supposed to check in around 5:30, which is 40 minutes from now. So I will certainly be back by then. If not a bit earlier, as you guys know, I'll tend to do my cooking and then come back and play the play Words on stream with you. For now, though, if you have never played Words on stream, this is a word scramble sort of game. You guess you've got this scrambled up set of letters, EFAC over here. Could be face, could be cafe. You're gonna score the number of points based on the bottom of the like Scrabble, right? Where you score for the letters in your word. So the F and the C were worth a lot more than the A and the E in that last one. Huglioy. Bug. Well, no, it's a 4-letter word minimum. There you go. Zadri has guessed gulp. Now, Zadri is locked. You see the little lock icon next to Zadri's name? That will unlock when things get to the, when this little counter reaches the padlock. So Zadri guessed plug, which is a valid word, but didn't get credit for it. Laisha got credit for plug because Zadri was still locked when they submitted it. So, there you go. Epilogue. I love it. Epilogue is our full word. And we've got guile, we've got pole, we've got lope. As are all in a good a dark storm. It's got three letters, isn't gonna cut it. Got a 4-letter minimum. But nice attempt. Welcome in, first time chatter. We'll be off to go do some cooking. Good luck. Have fun. We'll be back hopefully by the end of this one, maybe somewhere in the second game. But don't go anywhere. Of course, we are about 40 minutes out from the pre-game stuff for the Mecha Mini Masters coming up, co-casting that with Nathanius. Really looking forward to that. He seems like a good guy. I think we're going to have a really good booth rapport. It's kind of perfect for, to have somebody like me to be able to explain the game to his audience. I think it's going to be awesome. Right. We have finished our round 1. So, congrats to our high score. We're through. Advanced 2 levels. We advance as a group. The game rules get harder and harder the higher you go. Top of the table right now, Hackmanic, Kilcan Sagri, and Laisha, with Toast, Salmocenarius, Huntlywood, and the Darkstorm on the scoreboard. On we go, level 3. I'll be back. Looks like another solid level. Puts us on to level 14 with Hackmanic in the overall lead. Austenberger having scored the lead on this particular round. We had 11 people score on that round, so nicely done with 16 total players. Moving right along, and I'll be stepping out again for more cooking. Cooking stream when, Amarok? All right, you guys are cranking right along. Perfect on the back of Faustenberger, Kilcannon, Nausis, Larksmeister, Ocelotus, Hackmanic, and Lacia. Hackmanic leading by 11 over Kilcannon, Faustenberger in third, Lacia, and Clint Leetwood in the 40s as well. Got to put kiddo to bed. No. That do be crushing it. Streamer is useless, it's true. Next round is on me. What? Looks like Hackmanic scored on verbs. Verbs are valid. Fluffiest Princess hit on verbose. Verbose is your letters. Womp womp womp. We go down at level 22. Fluffiest Princess, best around there. With a solid score. Found the longest word, found a bunch of other good words. Selma Cenerinus stole Observe from me for 12 points, very nice. Akmanic Lacia, Askikasaurus, Clint Leetwood, Ocelotus Gaming, Larksmeister, Fastenberger, and Boromir on the scoreboard for the last round. Akmanic wins by 21 over Killcannon, 21 ahead of Fastenberger. Lacia and Clintwood both around 50. Fluffiest Princess ahead of Streamer. Selma Cenerinus, we had 22 players, I can't list them all. Selma Cenerinus, Zadri, and Larksmeister in the top 10. We restart? Just call you Selma. That will be much easier. Thank you. Roam if you want to. Armorer is the long word. Nicely done by Fluffiest, by Fastenberger even. Perfect round. Nicely done, everybody. Killcannon on top of the table ahead of myself, Fastenberger, Dan, Snowy Mole, Akmanic, Boromir, Blautalk, Ocelotus Gaming, and Larksmeister. On to a round 6. I don't think that one works, Blautalk. Toucan worked. You might have been locked. I don't know. Alright, perfect again. Dreamer finding the last word a moment before Killcannon did. Boromir Gone Wild had the high score for the round. Killcannon the top overall. Now says Snowy Mole, Faustenberger, Fluffiest Princess, and Dan all doing well on that one. It puts you guys, I mean, there is a tight fight with, let's just say, 6 players within 13 points of the lead. Going on to level 11, where we'll have a fake letter. Yeah, there is a delay between entries, so if you look at my score right now, like my word, I have a lock next to me. I can't submit again until the countdown timer reaches the unlock icon there, the padlock icon. So, all 5 of us are currently locked out. There's no point in guessing anything else. Now we're all unlocked and can submit words again. Another perfect. Streamer on top at the moment. Philcan second. Boromir third this round. And overall, Snowy Mole and Fastenberger both had good rounds as well. They're in 5th and 4th, respectively. Ocelotus and Nausis scoring. Rounding out the top 8, we have 12 players who have scored. We continue on. Thrilled is your word. Very nice. Right, plus 2 levels puts us on level 18. It's so hard when it's not your main language now, so it's pretty amazing that you guys do as well as you do. But you are top of the table this time through, with Streamer in second, tops overall. Snowy Mole, Fastenberger, Fluffiest Princess, Pilkin, Dan, and Blautok scoring this round. Still 12 total. We jump on to level 18. Yes, they don't tell you the correct guesses. It's terrible. Caramel. Let's go. Right, it's another solid round. Kill Cannon top the table this time. It takes over the overall lead. Snowy Mole with a strong round into third. Hackmanic, Larksmeister, Fluffiest Princess, Fastenberger, and Boromir are the scorers. Onto a level 21 even. One fake, one hidden. We got it. Honored is your long word. Horned also work. Rondo, rodeo, honor. What do we have left? Aaron, owner, and food. All right. Kill Cannon solidifying the lead at the moment. On a very strong round. Egophobic joins our group to leap all the way into the top 8 with just a single round played. Nasus in 5th. Salmo had a good round. Dreamer's still in 2nd. Snowy Mole still in 3rd. Well, we now have 14 total scoring. Salmo and Ego joining us. Two fake letters, one hidden. Ablation is your word. Ablation are your letters. No G, no Z, guys. That is gonna be us over and done. Over and done, folks. Fluffy's Princess got us Natal right at the end. We reached level 26. There's 2 games worth of words on stream, as promised. We're finishing things out. Kill Cannon outscored me both in this round and overall. Fluffiest Princess strong round to finish 8th overall. Egophobic, just 2 rounds played, jumped all the way to 5th out of 14 players. Nicely done, sir. 2 behind Faustenberger, only 11 behind Snowy Mole. If we'd made it any further, you'd have made it a lot further up the table. But that's it for the words. We are basically 35 minutes out till tourney here. So they just waiting for Nathanius to join us. So he's off in his stream. Well, so his stream should be up. Hopefully you can do as well at Mecha Mini Masters as I can in words. Much better with M&Ms by the pound. Excellent. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. So. That's Kill Cannon. Don't worry about it. It won't be the worst. It won't be the worst. We fell like 20 points short of, no, 80 points short of hitting Pink Paws today. I was so annoyed. I wanted Pink Paws. Really did. We close. Anything else we should think about? Go ahead and collect daily. Step over here. I'm going to review the patch with Nathanius when he comes on. We'll talk about balance adjustments, etc. Maybe we go out and play one more. Dev's made a puppy girl coated skin. Totally. Totally. Pink Hound. And Pink Paws. Alright, we've got a 1650 to a 1 player as our opponent. We were on a 2-game win streak even before I ate. It feels weird. I don't normally get to eat while on a winning streak. Do we want to do anything silly, or do we just play it straight? Probably just play it straight, right? No. Play it bent, Tamarack. Give yourself the chance of playing it straight, but also the chance of going to wild and crazy wasp flanks. That'll work. My opponent took a couple of marksmen, so he's playing from deep, but has the ability to, since we have no chaff. You're going to go to sleep now. Larksmeisters, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Should throw out a couple of things. We've got, if you're excited for Mecha Mini Masters and want to support, we've got the Throne wishlist thing going. I'm sure you've seen that on other streams. I'm really hoping we can get the laptop for Kiddo going. as a group donation sort of thing. That would be awesome. Get Kiddo streaming. And then anything, you know, like if you guys wound up getting me the better mic, we'd hand Kiddo the older mic. What else is there to think about out there? There's also the buy me a coffee, and thinking about doing the premium point thing. Trying to press for the premium points to get a better split out of Amazon. Let's take the Wasp Swarm. We're planning that kind of pushes me into wanting to play the Wasps long term. Which for now probably means I want to take a Fang. Maybe even 2 Fang? Not so much because I really wanted Fangs, as because I want to make sure Fangs aren't part of the drop coming. The opponent goes straight to the fort. Okay. Interesting. Instant fort. Other thing I should point out is, if you are thinking of going to TwitchCon, that is down in San Diego this year. It is near me. I would love to see some of you folks' lovely faces there. There is the Wasp. Do we do it? Commit to it, right? Hold on, we want to sell this one, right? Actually, it might be like this. Put it on the far side. Maybe come around that away. Can have it. Also take the brawler. Let's see what we get. He's got a second fort. He's got some wasps. His wasps do have the same set of techs, so he's at least aware of the swarm. But without range or anything on them, they just get fed to my wasps. He's got nothing. You bet all my hard-earned rocks on you. Don't throw any paper. Got it. Got it, I understand. I understand. We won't throw paper. We will, however, win the left side. Come back around and win the right side. Surely he's going to put AA on the forts and buy one on that side. That's what I would be doing if I were him. We wind up with the ability to shrug off some hits if he takes AA this round. It's such a sad meta to be a fort level. Mass-produced overlords with wasp spawning, I don't have that. He is in extended range sledge for some reason. No, he's gone to taken the underground, took the aerial spec on these guys. So he's kind of in the wrong units and has the fort having a problem. We baited him. He's gone to a Mustang. He does take the AA on the forts, so can conceivably win this overall, but would really require the right side fort having an amazing round. Do kill the left side fort. Yeah, that right side fort should clean up, right? Think the right side fort wins this for him. Yep, there it goes. Does get the job done. Big round win for opponent. That's a big round win for opponent. Yeah, we will throw down a Wraith somewhere to tank, I think. That's interesting for sure. Now, do we want to tank this instantly, or are we taking shield? I mean, it's not like the Wraith doesn't accomplish two things here. So we take you, then you, and you. Never actually tried the swarm into forts before, so we'll see if this is a disastrous choice. It might be. He's got the marksman out there already. The AA upgrade looks like a satellite dish to you? Well, I mean, that would kind of make sense, right? Big radar dish to look at the AA stuff. Or whatever. I just want to put you here. I think I do. Let's see what happens. Not too much left out there. Wraith gets out in front. We do get the tower. We take the take things down over there. That's working. Ish. Problem is this guy. Yeah, true. That's true. War Factory with a beacon might just finish this, right? See, maybe he doesn't cover that. Maybe he does. If he doesn't, it's gonna hurt. New fort out front. He's gone. Oh man, he literally has everything. There's just nothing up the gut, right? Interesting. Oh yeah, those wasps are getting to scary levels now. Level 6 wasp over there. This thing self-heals. Let's just see if we can cause him new problems on this side. Want him to just leave this gap for me. I want him to hyper focus on that, hyper focus on this, and lose. Not even notice that we took the improved War Factory. The idea. I'm not sure we're gonna finish this round. This is about what I was expecting to have survive. But, it's gonna be two... That's real close, I guess. Oh, okay. We'll just finish this round then. If you say so, guess who? Did we have any ground chaff where he burnt? I mean, he dropped the oil deep, and the crawlers had basically run out of there by the time he lit them on fire. By the time he lit it on fire, there was no ground chaff behind the line. You didn't think this would work? Doesn't this board look just completely naked to you? He needed some AA. He needed more AA. It's true. It's true. This guy just desperately needed some more AA. If only he had known. When Athenius is in the middle of a match, we'll grab him in a second here. How do I... Hello, hello. I am doing very well, thank you. Let's make sure you are set up on my side as well. There we go. Check, check.
1 2 1 2 testing.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Joining me in the booth and finishing out his match is Nathanius at the moment. We just finished a wasp shredding of
Nice.
wasp shredding of somebody who had anti-air fort, anti-air Mustang, and anti-air sorry, anti-air marksman. And we basically ran wasps and wraiths.
Nice.
And beat him anyways.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I've you know, I'm doing my thing, which has been I've I think I talked about this with you earlier today, but how I've been playing a bit of Mechabellum is enjoying going for those overlords and those wasps. So I'm very much so in there with you.
I see. It looks great. Looking over your shoulder there.
Yeah, I was just watching. Well, I was because one of the cool things about getting into this game, of course, is that a lot of people that are familiar with me maybe are more into StarCraft or know about that. So, trying to kind of explain concepts and a little bit of how the game works. We were watching Vibe play. He was up against someone going for some crazy Overlord strats. He was swinging side to side, did the whole relocate on the final move, like final round, trying to
Right?
swing it back, and it didn't quite work. What I've learned is that Vibe demonstrated that upgraded and promoted Mustangs can deal pretty well with some overlords from a distance. So I
Mustangs,
may have to reevaluate.
yeah, Mustangs are a hyperscaling unit. If you can deny them levels and keep them down at level 1, level 2, you can basically ignore them. They become pretty useless. Throw some crawlers in their face and they're done. But by the time you've got level 4, 5, and 6 Mustangs on the board, it's too late to do much of anything.
Yeah, that's kind of how it seemed. What I'm facing now is if as you can see, oh there we go. I get the bonus overlord. Is yeah, he went into the phantom rays to smush my wasps right as I was getting into my overlord, and I'm in that situation now where I guess I have to make the choice if I want to commit to air blindly. I don't know that there's a lot of great options for me in this spot anymore, right? I kind of got to think of something else here.
What text do we have on wasps?
I think we just have. I got the shield upgrades. I had the. I picked up on one of the earlier turns the
Hmm.
advanced shield device,
Hmm.
so I was trying to lean into that a little bit.
Um, I would suggest we get a crawler on the line ahead of all of this junk.
That's probably a good move. I think that's reasonable.
Yep, just kind of goes right out in front of that saber on the right side. Yep,
Yeah,
right up there. Idea there is we're going to eat any sentry missiles that opponent is throwing at that pack of wasps. We want the
good
crawlers
point.
yoinking it. Um, and then do our we
I appreciate my illegal coaching, by the way. That is really
no
nice.
worries. I
What I'd
might
like to do is just slam down more overlords.
I'm down for that. The overlords are a big carry long term, so the bigger you can get into them, the better. Other possibility was if we're doing that overlord drop. Well, if you tech an overlord this turn, that tech would also be on the newly summoned overlord. Um,
Yeah, that's what when I started playing and figuring out how the units interact with each other, I really liked that the Overlord had the ability to spawn wasps. So it felt
mm-hmm.
like if I went for wasps and had an early upgrade on them, like eventually there would be some synergy for making a move into the Overlords. But like that's I guess that's a part of the fun part of learning the game is figuring out like how do I do that while dealing with all the ways that a person will respond to the wasps on their own, right? Or how they would respond to the Overlords on their own.
Right.
I'm getting smashed in that air game though. Those Phantom Rays obliterate me. I'm cooked. I think that's it.
Yeah,
GG.
that is probably it. It was
Yeah.
a tough one. I'm gonna try
I've
to.
learned. I won the game before, so it's a little back and forth.
It's definitely back and forth. I keep a bit of a log going. Do you want to do shared chat at all? Um,
I haven't done that before, but I
oh
am
really?
totally
Oh
down.
no,
I am
they're
totally down.
great. I think, and kind of gets the two communities bumping into each other a little bit more. As that people start to recognize each other is helpful as well. Um, so here's the here's the thing for that. Like I think there should be a knock on one of us somewhere. Where is
Me,
that? Knock to feel like a knock to collaborate. If you clicked over to my stream, maybe you
let me
get a.
see. I was gonna pull up in my stream manager as well
Okay, yeah, yeah.
in case that did it. Let me see.
Stream together. There
Okay,
we
I had
go.
to set it.
Yep.
Haven't. I was like, I haven't actually used this before, so I just didn't know where the button was for it. I
Right.
appreciate
All right. Sending you a
just
invite. I hope.
years of StarCraft and just being, being on your own, being up on the mountain. Uh,
Right, all by yourself. Yep, yep.
exactly.
Um, should have sent you an invite.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna refresh it.
Hello, Den Den Dens. Welcome in. Mecha Mini Masters is a tournament starting in about 7 minutes, and you're. I think if you are here for either Nathanius or myself, you're really going to enjoy it. It is kind of I describe it as the high-end amateur Mechabellum. It is the folks who are not qualifying for Mag 1 yet, but have a real shot at becoming good enough to qualify for Mag 1. And one of the conceits of the tournament is it's only open to amateurs. So if you've been playing Mechabellum professionally anywhere, you're not eligible. It's invite only. And the first and second place finishers are no longer eligible to enter it because they accept the prize money and promote on into professional.
It's just awesome, right? So we talk about like the what's at stake here, what the scope is.
Mm-hmm.
People that are kind of proving themselves in the arena, right?
Yeah,
More or less.
exactly.
I just saw the invite, by the way. I clicked accept. I hope that works. works.
Should work.
A little Thunderdome action.
We get ourselves in. I can join the stream. There we go. And then I think we need to.
Something broke. You can just blame it on me. It's okay.
It's fine. Do we have shared chat at this point? The host can enable it. It looks like you are hosting.
Okay. Okay. That means we're close. That means we're almost there. Let me see.
Whoops!
Saw
Stream
the
together
I
just
s-
ended.
okay. I saw the request. I hit accept and it said it like made some sort of animation and then nothing happened. I was like,
Yeah, it popped
okay.
you into a separate thing. Why don't you invite me or come to my stream and do the little knock, ask to join the
All
stream.
right.
It'll be right next to the username there. Um,
Got you. What's the most legit way to play like a overlord focused strategy then? How do I ignore the rules of how I'm supposed to play the game and do that?
uh, Bait opponent into things that are good at Overlord. That Overlord is good at.
That makes sense. That makes you
So
kind of like you
round
would want your opener to like kind of be misleading almost in a way.
exactly rounds 1, 2, and 3. You're trying to get him into stuff that does not prompt marksman, does not prompt mustangs, doesn't prompt a farseer, and does get you a um, yeah. There is a fair amount of just play the way that Woot does, but he's got a unique style, and I think Nathanius could really develop his own style rather than copying Woot's. He's definitely got the intelligence too, right? And the strategy background. Yeah,
That
don't
was
the
all I really did in StarCraft was do a bizarre strategy like top 200 level more or less. That's
hmm
that's kind of that's where I got my fun.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you get to a point at the top end of the game that you kind of mix and match and pick your own thing. What is going on? Why am I not seeing
I tried
a
to
knock
add you.
from you?
I clicked on the knock. It said it created it, and then I went into it and it just said to invite from here, and I tried that as well. I've heard
How
I've
it
heard that
There we go. Accepted. It was in a weird little
can
corner
you do
for
it?
me.
Fantastic.
And then shared chat. On? Click click. No? Am I hosting or are you hosting? Who's the host here?
I have definitely okay. Like in for a
Oh,
second, my brain is in so many different places because I'm like the games are soon, and
yeah, they were in a moment,
my brain
right?
my brain is so like, oh, hosting the game.
No, we have back end moderator folks that are going to be setting up the games and getting the invites to us. So you should have,
I
if
love
you
the
have your,
admins.
they do a lot of work behind the scene. Clint Leetwood has done a lot of work to set this up.
Yeah, I've been talking to him.
Yeah,
He helped make sure everything was squared away for me here. He came in as soon as I started. Saw the first game that I got smushed
no,
by
no.
the Farseers. So
Where is
yeah, it's
like I'm clicking on the shared chat, but it's just giving me like an info button.
yeah, it says that we're in the thing together on
Yeah, we're in.
my side, and I see the okay. I see the button that says start sharing chat. Let me
All
try
right,
that.
there we
Let's
go.
see. I
Shared
think I did
chat
it.
started. Let's go.
Do it. Did I
That
just
should
have to
do
flip
it.
the breaker?
Yep, just flip the button, and now your chat should see my chatters. My chatters should see your chatters, and you'll have a little icon next to your name that indicates which channel you're in or which channel you're chatting from. So there you go.
Technology,
Technology.
technology. Can you believe it?
Yep. So I'll throw out. Somebody was asking, what's the bracket? How do we join? So here is the bracket. Let's make sure that shows up for you. There you
Oh,
go.
that is incredible! Wow, so you just post that and that pops up in both. That's incredible. I love it.
That was what I was hoping for. Make this work.
It's my first time doing a shared chat, so I just like to thank you for being here to break history with me.
Oh, excellent! I get to be the very first. I love it. um, and I want to say just huge thank you to you for making the time to join the community and to to cast this with me. I'm super excited. I know a lot of folks know your name and are pumped to have you here. We should
Yeah.
have the invite.
All right. Oh yes, yes. I see. I should have. How do I accept? I'm learning. I am
Hmm.
learning.
And
Okay.
if you like, I find Mecha and Twitch streaming go beautifully together in that you can run an ad break now or at shortly into the we're going to get a 90-second countdown when they start the match right now.
That makes
So
sense.
you click the 90-second ad button off your quick actions, and your viewers aren't going to miss a single element of the game. You know, they should be back.
When you told me you were gonna help me break down the strategies of
Uh
Mechabellum, I
huh.
didn't realize you meant all encompassing. I
Oh yeah, no,
appreciate
I I actually do coaching. So if you want to do some off-stream
that.
coaching, we can do that. Um,
Oh, that's fantastic. I love how many quality of life features for competition and stuff are already in this game. I mean, obviously replays are really nice, but I was messing around earlier with the um the takeover replay thing
hmm
that you were telling me about, and it's just so cool that there are so many ways that you can just break down your own gameplay. And just if you want to try a couple of different things, you can. If you want to take it super seriously, you can. But if you want to just say like, hey, what if I did this? Like, I really love that there's just so many different ways that if you want to learn how to play, if you want to get into it, like you have a ton of tools to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to shout out a couple of things over the course of the cast, but definitely agree there. There's a bunch of stuff and a lot of different. You said you were using some of Rooster's vids. He's done a lot of work. He's been one of the official voices of Mecha in um, in some of the things that the production team have done. He's been casting Mag 1 for a couple of seasons now. I had the privilege of casting the very first season, but it's at about 6 in the morning for me, so I was like, no, I just
Oh,
can't do that, bro. I
that's
just can't make it happen on the regular. Um,
Yeah, I totally get that. I was gonna say for online casts, a lot of the StarCraft stuff that I had been doing over the last few years was usually pretty early, like in that 4 to 5 a.m. Start time out Pacific
hmm
time. So coming in, it's like, oh, Friday night, just just get a good couple of matches, little group stage action. Like this is nice. This is the place to be.
should be good. And we are set for the first. These are best of 3 matches. If you guys, anybody wanted to click through the bracket there, there's a link in chat. And we are showing Raging Jim G versus Egophobic. Raging Jim G is a fellow streamer on Mecha or on Twitch even. And Egophobic is a regular chatter and very, very good at words on stream. He said hopes he's as good at Mechabellum Mini Masters tonight as he is at words on stream.
Words on. I'm not. I don't know if I'm familiar with that title, but I'm
Oh,
excited to see him break it down. I think he was supposed. Was he the one that called out the Dark Templar earlier? So he's already
mm-hmm.
hit me with the StarCraft reference today. So I don't know if he's trying to get on my good side, but if he is, he's succeeding.
Well, welcome to round 1. We've got Egophobic near side, a speed specialist, starting with steel balls and fangs. That'll usually be an aggressive deployment. You can see he's already moving up onto the right-hand side to set up an aggro attack. Rage and Jim G is streaming. I hope he's on a delay. He's supposed to be on a delay. May have forgotten to do. But trying to keep the integrity of the game by having any viewer on that 90-second delay. He's running a fortified specialist, which is plus 17% hit points. Doesn't sound like a ton, but it changes so many breakpoints in the course of the game that it can be really huge, making your crawlers much more likely to survive opponents' chaff clear, making it those steel balls are going to take a lot longer to do their ramp up damage and chew through the sledges. Yeah, it should be strong for him. I like it. I like fortified. I think a lot of the highest players undervalue it a bit. But speed specialist, if you looked back over my last 4 seasons, speed specialist is my favorite specialist every season. Nathanius, you want to take it away?
Yeah, it feels like it's hard not to gravitate towards wanting to have that speed, right? Being able to get up in their face. We kind of see the steel balls come up front. They do their thing, taking up the chaff right up the front, the fangs in the back here. Going for the hounds to mix in on the side for you, Maniac as his anti-chaff. Still has quite a bit of the fangs standing behind on the right side, but looks like the flaps coming in with the sledgehammers going to be enough to overwhelm him. So I'm getting a pretty strong start on the red side here for Raging. Just quick. I would. How do we feel about the first choices of the additional units? I guess starting between the fangs and the steel balls, we go into the voids and of course the hounds.
Well, I love Hound paired with Steel Ball because once you give it Mech Rage, it's going to keep up with it for pace. There's no other real chaff clear option that keeps up with a Steel Ball unless you're using Mustangs. The Void Eyes were key for Egophobic, but they're not or for Raging on that last turn. They were what kind of tanked and took care of these Steel Balls, but they're not great long term, and they don't tend to be a long term scaling carry. They were a temporary, don't get tempoed out too early. Now you get a really interesting decision in terms of this reinforcement. Both players took the Marksman for some single target. That's a much better single target killer, if you will, sniper for Raging than the Void Eyes are. And you can see they've got way more range, so he's put them a bit further back. That everything should be engaging at about the same time for Raging as opponent pushes into him. Ego took a look at what Raging's formation is, decides to widen the front line. 3 more hounds, those will be the backbone of his chaff clear. And you're going to want 5 to 7 of whatever your key chaff clear unit is, whether your chaff clear is hounds or arc lights, or even up into Wraith or Tarantula. You're going to want 5 or more of them. So he's kind of extended things. What did Raging do? He protected that far side tower, so both players aware of that weak side, protecting it, and now they're going to be contesting it.
Yeah, he just splits off mostly hounds on the left side and everything else engaging on the right, kind of bringing in the steel balls, getting a little bit further up front. Those marksmen taking out those middle-sized individual units really kind of opens up for him. So we're seeing him make a bit more progress than he did before, but looks like Raging has cleared that left side, so power timing will come into it a little bit. But with the marksman taking out the Void Eyes from a distance, I don't know exactly here how this one ends up. I feel like with the range, he's going to be the round turning now for Ego.
Yeah, this looks like Ego has stabilized to me. It's not going to be decisive either way, right? There's hit point
a little
damage.
Tower debuff, right?
Yeah, hit point damage to the bar is based on the level 1 purchase price of the unit. So one surviving marksman, a level 1 marksman costs you 100 to put on the board. If that survives, you do 100 hit points of damage to your opponent. And, for Sledgehammer, let's say you had level 4 sledges, that whole pack at level 1 would have cost 200. There's 5 sledges in the pack, so 200 divided by 5 is 40. Each sledge that survives does 40 hit points to the opponent if they survive the round. And, does not matter that they were level 4 for the hit point damage to the bar. So one mistake.
Good to know.
Yeah, one mistake that I was making on my climb up the ladder was early on was over leveling things and not valuing getting the full number of deploys out. I was like, well, I can double the strength of my sledgehammer by taking it from level 1 to level 2, but it doesn't accelerate the end of the game, right? Buying a second sledge would also have doubled my strength on the board, but if I win, it accelerates the end of the game.
It's like if the upgrade is the difference between having units left over or not, like winning the round, then obviously it's there. But if you're only winning by such a small margin because of it, then you don't really get the full benefit of having more stuff winning that way, right? Because
Right.
that cost of those units gets put towards it. So the decision making and balancing there is another thing that I think really makes Spec Development an interesting game. And I think coming down at the he's got another mine set up there on the right side. And he starts to deploy and coming through that left side, he's actually got quite a bit of crawlers coming in behind the hounds there, so getting a little bit more potential to try and overwhelm this as Void's going to take out the rest of the steel balls on the right. And sledgehammers are breaking through a little bit more effectively here for Raging. The Void Eyes behind them are still in play. Hounds in the middle holding it back, but it looks like things are going to start to turn a little bit more towards Raging's favor, at least on that right side. Left, the Hounds are clearing through. There's mostly just chaff from those fangs, so might be able to pick out some of that. But this is a nice swing here. Raging quite a bit more left over this time.
Yeah, Raging wins the headbutt pretty strong on that, on the right side, as we're looking from Egophobic's perspective. One element there, Ego ranged the Hounds, but took the range attack on the Hounds. So they were engaging a little bit earlier, but that actually meant that they got locked onto the sledges and didn't pick up some of the crawlers that were punching through. So I think he kind of hurt himself on the right-hand side with the range. But long-term, range on your chaff clear is almost always going to be valuable. It's just not the most valuable thing to take in a headbutt. You might have been better served to take Mechanical Rage to try and clear the chaff quicker by having the improved rate of fire. And we've got Lightning Storm. That'll take care of a lot of chaff as well.
Let me know if this is a little better. I'm just tweaking. If I haven't been on a call doing a cast like this with someone. A lot of what I've been doing has been like solo type stuff. So I really love it. Appreciate being here. Thanks for helping me figure this out. I'll get it tightened up as much as I can.
That sounds much better to me, at least. Audience will have to let us know after the round narration goes through.
I'm so used to shouting. I have to loosen my compressor a little bit. I usually have it on very aggressively.
I actually have you on an expander right now. So
when I get cannon rushed by a Protoss player and I have to rage, it's important to cover it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He's got the Lightning Storm coming in. That's a fun one.
Yep, shield up for Raging. That's a good call. One of the mantras at the highest level is when you see a spell, play around the spell. He has done that, but the big ad for Ego is on the left side. Do you see that Scorpion? That is just going to have a field day against those poor sledges. No chaff in front of them. 2 shots, the entire pack is gone. Storm doing its work on the right-hand side. Oh, things were looking good for Raging. They do not look so good this round. Oof!
The Hounds are howling this round. Complete swing. Like it's been, the margin of victory seemed kind of close right earlier on. Obviously, there's less stuff, but you get these big swings. Raging takes a nice chunk, and then right back on the other side, Egophobic going through it, and got quite a bit of those Hounds stacked up. I want to ask, is they're getting their next reinforcement here? There was a recent update to Mechabellum. Is this potentially something that we're seeing kind of come in the decision making today, or are we kind of, is it still being felt out?
Yeah, we should probably talk through what that update was. There was a balance update this week that I'm actually pretty proud of. I had some hand in it. I'm on the QA and balance team, community team, as kind of grandfathered into that through the curator program, which was the kind of YouTuber and YouTube and Twitch content creator program that they had going with Paradox, and made a really compelling argument for a change that needed to be made to both Farseers and to War Factories. Both those changes got made this week, so I'm like pumped. I'm like, yeah, Amarok game dev, let's go. And for your audience who may not know this, I am a retired game dev.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, being able, you kind of have the inside, right, the technical kind of understanding of what the process is like, and as a person that ends up speaking on behalf of the game or talking about the game, you can kind of communicate things from a pretty reasonable perspective, having that understanding. And you see here that's the buff up, right, going for the demolition cover.
Yeah, big golden buff. But Raging guessed correctly. He took the debuff and put it on the opposite side. So the golden debuff there, the photon coating, would have protected against the EMP. Raging dropped the EMP on the left side. Egophobic put the photon coating on the right side. So 50-50.
He was like, if this happens, I'll be ready for it. And if it goes the other way, it'll kind of feel like a waste, but at the same time, still kind of called it. Does have the Scorpion on either side now, but the one on the left doesn't get picked off. And speed things up. And it looks like Egomaniac taking it. The margin gets a little bit thinner. Not quite as many units, right? But
Yep, barely.
getting close.
But Egophobic's going to be at 3910, Raging at 3150 as we go to round 6, a unit reinforcement round. You've got big, beefy level 5 Saber. Neither player has a ton of single target kill damage, and that would last a long time, especially for Ego. Egophobic can kind of whittle down that Sabertooth with the Scorpions, but I don't think Raging has anything either on offer or on his board that would bring that Saber down. So that was what I'd like to see Ego take. The level 5 Wraith, or the level 3 Wraith, even for Raging, would be really strong because Ego only has those couple of marksmen. So that would be the direction I would like to go. If I were either of them, the third possibility would be taking the free Typhoon and just selling it. Boom, 3 plus 600 cash. It's always good for your economy if you're going to pivot into something else. Raging is not listening to me. He's got his own agenda.
So, Phantom Ray, how does that fit into what he's been doing then so far, as far as this setup is concerned?
I didn't think that it did, so which is why I didn't recommend it. But you can see what he's done with it. He's bringing it in on that flank on Egophobic's back right. There's no anti-air in that back corner. Nobody's going to turn and pay any attention to those units, and he's using a mobile beacon to put it straight in on the tower. Looks like he sold the other one, so this is really a temporary, I just want to get your tower this one round. Call it an air cheese, but it's not really cheese. What's going on here is Egophobic has taken a cheesy approach of putting his entire army on the front line and neglecting the other routes that you could take to get to his towers. And if your followers don't know, of course, taking a tower is a huge thing in Mecha. It's the strategic objective. You take that tower, there's a 9-second debuff on Egophobic's units right now. And while they're paralyzed, their movement rate is reduced by 80%, their ATK is reduced by 90%, and they take an additional 50% damage when attacked. The only thing that is invulnerable from that extra damage taken is the shield devices.
Yeah, so it's brutal, and I went over this a little bit earlier, but when I was playing a game, and that's one of the fun things that you can do is being able to spawn in on the sides, and it does take a little bit more time for that initial deployment on it. But the advantage, like you said, if everything is up towards the front and you can get the tower behind, you can give yourself that temporary advantage. Even though those units that go for the tower aren't with your army, it can still give you more value than just being with your actual forces. So
Right.
it's very cool to see. And someone asking in chat about how to follow the score, who's ahead. Those points that we're talking about, the value of those units that are left over when you win the round, they get taken out of that number in the top left or top right of the screen. So it's I don't know if this is a thing, but when I see it the first time I watched how it went, it feels like Yu-Gi-Oh life points almost.
Yes. You're losing your life points. Raging is at 3150. Egophobic is at 2860. Last round went heavily Raging's direction, in part because of that flank that took the tower. Now, he's done a really sneaky or mean play here, which I kind of love. So he took the deployment module, which is an item that you can place onto a unit, placed it onto that Phantom Ray that was attacking Ego's right side defensive tower, moved the thing over to the left side and put a crawler in front of it, and has the same mobile beacon, but he's hitting the left side tower. So anything Egophobic did to answer that Phantom Ray would be on the bottom right corner. As you can see, it's just a little sentry missile there, but it's aimed at nothing. There's nothing in that flank. And Raging's attack is going to show up, flank attack is going to show up from the back left, where there is no defense. Ego ran out of time. Does the helipad deploy? Oh no. Disaster for Egophobic. He's got two level 2 Mustangs stuck on the helipad. Ran himself out of time.
Yeah, that's I don't know what the silver lining there is. Of course, you're talking about those reinforcements on the left for the flank, so going to be coming in on the tower while the push is being made. But this is a huge force approaching now here. The Farseer in the back trying to get a little bit done. The Stormcallers with that range, but tower gets taken. Not
one tower, two towers, and Ego's army is just stuck in that oil. Can't get out of it. and during the debuffs, just destroyed 18 seconds of debuff on that flank from Ragin. So I think if you were to take the two armies,
Both towers there.
if you were going to take these two armies and stack them against each other, I think Egophobic's ahead in terms of what he has on the board. But Ragin has just taken 2 huge rounds, dropped him from 3,700 down to 1,900. Ragin's at 3,150. So you're at the point where you're in danger of a sudden knockout round. What are you going to do to defend against that if you're Ego? How do you turn the tables, get back on the aggressive seat here? And what are you doing to stop those essentially jump drive Phantom Rays? Phantom Rays don't even have jump drive on the tech bar, but with the device, they can do.
It's such a cool mechanic. It's such a cool mechanic. Like all the units that you place there. Okay, there's the War Factory, but all the units that you place, you have to make this decision of like this is where it's going to be appearing forever, unless it's a unit with that jump drive, or if you have something that you can put on it, like that haste module. So the deployment module rather. So like if you don't have that, then you really have to be thinking long term about where you're placing your forces. So being able to use that not just on a regular unit, but like as the flanking unit when you have to preset defense inside your base, like that's just frustrating to deal with.
And special move here, Ragin is using a really cool piece. By redeploying it on the flank, that unit does not pay the flank summoning price, that 5 or 10 second debuff, where it's not even part of the board until it's fully summoned in. When you redeploy something within the same flank, it doesn't have to pay that price again. Other thing that's going on here is both players are using a mobile beacon, which I don't know if you've explained to your audience the way that this works. We use the term auto battler. Once the round starts, neither player is able to click or control anything on the board, right? You can't tell your unit to target anything. There's no micro at all. Pretty much the only things you can do to control your units are where do you place them so that they get aggroed or kited by other units, by your opponent's units, because they will move towards the closest unit on the board. And what Ego did there was take this huge War Factory, 290,000 hit points, gave it 2 techs, range and launcher overload, so it is firing. All 4 guns can fire every 0.9 seconds, and he used a mobile beacon to just send it straight in at Ragin's tower. Now he's got the redeploy, so we talked about the redeployment on that, the ability to redeploy the one specific Phantom Ray over there on the flank. Now Ego's got the redeploy ability and can redeploy this War Factory to wherever he wants it. Every round, that War Factory is going to be wherever the heck Ego feels like putting it.
He's got that big boy option on the table now, and I guess like that's the thing too is you see something like this come up, and as Ragin, you're in a situation where like things were kind of going okay. You felt like the momentum was building for him. This comes out, he's able to make a good play, get things a little bit closer to even. Is there a clear cut answer to this? How does he reshape to deal with this?
Well, you can see what he's doing. He's taken the burst mode on the Farseer. He's counting on the Farseers being able to do enough damage to bring the War Factory down. Usually, people would try to do something like a get acid on the ground to ensure that the War Factory is taking extra damage. Get a flying unit like the Abyss. So maybe what we haven't talked about for the overall is kind of the difference in units. Obviously, you've got very small units like a Crawler, 318 hit points apiece. And then, we call them medium-sized units. Then you get these like 300 cost units. Then you've got giants that cost 400 or 500, like your beloved Overlord. And these are the 2 titans. There are 3 titans, but these are the 2 very dominant titans in the game right now. The War Factory and the Abyss are the 2 finishers that most of the top-end players are trying to build towards. And Ego brings out the War Factory on round 8. Ragin answers with an Abyss because, hey, your War Factory can't shoot up, buddy.
If we're playing with giant ships, might as well take the one that has that kind of advantage built into it. He's got the swarm missiles, just absolutely beautiful cascade across the streets, pushing into the army. Does get to that tower, but it's kind of like you were saying. Now the problem is, what shoots up? What can actually kill this? The answer is nothing. So there he is.
This thing just
beautiful.
Parked on the helipad, getting destroyed.
That is an impressive unit right there. That's
That is a
Wow.
great answer, and it has just
I
leveled
love
up. It'll
that.
be level 3 next round. Ego takes the Sabertooth here. He presumably sold it. Level 7 Saber was not going to help him with this board. Mountain that Ragin is considering at the moment is the other Titan, but it is currently pretty weak. It's a newer unit. It's not great, and the balance isn't. They tend to introduce. They've made some mistakes and introduced units at the OP level in the past, so they've been very, very good about introducing things that are a little bit underpowered. And Mountain
It's
is
like
still a little underpowered right now.
got to make that call between if the unit is good enough that everybody wants to build it, and then it kind of can become an issue, right? Or
Yeah,
if you try to balance it too much, and then you drop in, people are like, well, why would I build this if it's doesn't stand out in any kind of way? So that makes a lot of sense. I think that's the cool thing about a game like this when you have so many different builds and stuff to choose from, is that you fingers crossed hope that what is there is enough to figure out a solution to anything like that too. Yeah, you have a lot of options.
right. Second Abyss for Ragin, but I think the killer is going to be this flank level 4 Rhino, which has got power armor, so it can't be slowed down by any kind of sentry missile or oil or anything like that. And a mobile beacon sending that thing straight at that relatively unprotected tower again. Now, Ego has leveled up that tower. It's a level 2 tower this time. So it's got 23,000 hit points instead of 30,400. And that debuff that we talked about being 9 seconds if that tower goes down, this time around would only be 7 seconds. You can take it all the way up to level 5, where the debuff lasts 1 second, and it's got 250,000 hit points. It literally has like a Titan's worth of hit points. For very little gain, you get 1 second of debuff out of it. But at that point, you've invested essentially as much in a tower as you would in a Titan, and it doesn't shoot back. It just sits there. So generally a bad idea. Oh no, Ragin has missed the tower with his mobile beacon.
He just went around. I mean, it looked like he was going there, but he's on a longer walk.
So the way that a mobile beacon works is the specific spot within the circle matches the exact spot at the end of the mobile beacon, and also at the dog leg. So that Rhino was in the bottom left corner of the mobile beacon when it started, so it went to the bottom left corner of where he put the middle of the dog leg. That bottom left corner was just below the tower, so the tower wasn't in the way, and then he went perfectly horizontal across, so that Rhino was trying to go perfectly horizontal across. It never encountered the tower, never came within melee range of the tower, so it just sauntered on by.
Sour boot that one. Unfortunate. I mean, this game has been so close, and it felt like Ragin was taking the reins earlier on. Egophobic gets himself up into a bit of a lead, and it's and this one has been very interesting. I love this Abyss play. I haven't really seen too many of these, and what I've kind of played so far, and it feels like this is something that is yeah, this is definitely interesting. This one didn't show up in my studies too much.
Right. 1450 left for Ego, 1140 left for Ragin. Game 1 of Mecha Mini Masters. This could be the decisive round. We're in round 11, and here you go. You've got all 3 Titans on the board. Ragin adds the Mountain. 2 techs on it. He's given it Saturation Bombardment, which is basically double the DPS from this unit. He's elite recruited it at level 2, and he's given it range, so 140 meters out, it'll outrange those war factories. Should actually have the DPS to bring them down. If it can get the locks, this is really going to come down to who wins the chaff and gets locked onto whose units first. And of course, Ego has this big photon coating. That will...
Yeah, he's been going with that covering, right, to protect against any of the potential devos that can come through. The Rhino gets cleared in the backside. That Mountain, we're talking about hit points, 400,000, standing strong, taking absolute beating, while the Abyss rank 3 continues to push forward. He's got about half health on both of these. That War Factory on the right still looking very strong. He's going to clear out. There's the tower, so taking that turn with the War Factory into the Mountain with that debuff, that is going to be nasty.
Ouch,
nasty
it brings it down.
There it is. He's got the Abyss coming up, trying to clutch this out at the end. Is able to pick off the War Factory, so able to take the round, but I won't. That one seemed like it could have gotten out of hand there pretty
That
quickly
was
once he had the
really
tower.
close. And Ego's staying alive. He's got 407 hit points left. You've got
That's it.
1140 for Raging. We go to round 12. Orbital Bombardment, the big spell for Ego. Orbital Javelin, the big spell for Raging. So Ego is going to drop a random bombardment of missiles all over that area. Raging is going to drop a 70,000 hit point tungsten rod on a
Oh,
narrow location of his choosing, taking out whatever unit is under 70,000 hit points. That'll be a Scorpion and a level 3 Farseer over there. Might also pick up the level 3 Marksman.
I had no idea tungsten penetrated energy shields.
It,
That's I feel like that's just good life
good
advice to
life
know in
knowledge,
general.
yeah. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Getting the good lore drops here. And so, as far as the abilities go, we still see the the Rhino is going to continue to make its flank plays happen. Is there a big supplement to add into here since it really still feels like the Abyss is what's been cleaning those rounds up for Raging?
That is what I'm seeing here is I don't feel like Ego has put down a great answer to the Abyss. For me, it would be a flying, an air unit like a Phoenix would do great damage against it. But this thing's now up to 390,000 hit points.
I was just
Flying
bouncing
things,
over that.
flying things are not supposed to have that many hit points, man. And it can destroy a melting point. So really, the only answer here would be a giant, a melting point that has a lock and heals, and can heal through these missiles that the Titan is throwing all over the board.
This is it's beautiful when you get to these big late game fights. Mountains trying their best, holding on in the back. He hasn't quite had that same push in where he was able to rotate on since he does have the second mountain on the right side. So
Right.
he's bolstered things up significantly. I feel like that kind of bodes poorly if the Abyss was winning the fight kind of closely towards the end. The fact that Raging's able to hold on this much for the push coming in, and now be able to get this other tower right before this fight happens. He still has that mountain over half health. So
Yup.
looking good.
That is game one to Raging Jim G. Congratulations. What a fight. If that was one of your players, one of your chatters' first introduction to Mechabellum, what an epic way to say hello.
That was close. That was very close. I was gonna say anyone who tuned in before this match watched me lose like 3,000 to nothing against that last guy. So I gave the wrong impression of what happens or what it can look like. That was a spicy first map.
Indeed. And this is a best of three series. So these two are going to go right back at it again with a Raging up 1-0. Anything you wanted to ask about mechanics wise or things that you observed in this match that you want to bring up to the audience?
I feel like I've got the whiteboard with all the equations on it in
Uh,
front of me.
yeah, you too. Whoa,
When I
whoa.
watch people play these games, well, like it's so fun. Like I'm such a nerd with this stuff. I love getting so particular with like specific upgrades and like these
Right.
kinds of edge case scenarios. Like it's what I love about strategy games. Like there's always stuff that's meta. There's always stuff that is going to be popular or that people will gravitate to because they want to win or they want to try and learn by copying the best. That's always something that makes sense. But it's so cool to see like that they can both take such different choices to try to get to the same place, of course. But like the way that they go up against each other, I love seeing Raging go for that the Abyss. It's not something that I've seen too much of. And multiple war factories getting up to that point was just crazy too. I'm just processing it. I might have to think of a question when we get into the next map, but that was sick. I was gonna say they're not all. Is it always like that? Is it always that good
Oh,
every single game?
it
Because
is
damn,
not.
that was
that is the game at the high level, right? But they will sometimes they will just snowball out of hand and be done in 6 rounds. But there's a certain beauty to that as well in how somebody manipulated the game
oh
to
yeah.
create that quick knockout, right? Like I'm usually the most proud of the those quick closeouts because it's like, oh yeah, I managed to just have every single step correct along the way. Is really really challenging.
I especially for anybody like that you get into trying the game for the first time and you think like, okay, well you start with some sort of even array of units and you say, oh, I'm going to put stuff on this side or put stuff on that side, but realizing like, well, overloading aside makes a lot of sense just from the get go. The momentum of getting one tower into the debuff, and depending on like where that next fight happens, it can be big. So there's so many different types of choices to make too about where you want to apply the pressure, and a particular like the redeployment modules, like everything with that is I just love it. I
Yeah.
love having the option to just kind of pull people apart like that by being able to reposition. But I assume too it's one of those things that you want to do in moderation, like anything.
Right. Red Scarab says Triple Titan and the War Factory lost at the end. Balance restored to the world, at least a little. And that is exactly right. The War Factory was dominant last week, and this week it's literally last night between midnight and noon. Well, between midnight and 2 a.m. Last night Pacific time, the War Factory got a nerf. Got 2 nerfs in particular, and brought back to parity with the other Titans, which is exactly where it should be. The War Factory and the Burst Farseer lost, although there were Burst Farseers on both players. So
on the last patch, maybe the War Factory steamrolls a little bit more, but we kind of saw. I mean, we could see it too. That round before, when it was just when you just had the one mountain in the middle, like that wasn't quite enough to stop that tide from rolling forward.
Right.
But like once he had that side locked down and threw the second one in, and he couldn't collapse right and form that wave on the side, like that second mountain just absolutely sealed it. So that was just awesome to see. And I know that the anti debuff, like that golden glow,
right.
I know that it's for certain effects. Like is it just the EMP? Or is it?
It covers a list,
a few different things, right?
Yeah. So acid, ignite, both EMP, and degeneration beam. The degen beam. So those are the ones that it protects against.
Right on. And if I'm given a little echo, I can try to tone it
No,
down.
no, I had 2 sources of you, I think, accidentally.
Okay.
So that was only an issue on my stream. Welcome back to the Mecha Mini Masters. To those of you that saw ads between matches, we're in Game 2. Rage and Jim G won the first one in a 12-round epic. Egophobic came out aggressive. Ragin managed to buy some time with a couple of clever flanks in the middle. Ego tried to pivot to a War Factory finish. Ragin answered it with both the Abyss and the Mountain to hold off the War Factory and whittle Ego down in 12 rounds. We'll see where these players go with this in second match. Very different start for both of them. They're both starting with the Tarantula. But hey, last game, they both started aggro on this right side. Ego comes out aggro on this right side. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we get into the situation where they both have the Tarantula. So as far as the heavy units concerned, fairly standard. But the Void Eye compared to the Fang, like the Fang is, as far as chaff goes, it's got a little bit of that range to it, right? It's kind of your all arounder in a sense, but
Right.
maybe not necessarily with the same speed as some of the other chaff. And then the Void Eyes are kind of curious because they're not necessarily going to do much against the chaff, but if they get a couple of open shots on the individual units, they can really burst them down. So that's I guess something to keep an eye out for coming into this. But it's I don't know. I feel like every time I do the like a tarantula opener, when I see this, I'm always up against someone's got the not the sledgehammer, the
Saber.
bigger tank,
Yes.
the saber, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's that's something I'm still figuring out.
It is definitely a rock, scissors, paper, and Saber beats Tarantula hard. But,
I learned that lesson today.
But if you can throw down enough chaff that the Saber never gets a lock on the Tarantula, then the Tarantula can do pretty good wonders. But what I've gotten to is recognizing that if I'm in that matchup, I just need to sell out of the Tarantulas and do something different.
That does make a lot of sense. He crashes onto that right side tower, is able to get the first Tarantula 1v1, so to speak. He had all the Void Eyes right behind his Tarantula, so kind of making he's keeping these units, even if he doesn't necessarily have a chaff clear. He's got them all lined up behind it. So for that, other Tarantula comes back while he manages to take the second tower, and it looks like that collapse is going to be able to give him the first round. So Egophobic coming out swinging to start this one.
We get that deployment module again. We saw that used to great effect last game. If you noticed, the deployment module showed up early in the game. The redeployment came a little bit later. The color of the cards, the color of the reinforcement cards, indicates a level of the card. These grays are level 0, the blues are level 1, yellow I think is level 2, and the reds are level 3. So it can kind of give you a hint of what the value of the card is, and also the rarity or when that's gonna show up.
It's
So
one of the other parts about like this from a strategical depth level, just having it's not even just the fact that it's choices, right? But like you said, depending on the rank of the card, there's also a cost associated with it. So
hmm
even if one might seem better than another, maybe your strategy, you're gonna want those supplies to get your next tech or your next unit, your deployment out. So that choice is not always as easy as just take the best card either.
yeah, absolutely, and quote the best card is going to depend
Yeah,
a
that's a
lot
good
on the
point too.
board.
Yeah.
um,
If only it was as simple as the best card.
yeah,
I
if
mean,
only there was
maybe
an
maybe
obvious ranking to them. One thing that's interesting that Ego had done on round 1 there is taken this. Void Eye is one of the very few units that has a tech that costs 0, which is this little energy absorption tech. So plus 40% hit points, but then if they're still alive, they can heal about half their hit points with each shot, which is kind of neat. Each shot that hits something. Of course, it can only heal as much hit points as it hits. It's vampiric, so you're not going to heal very much off of hitting somebody's chaff, but can heal a lot off of hitting a big unit.
yeah, they can be a little bit tricky at times. I think the first time I played against Void Eyes, I saw someone go for the air tech on those, which was very very frustrating to deal with, shall we say. But kind of similar to the last round, that right side tower just takes it very cleanly, and the follow up with that just enables him to win the trade in the middle of the field very very definitively. So Egophobic continuing to move up ahead up about what 1,000 points now. So gotta be feeling good. Good
Yeah.
strong start.
He's whittled Raging Jim G down to 3,500. Ego still at a full 4,900. Of course, one thing that's interesting: that starting specialists depend from uh, have a different starting hit points, and the starting units have a different starting hit points. Ooh, big change here. Round 3, Raging skips the additional deployment slot to take the Wasp Swarm. He wants to get some early tempo pressure, or he's worried about being behind in tempo. As you said, Ego had won the first 2 rounds and was looking to pull away here. Raging is going to bring in 2 Wasps and a Wasp Swarm and a Crawler down on that flank. Now, those who
I
watched
love it.
my stream, I actually just ran a big Wasp flank on the game right before this one. And there's a YouTuber out there, Cheese Mechabellum, who preaching the gospel, glory to the swarm. So this should
That's
be fun.
beautiful.
This should be
Oh,
fun.
this
The
is
swarm in action.
so it makes it fun to use, and of course, obviously, there's a question of whether there's air or anti-air or not. But being able to backcap the tower, the way that it can affect that middle fight, that trade that ends up happening, can be so nice. That's why those flanks are nice, and of course, we've got a very ground-focused army so far this game. So if you're not prepared to deal with this big transition into air, then it just turns into like you saw at the end of the last game, where you just got a bunch of guys kind of standing around getting vaporized. So a few of the wasps split off towards the top right to clear out the tower there. They've got that in the cover, but everything else, not much they can do without the ability to attack them.
Nothing shoots up. Nothing even looks up.
Nothing shoots up.
Have you seen an arc light when the only thing left is air? It does this cute little, staring up longingly at the sky. I would shoot you. I'd love to shoot you. Come down here where I can reach.
That's a lot of wasps. So that's kind of that. You see, this is man after my own heart. This is what I love. This is what I love to see, because the wasps also are one of those units that have that redeploy upgrade available, right, or the speed
Mm-hmm.
upgrade too. So if you're getting into a bit of of a rhythm, if you're able to develop some tempo with that, once they start committing towards covering those flanks and investing the squad deployments to defend, and then you're moving to the other side or repositioning, that's where that unit can become super frustrating to deal with, and it feels like it gives you a lot of agency really to get in somebody's face and yeah, like knock them off kilter.
Did you see this comment from Egophobic? Gospel in my house? I usually turn chat off, but for avoiding spoilers, right? But wow, that just cracked me up. Gospel in my house? Now, Ego has actually defended equally on both sides, one Farseer and one Wraith to defend each tower. And Ragin, we saw him try the attack one flank and then jump drive over to the other flank last game. He's basically done exactly that using the jump drive on the Wasp this turn, but he's going to find that weak side covered by Wraith and Farseer, which should more than answer the Wasps over there.
He's got a little bit of that time now as well as they start to materialize in, and the Farseer is able to get a good couple of shots off right as the fight begins. And Tarantula actually does take some of that aggro directly from the other one on all the way on that opposite corner, so he's able to get a little bit of push going there, but clears out that back flank that we were discussing where he was trying to get the push going with those Wasps. Those have been taken care of. Not quite the disaster we saw on the previous round, and he's got the Wraiths advancing on either side now, so we're kind of maybe get to see him take the reins back a little bit now himself.
Yeah, this round went very solidly for Ego. Leaves Ragin heavily committed to those Wasps, right? 2 deploys, a call in and attack on them. Even if he wanted to abandon them and sell out of them at this point, it's going to take him a minute or two.
Yeah, that's like the tricky part with it too. Is obviously once they get something to set up to deal with that, you're either making a commitment into dealing what deals with the Wasps, or it's like, yeah, you're just kind of playing with them. So if you make investments into upgrades to do more with them, and you're kind of already trying to switch away, I guess that can kind of be the downside. And then as far as the long-term benefits go, I mean, things like that, the research or getting the additional deployment can kind of pay off as those rounds start to stack up. So seeing it being able to get the defense going, you can see how faster the performance of one round can turn going to the next too, just based on that. Like whether you have that heads up about if it's coming or not, or if you have what you need to defend it, getting into that next round where you have the choice. Okay, well, I've taken some damage from it. Here's the adjustment that I'm going to make. Absolutely smash it. And now going back into this next round, he's got the control back again, and it's 4 to 1916. So quite a bit of distance still to cover here for Ragin.
It's going to be tough to make this up for Ragin. He's jump driven the Wasps back to the back corner, and to kind of have them as chaff here. He will have an advantage in that he's taken the range on his tarantulas, so ranged chaff clear. There's no text at all on Egophobic's side of the board yet. Other than that one we talked about at the very start, the energy absorption on the Void Eye. So should be a decent round for Ragin. But, the other thing we talked about was how well Saber counters Tarantula. And look what Ego has added. A pair of Sabers to kind of provide some backbone.
And the Saber 2 support in there, and of course any single target hits, being able to get up towards where the Tarantula or the Farseer is going to be is going to help blast through that rather nicely. We have that Rhino continuing to push, take up a bit of the chaff on the left side in front of the Wraith, so continuing to get close enough to that Farseer to take out that anti-air capability while he continues to collapse on the right side, and those red towers are getting smashed, and Egophobic continuing to take some big strides here. Just 400 points left for Ragin.
401! That one is going to be critical. Watch and see.
I'd hate to discount that. You're right.
Could be.
I'd hate to discount that single point. If he turns this game around from just 1 point, I've got a big apology to make.
If this game had Steam achievements, winning a game with exactly 1 hit point left, or should be one of them.
See that in that adding that achievement, they're like, guys, something really happened with the ladder stats this season. Too many people are trying. They're actually trying to get to 1 health.
Right. I've both taken the Typhoon. I expect this is a sell. Hey, look, here is the War Factory finish. It looks very much like what Egophobic did when he was in trouble last game. And we saw how well that worked for him with the level 2 elite recruiting it. You can use the tower, your left side tower elite recruit, to increase the level of the unit that you can purchase by 1 level. So instead of buying a level 1 unit, you can just buy a level 2. And here you go. He's coming straight in at that tower. We'll see if
And
that is enough.
those levels, I maybe haven't gone in quite into that enough for anybody new to Mecha Bellum tuning in. But the levels when the units get promoted, it's not like oh yeah they're getting like 5% or something. They are substantially more powerful. And one of the cool things, like obviously the game in the menus and stuff, like you can go through and kind of see each unit breakdown as it gets those level ups as a player that's studying. But it's really it's really important not to discount the impact of getting those upgrades for them.
Well, look, I think the best explanation of that is going from level 1 to level 2 costs half as much again as buying a second level 1 unit, does exactly double a level 1 unit's stats in both hit points and attack, and gives away exactly 3x as much hit points, while doing exactly 1x damage to the health bar if you win the round.
Yeah, it's really something important, and that's one of those decisions that you make every round about where you put your resources, where you put those supplies, into
Right.
getting those promotions for those units, or if you want to get upgrades instead, or continue to add more. And War Factory, by the way, we get to see completely pushing through. They're looking like a very different round than we've seen as of late. They're going to be quite enough to turn the tide here. It looks like Raging getting back on the board, and that's a big chunk out, down to 3,600 point, 3,700 ish. But again, we're talking about he can't afford to lose another round, right?
Yeah, he cannot
This is
afford a
gonna
round loss at all.
this is gonna have to turn into a Hallmark Hollywood moment for him to swing it back.
Lightning Storm, quick take for Ego. All he needs to do is knock some units out and leave that War Factory unsupported. So he's going to be targeting not so much the War Factory, but all of the support units with that Lightning Storm. Ragin has a thought at it. Now, one other approach that Ego could have taken was to take this small electromagnetic impact and drop that straight onto the War Factory. If he were lucky, Ego could hit the War Factory with that, turn off all of the techs, and slow the unit by about 40% for 25 seconds. So no tech for 25 seconds would pretty much have crippled that War Factory. But War Factory has a tech available for the photon coating, so it's possible you'd see Ragin either sell that War Factory, buy it back somewhere else so that he's got it a different spot on the board, or take the photon coating and just be immune to it, or have a shield bubble up over it. There you go. So 3 different ways to have prevented that damage to the War Factory. That's why Ego took the Lightning Storm. A bit more important to him to take out all the support units than it was to try and disable the tech on the War Factory proper.
Kind of just get into a more isolated situation, so you can just take it as the main task rather than try to play too evenly across the board and end up in a prolonged fight against it.
Right.
A lot of sense.
He's
Makes a
got.
lot of sense.
We talked last game about what I think the answer is. There's the melting point. If that melter can get a lock on the War Factory early enough, it should win. But it's going to be every time it locks onto chaff, it starts over with the very slow ramp up of its damage. War Factory stuck in oil for now. Can Ego clear all the chaff out and get that melter locked on the War Factory? That is the critical question in this round. If so,
He's
it'll
right
be game.
up on it. He's right up on it, and yeah, it's such a powerful unit, and it looks really cool too. But if it doesn't get that direct lock on to the unit that you want it to, then you're in a lot of trouble. So I think you can kind of see there that synergizes with the ability usage, like we were saying, trying to get it to be everything versus the War Factory, because then that single target charge up damage and absolutely changing everything. But coming on here, we see the War Factory following that module, going to be able to get the shutdown, but is it going to be enough to clear everything here? Looks like with the debuff. Oh,
Yeah.
air unit.
All left.
Well, there,
Only thing left is the air unit. Hello.
there you go.
Now, Ego does not have to win rounds outright. He does the 250 hit point damage for the Wraith surviving. That drops Ragin to 151. If they replayed that exact same round a second time, Egophobic wins this game because Ragin drops below 0 hit points, even though Ragin is doing more damage to him at the end of the round.
Incredible. Is the level of again, the level of the permutations of possible outcomes of any one round at Vellum are infinitely vast. Just there's so many different things that come into play there, and especially considering that we're down to 151 points for Ragin to 3,200 for Egophobic. So he's got a little bit of ground to give up, but at this point, you know, you're one big round slipping out of your hands from throwing this back. So getting a little bit close to that danger zone we were talking about earlier.
I don't see Raging doing 3,000 damage to Ego in one round, but 2 rounds,
No.
you definitely could. And like you said, we're getting dangerously close to that. Now, last round, I'm going to point out the War Factory got a lock on and destroyed that melter. The War Factory does well, now it's level 3. It does 25,000 damage per shot. It's got 4 guns. It shoots every 0.9 seconds. Each of the 4 guns can shoot. So level 1 melter only has 40,000 hit points. So if 2 guns lock onto that melter, it is going down. Right? That is the thing. He's got to get the lock and kill the War Factory before the War Factory gets into range. And that War Factory has a 135 meter range, so by the time it gets to about the midline of the map, it'll be in range of the melter.
That's that melting point at rank 2 here for this round coming in. He does have the one on the right side as well, but it is that big War Factory in the middle continuing to push its way into the army. He has all of Wasp up there as well, and
there's the lock.
The melter not
early enough.
Get on that War Factory. No, just not there. He has the one on the right side, but it's still hitting the chaff. So
yep.
Wasps end up taking all of it. The War Factory is still at 90% plus HP, and this is this is a problem. But he's been rolling along quite smoothly with this as his strategy to try and bring this back, and we are seeing it work. And I guess that's what I was saying is he has some wiggle room to try and get into a place, but now it's like, hey, one more slip up here could end up being the thing that puts him right out of this this comfort zone, right, that he's been in. And such a tough spot. But Raging making the big switch into the War Factory clearly has been the play, but there's no super clear cut like, oh, I just do this, right? Because he's trying to play with the melting point, so he's at the mercy of whether he can clear the chaff or not.
Right. So if you think chaff is the problem, Ego could take the arc lights and try to clear the chaff a little bit earlier. That is what he's going to do. I will say that the Scorpion dropping acid in front of a War Factory to be able to do 2.5x the damage to the War Factory is, I actually think it's actually 3.5x. It's plus 250%, which is, when you're talking about trying to chew through 580,000 hit points worth of damage, yeah, every little bit helps. And
he's got 580,000 health now. So
yep. Melter did get the level and the energy absorption tech. The energy absorption tech increases the hit points by 60%, so that Melter is a lot tankier now. Got 118,000 hit points, so it'll take about 7 shots, maybe 6 shots for that War Factory to kill the Melter. And if it can survive long enough, it'll start dealing the damage, converting the damage dealt to hit points as a life steal. Vampiric melting point over here. It's the left side Melter that has the chance of surviving the War Factory right now, but oof.
He stacked it. He stacked it so hard on the left here too with this beacon. So he's got a clear path he's set to try and push through on this. Let's see if the melting point can get to that War Factory. He's still hitting Wasps up front so far. Had one of the crawlers earlier, and that's it. He's still just been targeting that down. So War Factory is able to get onto the melting point. It has still a tremendous amount of health left. First power gets popped. Army is not going to be able to stop him on that side, and got that big debuff on the right too.
Still a flying unit left for Ego, but the Farseers are locked onto it, so Egophobic's going to lose the air. That means the War Factory will be supreme this round, but it won't finish the game out. Rage and Jim G up 1-0. Egophobic in trouble now. He looked like he was in complete control at 4,444 to 401, but Ragin has brought it all the way back. 832 hit points left. This will be the last round. We are into round 10. Should be their last round. Caster curse, of course.
To say, I don't know what kind of draw mechanics exist here. I certainly haven't found them. I will say, everything kind of felt like it was about making sure you just had one or two of those Farseers still alive at the end, because that was really what got him, was just not having that bare minimum, like that one air unit, right, more or less, and
Right.
putting him in that awkward spot. So he seems to have found a good way of dealing with that, and not to mention, that was a big swing too with, as you mentioned, the deployment module. He's been shuffling his forces around in a very effective manner, so it's not been super easy to tell, like, what angle is he coming through, and once again, everything kind of relies on that melting point, which is rank 3, still on the left side. But look, the War Factory, rank 5, and it's on the right. So we're seeing that switch back. So maybe this gives a little more longevity if that side that the melting point is on is able to take it, because it keeps dying at the start of the round anyway. So I don't know if this gives it a potential to see more usage down the line, but it hasn't gotten much value at all yet. So that needs to be a playmaker here for him.
Yep. Melter is up to 178,000 hit points. The War Factory is down to 25,000 damage per attack because Ragin has taken high explosive ammo, increasing the splash radius from 4.5 meters to 11.5 meters, but decreasing the attack by 40%. So it's nowhere near as deadly as it was, but it will still be. It'll just be clearing out more of the board more quickly, is really the where it's going.
Comes in, starting to push through, has the wasps coming in up top up front, so been able to use those as that front leader for the War Factory. Chaff comes up on the side from it, not going to be much of an issue. There is rank 2 Wraith, but on its own won't be able to push through that. The Melter was hitting the Farseer, unable to make a connection. The Melter on the left at 3, you see it starting to burn through the arc light, getting a little bit of that one-on-one action as the Chaff has cleared out. It
Tower
is starting
take.
to focus on the War Factory, and the
Tower take from Egophobic with the flank on the flank. Level 2 steel ball. Let that level 3 Melter get the lock it needed, get the round win, and the game win. Holy smokes! What a finish for Ego. That was really brilliant. These two, he brought them in at level 2 crawler, level 2 steel ball. The only real things defending them were these level 1 wasps that came over and played defense up in that top corner. Those wasps are supposed to be the distraction for the War Factory. They just weren't there to provide the cover. And that level 3 melting point has enough time with the debuff lock and doing the extra 50% damage, while that War Factory is reduced to doing 10% of its normal damage, plunking away at 2,500 damage instead of 25,000. And that is enough for Egophobic to win it, and even this thing up at 1 game apiece. Welcome to Mechabellum, guys.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, oh my gosh, we are getting some intense close series tonight. This is really fun. Coming into cast a new game, it's like you never know what you're gonna get. Oftentimes there's a little bit of work to do when the games are slow, or when there's technical difficulties, whatever have you. But we've just been getting some good action here.
We're getting some bangers. You couldn't have asked for better.
If you've never watched Mechabellum before, I hope you're enjoying this, because this feels pretty nice.
If you're not enjoying this isn't the game for you. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, everything about what we've discussed, like with the repositioning and the maneuvering and some of the choices, like it really is a treat to watch. You can kind of feel in those that starting phase, you can feel like the cogs turning. Um, in the players' heads as they're getting ready, and just for every round. I'm just sitting here thinking about that last round over and over. Like, if he doesn't move the War Factory, maybe he thinks, yeah, there'll be enough there to possibly bust it. But the fact that it was on the opposite side from the Melter, I thought would be bad for the Melter. Like, he wouldn't be able to get enough, or he'd be overwhelmed from that side. But it turned out that it actually gave him enough time for there to be no chaff. He finally gets the lock on at the perfect time.
Exactly right. You nailed that one in terms of being on the weaker side. Actually helped Ego on that turn because it allowed him time to get that flank to take the tower, and also guaranteed that all of the supporting chaff for that War Factory had been handled by the time it reached the Melter. So that allowed the Melter to get the lock on.
I can see what you mean too, and chat as well about the pre-nerf War Factory. Not that I'm not this is maybe the first time I'm really getting this level of in-depth, like following a match, really watching it along and commentating it along. But It's definitely a very fun unit to watch. I can't imagine if that guy was even tougher. That is like such a it's like a project to deconstruct that type of strategy when you're up against it.
Right. Well, and that is one of the fun things about it, right? Is I'm 4,500 hours into playing this game. I haven't seen the same game twice. It's like baseball. Every single time out, you're going to play, face something that's new, play something that's new. You may wind up with like, okay, I've actually got I know that this response works to this thing that opponent is doing, but you still don't know if that's something he's going to be overcommitting to, or if that's a feint to get you into the answer, to bring you into the thing that he wants to, that his real carry unit is going to demolish, right?
Does he
Like,
know that I'm gonna do this if he does this, and
exactly.
that's why he's doing it? And
Exactly. And a
you
lot of a lot of the builds, either you get them done early enough, or they are they're let's see. If I'm in, for example, Carry Fangs, if you don't respond to it quickly enough, the Carry Fangs will win. At the highest level, everybody recognizes it, responds to it quickly enough, and the Carry Fang is kind of a dead build. It's a meme, right? But at low levels, people don't necessarily recognize it. And so at the if you can catch somebody, even if they do the right responses, if they're just too slow, they'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, sometimes the counter only works because of the timing that you're
Mm-hmm.
expected to make that adjustment, right? So that does make sense. And any almost anything can really snowball if you're doing it well enough. And if you're up against somebody who has the mastery of dealing with like people who, when you do a strategy enough times and they have an expectation, you have to kind of you build in your own guardrails for if people metagame you, right? Or if you
Right.
face someone who kind of knows what you might do, so you keep got a couple pocket tricks in the side there, and that's what makes strategy games so great, right? Is having that depth of tools.
Yep. Welcome to game 3 of our first round of the Mecha Mini Masters. Egophobic and Ragin are tied up one apiece in a best of 3 series. We've got Egophobic still near side blue, playing as Saber-Tooth Specialist with a pair of Saber Teeth and 3 Hounds to start with. Ragin is the Aerial Specialist with a triple crawler dual sledge start. Ego has come out aggro right side both times in this match. In the previous 2 matches, does it again. So you kind of wonder if he's mind gaming a little bit there. Is Ragin wondering will he ever switch this up, or is he just hard committed to always coming at the right side? Ragin has come out aggro, and by aggro I mean up close to the line, right? Not playing back by the towers, not playing a range game, but trying to be up front where you can put some tower pressure on early. And Ragin is up on the front line again. He went his left, his right, and now he's back on his left, creating the headbutt with Ego. Ragin adding a couple of arc lights for chaff clear, and Ego adding a couple of crawlers for chaff. Gives us our start for game number 3 here. If you don't know the format, we're in a double elimination. Every match will be best of 3. Actually, are we? I think that's correct.
I think so. The for the non Machiavellian types tuning in might actually recognize that it's kind of like a GSL style format group. Is my understanding
Yep.
of it. So there's like the initial matches, there's a winners match, a lower bracket match, and a final match kind of thing,
Yep.
right? I think.
I think that is correct.
So yeah, so you've got a little bit of this like fight to get out, so to speak. So not necessarily like you're immediately completely eliminated for losing your first best of 3 to my understanding anyway.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of that opportunity to come back and make the adjustments and kind of watch what the other groups are happening, stuff like that.
Right, and players should be studying what's going on here in a given match. Both players taking the improved firepower control bumps the attack of a given unit up by 65%. I'll point out that Ego has gone ahead and put that on a Mustang. It is one of the canonical places to put this, is to pick a unit that has a very quick rate of fire, like the Mustang, bump its attack up, and then rely on the fact that it has this quick rate of fire so that you're not overkilling, you're not wasting part of the improved firepower control system's buff on doing more damage than is required to kill something, right? if, for example, if he'd put that on the Saber already does 7,800 damage. Bumping its attack up wasn't going to make a difference against any of these units that are currently on the board. It would matter against that War Factory, sure, but
Yeah.
everything else it would be overkilled by it, so it would be wasted.
I was gonna say, I feel like some of these air plays have kind of been defining in these middle stages for the first two games, and I like that the Mustang has that buff because I feel like you kind of just have to have it on your mind a little bit, and we do see Phoenix coming out. I feel a pretty early Phoenix here coming in, which gives him a bit of that ranged anti-unit control, but also we've just had this no air anti-air versus one last air unit situation happen so many times that it just felt worth bringing up, to be honest. Arclights do a great job at clearing out the chaff, but there are, again, those Mustangs, they've got that damage on them, so see how far he can push through. Sabretooth looks like it's just barely on the edge, and I think that those Phoenix make the difference here. I know there's nothing else that would be able to shoot him, so there it is. He still had two of the sledgehammers underneath as well, so really nice way to be able to take that fight, and then gets the debuff on him right as the hounds try to cross back over, but there's nothing doing there against the Phoenix.
Round 2 air is pretty much current meta, I would say. You should either be planning on having or at least being able to answer a round 2 Phoenix, a round 2 Wraith, or a round 2 Wasp. And the question is, which one are you going to see? Now, Ego was counting on the itemized Mustangs being able to handle the air that round, and they really should have. But Ragin had played the round ahead of those well enough that the Mustangs never even got the lock on the Phoenix, and the Phoenix were able to carry.
The missile ended up having felt like it was pretty impactful too. And those are just for people unfamiliar, like that's a thing that you spend on for that round only. But it's not something that's just there all of the time, right? You kind of have to make that a strategical decision for that round specifically if you're going to use it.
It's either successful or fails for that round, but it doesn't persist unless it fails to fire, right? So if you use a sentry missile in a back corner that your opponent never even reaches, then it'll persist and be around on the board next round. But yeah, it is at the highest levels. It's kind of you'll see people throw out the -50. In fact, I've got an emote for it for those who are picking up following me for the first time, and shout out to a couple of your followers who have come over and done that. Enjoy the -50. There you go, -50 for the missile waste.
Well, at least I feel good now. I haven't made too many missiles, but I'll say they've all hit something. So I guess that's a good barometer.
Yeah, you need
feeling a little bit love there.
Yeah, my basic rule for it is I want to do at least 200 cash value of damage for the round in order for it to be worth having taken the missile. Or there's a strategic point to it. It prevented a tower take. I was convinced I would win the game this round, so I don't care about the economy anymore.
Yeah, like that does make sense, especially if you're in a situation where those life points are getting to that situation where, okay, if I spend this here, right, this could be the decisive moment where making this investment is enough to turn it. And what we see coming through, I mean, as far as the units that he's been taking, we're seeing Fire Badgers brought in. Definitely not something we really saw in the first two rounds. So we're seeing both players kind of open up the playbook, so to speak, going into this third map.
Amplifying core, interesting. If you love speed, I love the advanced power system, increasing the closing speed of all units by 3 meters per second. Especially if you're already a speed specialist, you can get some units that would normally move pretty slowly, moving at ridiculous speeds.
Always feels nice to be able to get in and be able to control kind of how those fights shape. Like we're talking about getting the lock on or getting into the right position. I'm definitely a player who tends to love having the option to use speed as an advantage like that.
Well, I mean,
of course, you kind of brought it up, but we've seen that investment for the specialist being taken on like the armor and the extra HP, but we've also had that be shaken up in both sides for this map too.
Right. I am going to point out a fun one. The crawler Default speed is 16 meters per second, so that is how fast Radiant's crawlers can move. Egophobic's hounds, with advanced power system and mech rage, now move 17 meters per second. Those doggies can chase your crawlers down from behind and kill them.
So he's got a very mobile force.
He's got hunting hounds. Let's go.
Gonna have a difficult time disengaging from this. Yeah, just running straight up with everything else. So you see that middle torching by the Fire Badgers, definitely doing a good job clearing out here. But that Mustang Hound on the right side, continuing to push through. At Arclight doing a great job of keeping that creep away. Chaff out, but that top back tower is going to be taken first. And let's see if he's gonna be able to capitalize on this. I mean, at this point, that just the slowdown, even if that fight is going one way on the bottom side, he's still able to get to the other tower and take that next engagement from a slightly better spot.
Yeah,
potentially here too. There are still 2 Phoenix up, just keeping the conversation about anti-air going a little bit, just in case. But not going to be too much of a factor. He's got quite a bit left over this time for Ragin.
Yep, Ragin winning again. Again, the sentry missiles in the middle really turning Ragin's way. And in that match, I jumped in and coached you unasked. I apologize. I should have asked first. But to put the one crawler on the line, no. just to eat that sentry missile would be doing a lot of value for Ego right now. Because right now, Ragin is missiling out this level 2 hound in the middle, and that has been kind of devastating for Ego's chaff clear, and that has turned into a hole up that middle right in front of the Fire Badgers that Ragin has been exploiting to turn into the round wins right now.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, but it's something that doesn't necessarily seem obvious. Like, even figuring the game out, like, okay, what kind of chaff do they have? What kind of chaff clear do they have? But you need to take that third step to say, like, is this a round where they're gonna have that missile up to clear out whatever I have because I don't have a chaff leading here, or because I have too much of it concentrated in this spot? It's one of those. That's that next step I wasn't even at yet when you pointed it out. No, even if I don't think I actually need chaff here, just having it in case he does something for the low cost, that actually does make a lot of sense.
Right.
It's all those little things that add up.
Yeah, they add up, and it is percentage play, right? It's long term. You're looking for what am I doing to increase my overall long term chances? It may not win. It may not be correct this game, but percentage play, right?
Yeah, every little bit, every yard counts.
Exactly.
And we coming up into the next round here as we get a little bit more scale on the Scorpions on either side here for Ragin out, and that push on the right side, just all the hounds with the Mustangs. Did get the range, the aerial specialist upgrade for the Mustangs to be able to help clear those out a little bit more effectively. He's able to hit Phoenix from the back line, but it's actually just barely not enough. They both have no health.
Literally Ragin Jim over there using every hit point of a Phoenix's health to stay alive.
I thought it was such a. I was like, okay, where is he getting the upgrades for his units? And I'm not seeing the upgrades on basically anything. I click on the Mustangs and like, okay, he's got the extra air range, the bonus damage against air, and just still, everything's a little bit too clumped up there, and the Arclights are able to get a lot on him. So, and we go up to the next round, and we see that orbital bombardment for Egophobic.
Mental mnemonic for you. It has been a truism in Mechbellum for as long as I've played that orbital is orbital. You don't skip it unless you have a really good reason to. Orbital bombardment, just take it. You might as well
always take it.
You just always take it. Just take it. Unless you know why you're not taking it.
Unless I'm willing to stand up in front of a jury of my peers to explain why not I'm taking orbital bombardment.
Unless you're willing to explain to chat, exactly.
Yeah.
And we talked a bit about when you see a spell play around the spell. So you should see some shields coming up from both players. Ragin changing his mind about that. Just changing the location.
There it is a little bit though. You're spot on. Over the top, recognizing that is going to be that bombardment that we're talking about coming through. And for some of them, I'm not necessarily as familiar with this one, but you have there's different timers on when some of them will hit. So not always necessarily immediate. So you can kind of either be spaced out towards where units are supposed to go, or
Right.
some situations maybe where they don't want you to go, like the zone.
They all arrive on the 5th second of the match, so you can kind of
No.
and if you don't know, each grid square is 10 meters. So when you see things expressed in meters per second or ranges expressed in meters, you can just kind of do the calculation to, a pack of crawlers is 20 meters by 50 meters, right? Marksman is 20 meters by 20 meters for your brain power there.
Well, he gets the clear on the right side. The fire badger's doing an absolutely great job against the ground, right? And the Mustang's basically taken out very early on. The Phoenix basically goes all the way through the other side, and there's still not much contention that ends up happening on those air forces. So continuing to, and in a much more aggressive manner here, Raging pushing the pedal to the metal in map 3.
Raging looks really in command of this, and I'm gonna kind of circle back to the match that we've been seeing. Right, he used the Phoenix to have early tempo pressure to stop Ego from winning any further rounds, right? From Ego won round 1, and it just kind of got stopped in his tracks when Raging won round 2. He's been using the tempo missiles, the sentry missiles, so his economy's in a bit of trouble because he's been spending a lot on missiles, but he's converted that into a lot of hit point damage. He's dropped Ego down to 500 hit points. He's really close to tempoing this game to conclusion. Now he's trying
totally different vibe, right?
Right.
Compared to the last 2 games where everything hinged on that big switch into some sort of huge tech. I mean, for Egophobic's sake, I don't know that is on the board for him, right? It's just been the way that the compositions have been shuffled around and redeployed. It's just been that Raging's been able to get his units where they need to be, and really just he's made it so difficult to deal with his Phoenix that he's had from the very beginning of the game, that he's had that extra damage on, right? That firepower control system. It's just been such a nuisance because he's not fighting against just a regular unit from the very get-go. He's been kind of focusing on powering those up, and it's made not committing something crazy to anti-air become a huge thorn in his side.
Right. And then second thing he's done is committed to the Fire Badgers as his chaff player. He's winning the chaff war by Fire Badger right now. And then that has let him use the Scorpions to clean out the ground game, right? The Scorpions are a great answer to the Hounds. They're a great answer to the Sabretooth, and they have been doing really good work. Now, is it petering out here? Is the economy finally catching up to him, or was this just lucky storm strikes in terms of where the lightning arrived? A little hard to tell, but Ego wins round 7, drops Raging, knocks at least a third of his hit points off, drops him down to 2350. Ego's still at 501. So we are in our third and decisive game of this first round matchup. We go to round number 8, 500 to 2300.
Being able to pick some reinforcements, which units we're going to see them go into, what they're going to try to break out here becomes a big question. I guess for Egophobic, once you're at this point, 500 health, you're essentially saying, your tolerance for risk goes all the way out the window, right? Whatever it is that you're going to need to do, you just have to be decisive about it and commit to it. So being able to get to a place where he clears out some of that air, one of the first times where we don't see the leftover air units mopping everything up. If he can maintain that stature and continue to roll from there, I mean, he does have a huge, very well balanced, spread out force. And it seems like the ground game, especially because those Fire Badgers, level 5, they're cooking. No pun intended. Well, actually,
really
fully intended.
With an item on them as well, and that item does extra 50% damage, and does an extra 50% health, right? So they're really tough to kill. Here is the finisher. If you struggle with Mustangs ever, this is the canonical finisher right now. Abyss with missiles. The swarm missiles launch 46 missiles at nearby ground enemies, but what's important about it is it picks 46 different targets within a range of 200 meters. Which means
it specifically doesn't overkill in that way?
It specifically does not overkill.
Incredible.
And the damage dealt at 550 apiece is, per level, is enough to it's not quite enough to one-shot a Mustang of equal level, but enough missiles will land in and amongst the Mustang pack that splash damage from one of the other missiles will hit the Mustang. That to guarantee that the Mustang has taken 2 or more hits, and 2 or more hits is enough to kill it. So you can see that missile volley just rippling through the Mustangs, just killing them.
Brutal.
And it also means that they'll be targeting whatever backline marksman you might have. The only real good answer to it is the Phoenix. Who has the Phoenix? Not egophobic.
Oof, and there it is, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? We talk about it, but he egophobic is able to strike back at the moment where he finally barely beats the air units, and then his ground army was able to be like relatively balanced enough to overcome that. But then he says, okay, now I'm just going to put a lot more pressure on this air point again, and kind of like you said, in a manner with the missiles that the Mustangs weren't going to be enough to clear it out, and then we just watched the Abyss kill all of the leftover units on the ground again. So you love to see it, and it's I again like you can't really say that he's surprised that it comes down to that big airplay at the end either, because you're that's what he's been bullying you with the whole match.
Exactly. It's not even a cheese thing at this point. It's just this is the correct finisher for the state that we're in. And Phoenix was tragic. I was heavily considering AA Burst Seer that round. Oh no. Unlucky Ego. Egophobic showing up in chat to explain some of his thinking. The Phoenix with the item on it.
The early Phoenix with the advanced attack system was just brutal.
Yep.
Tough to see.
I'm going to say improved firepower control system is one of my top win rate items. I showed you that kind of cool little stat tracker that I'm using.
Yeah.
And I think I've got about a 65% win rate with it. So it is
Dealing more damage is pretty nice.
Dealing more damage is really nice. The only thing I value higher than it is the amp core, because it also gives the additional hit points. And really clever use of it to put it on the Phoenix. I talked about how the Mustang is the usual home. It's the safe home for it. But the Phoenix was a really creative place for it for Rajan, and he really made it pay off. And like you said, that was bedeviling Ego all game long this time. But Egophobic is not out. We've got a 5-minute break. Egophobic will continue on down to the losers bracket. Rajan will continue along in the winners bracket. You guys can follow the brackets along here. I'm going to throw the bracket up on my stream so that folks are taking a look at it. And then run a 3-minute ad break, get some coffee, grab anything I need. So if you want to carry for a minute, I'll let you know when I'm back, and then you can take a quick bio break yourself.
That sounds good. I'm just gonna chill. Do your thing.
All right, I'll be back in a minute, or 3, as it were.
Take your time. No worries. Yeah, what an awesome first series, huh? That's like the first time I've actually commentated a straight up match with Mechabellum. First best of 3 under the belt. Pretty sick series. Pretty great co-caster. It's quite nice. Amarok knows a lot about this game. It is so nice to be able to talk to somebody about a game when they just have an infinite amount of things that they can say about it because they've got so much experience playing. And my mind goes to some weird places when it comes to the questions that I ask, but he's able to play ball. He's able to play ball on that. So really appreciate it. Big shout out to Amarok for being such a fantastic co-caster and carrying my unknowledgeable butt as I'm still getting brutalized on the ladder and figuring out how to effectively make people think I'm not building overlords before I build overlords. So that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But I hope you're all having a fantastic Friday. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting Mechabellum. Thank you for supporting Amarok, and of course anybody here checking me out. Obviously, I appreciate that greatly. It's a fun game, though. It's a fun game. I play a lot of StarCraft, and I've been like a top 200 player for almost 10 years. But that game has a lot of fast-paced action in terms of like clicking all the time, and I'm I've started playing that when I was 18, and now I'm 32, and I'm like, I really like that. I can use my brain a little bit more than my wrist ligaments to play this game. It may be it may last a little bit longer. I love having like a super cerebral game like this. You can kind of just sit down and you're like the game itself is you're basically just in a puzzle, right? Like you're moving a few of the pieces around, and then your opponent is moving a few around, and then it's basically did you outsmart him or not? Starts, and obviously you can always blame balance if you lose. instead than you did. Obviously, your opponent never outsmarts you, but that's I think that's just standard for any online competitive game.
Hello, back.
Hey, hey.
If you need a break, go ahead and take it now. We'll get ourselves set up for the next match.
I am good to go. I'm just
Excellent.
waxing poetic about how much fun that was for
It's
for
amazing.
my first Mechabellum best of three is under my belt, so it's kind of no big deal, but also kind of big deal. First time shared chat
Yep.
on Twitch, first time Mechabellum cast, and I was just saying how easy it is to commentate with someone who I can just ask endless questions to, and you've got so many interesting, insightful things to say. So
Well,
it's
thank you so much.
makes for a good time.
That's a real pleasure to hear. Ocelot says it's fun to listen to you guys cast. I appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Or I guess maybe depending on where you are, maybe it's Saturday already. But yeah, just having good times, talking about video games, watching some great matches with some great players. Like, what more do you need?
Absolutely. I do want to point out you've got, I know you've got the link to your Ko-fi page. I've got the links for YouTube, Buy Me a
Oh,
Coffee, and Throne for anybody that's interested in supporting or following me on other channels. We've also got a Mechabellum Guild Discord, and I wanted to talk about that real quickly. That's invitation only, and it's no racism, no sexism, no homophobia. We're really trying to curate the kind of people that you want to play games with, that you want to have a good conversation with afterwards. Like, okay, man, you just crushed me with that. What the heck is the counter, right? And have the guy sit there and chat with you for 2 minutes after a game, rather than just giving you a GG easy, toxic, we're done, League of Legends style, And I honestly, I think that's the thing that has kept me in this game as long as it has, is the fact that we have this great community of folks, and would love to invite you and your folks to be part of it. I know I sent you the invite earlier, and you're free to throw that invite around to the
for
additional.
sure.
Uh, yeah, it's the community is really what's going to make the game succeed or fail. Exactly, Kilcannon.
Yeah, it's about having that culture, right? About having those things and those kind of ways for people to come together and figure out strategies, hash things out, and just having those moments in the game that can be between really impressive, see someone do something that blows your mind, but also that bit of humanizing, almost comic relief when something goes hilariously wrong or someone tries something and
Right, the
everybody's like, "Oh, I
rhino,
can see it."
the rhino going terribly awry for raging in that one game.
Yeah, he tried with it, and see the rhino's getting repositioned. He's trying to do the path with it 2 or 3 times. It's like you love it. You love to see that, but it's like those are also like those interesting moments too, because it becomes like a subject throughout the game, and especially for that last series, what really stood out to me was just that we had that kind of similar sort of early game, both games, and then one player making the big late game tech switch before the other was the one that had kind of pulled it out, but then game 3 was just totally different, and again, just being able to have so many options in any game is really nice. Like StarCraft's a game I come from, really cutthroat competitive, lots of micromanagement, but the micromanagement is so intense that a lot sometimes the strategy gets pushed to the wayside since you can basically outmuscle, almost anybody you play against if you're better than them. So you have it's a completely different type of strategy game in a very cool way because it's entirely cerebral, uh, it's a completely different way of approaching, in a way, still the same thing, which is I think really cool because it's like two different sides of a coin more.
Right. We talked about that a little bit in our previous uh, previous conversation about it. But the to me, one of the things that stood out is I never did jump into StarCraft or the other RTS. I think I tried um, is it Age of Empires for a bit, and forget what the Heroes of Might and Magic one was. I forget the name of it now. But I played some of those, but it was like I did not want to get way into the micromanagement thing, and I felt like it was in the way of the strategy. And also for any of your StarCraft folks who are like, hey, I'm starting to get a little bit of wrist pain, or I'm starting to slow down a little bit. I don't have the APM I used to. Like,
Exactly.
Mechabellum is definitely the retirement home for old StarCraft players, 100%. but it really does let you focus on the counters, the tactics, the pieces. We only saw one person run out of time in those first 3 matches, and yeah, we're
I think a
ready.
lot of people get that too, though. I feel like that's something that is like almost universally understood if you're into any kind of games at all. Like you kind of get like, oh yeah, for a game like chess, there's even though the action happens in individual moments, like there's so much that happens like when a player is just thinking about what they're gonna do and what the other player might do. And it's very similar in this, right? So you
Hmm.
kind of have that clock. Like, yeah, you have a lot of options, but you have a limited amount of time. So like perfect play in that sense will always be dictated by like what how much you can figure out versus not overthinking things or going down a specific path or getting baited, so to speak. So it's like all those different parts about what makes strategy games so good is just really fun. The
Yep.
thinking battle
Yep.
is
It's
especially
definitely a
especially one of
battle
my
of wits.
favorites.
Well, we come down to the losers bracket. We're actually going to, I believe, follow Egophobic Music. Egophobic, who lost that first best of 3 to Ragin, comes down to face Diana, who lost to Fort Build. Fort Build is the Twitch streamer Try to be positive, POZ. And Miss Diana is, I think, probably well, she is one of the top 3 in the free for all mode, top 3 world in
Okay.
free for all, and infamous for creative mobile beacons, creative repositioning, use of texts that are not standard and mainstream. And we'll be playing a very non meta game that if you are used to what she does, like having played her enough times, I got to the point where I could have a winning record against her by basically covering every creative attack that you could possibly think of. I had to have a counter on the board for, and I would beat her because she would run into one of my defenses. But if you're not used to that, if you're not playing to that, if you're trying to play your own game, Diana will punish whatever weakness you have left on the board. And Ego knows that. We'll see if he's able to defend against her uh, very, very creative attacking style, totally unique style. Now, Diana did say that she's not in a ton of practice at the 1v1 right now. She's been playing a lot more of the 4-player free for all, and kind of considers herself more of a wild card or a joker in the 1v1s. Capable of taking a game off of anybody, but she doesn't feel like she's consistently taking games off of people right
That's awesome though. Like you can bring such a cool perspective being a player like that too, because it can be, it's like you have to have such a different mentality when you're playing a different mode like that. Like and just being able to see them bring that into a more traditional venue. Like sometimes it can work for the weirdest reasons, right? Or if your opponent reacts to something that you're doing, but because you're not necessarily going for the most standard approach, like the tree of decision making, you try to analyze like what are they going to do. You're like, I actually don't know what they do in this situation. A normal person would do this, but they have their own kind of way, like they might handle it differently, and then is my response actually going to work? And that's yeah, so you've got me excited now. I do love
now.
hearing about that. And I will say when we talk about the openers anyway, I think she took the fire badger buff
Yeah, she's got the Fire
potentially,
Badger
so
specialist.
down the line we should be seeing the fire badgers coming out.
Now, I'm going to point out, go ahead and click on her Stormcallers and take a look at the tech bar there. This is not the tech bar anybody else in the game is running, right? Everybody else has either fire or EMP on the bar, or their storms. Some people have both. She's got the ability to do high explosive anti-tank for plus 100% attack and high explosive ammo for minus 50% attack but increased splash range. So she can wind
Ah,
up with Stormcallers that are doing more damage than you're used to with a larger spread than you're used to if she triple techs into the storms. And again, most people would avoid triple teching into Stormcallers because, hey, doesn't anti-missile just counter that? But she might down the road go so heavily into the Stormcallers that anti-missile gets completely overwhelmed. It's one of her potential players. Zadri says,
that,
Diana
that
is the highest ranked player I've ever beaten. She was really tough. Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
Well,
Let's go.
I love It makes so much sense though. Like it's a specific type of tech to want to use, but it also synergizes with itself. And because it's not necessarily traditional, like it can be really easy to make a misstep against someone who has a clear understanding of what this can take out. And I mean, Stormcaller really, if you don't have units directly on top of you and you're able to hit from a range, they've just got tremendous firepower. So love to see that. And it looks like that Wasp cooldown that was taken by Egophobic is going to get dropped in the backline for this round too. Might open up some opportunity.
And there is no defense back there, but Diana did level up one of the towers. She's got a pair of fangs on the side of the tower that is not leveled up. One pack of fangs does not beat. Oh, she's control Z'd all of that. I was going to say one pack of fangs does not beat the Wasp call-in by itself, but it slows it down a bunch. So it could really prevent that. But now it's a lot more open. She doesn't have the fangs back there at all. The towers aren't leveled, so that is going to be a win for Egophobic right now. On the other hand, he's going to spend a bunch of that win sitting in oil.
So I mean that's the the thing taken right, kind of creates that space, buys a bit of that time, but the Wasps in the back absolutely rip the Stormcallers to pieces. So very little going on in the way to deal with those. The only question that then kind of comes into play, however, is what kind of anti-air we see available, and then there's not really much there. So very decisive swing on that one for Egophobic, and getting the Wasps in the back, like that was brutal, absolutely surgical.
Yep. Usually, one of the things you can do to protect against that is drop a crawler in the back center, and the Wasps will just aggro the crawlers will kite the Wasps up into your main army, where one of your anti-aircraft things will deal with it. So
And kind of an interesting like concept too, right? Having to like not even just like chaff in the front, but you've got kind of a little bit of reverse chaff to cover yourself against flanks like that. And it's not a traditional spawn, of course, given especially where they were able to place it. So yeah, it's not like you're going to be expecting it this next round, but at any point that can kind of just get thrown at you and be something that can turn the round around. So
yep.
as things stabilize maybe a little bit, we'll see where it goes. Fire Badges are on the field for Diana. So we are kind of talking about how they had the upgrade specialist. The range upgrade is already on them as well. Kind of interested to see what she's able to do there, especially without the Wasp flank on the Stormcallers. They do have potential to do quite a bit more this round.
Yeah. Third Stormcaller added, so I think she might be going down that path I was talking about of potentially overwhelming you with Stormcaller wackiness later in the game.
You got me excited for it. I hope we see it now.
And I think the thing to watch here is she dropped the oil on round 2 in preparation for the fact that she was going to have this free Fire Badger on round 3, and she's just going to be able to light it on fire, and that whole oil is going to go up in flames, and there won't be any chaff on that side for Egophobic. So this should be a big round win for Diana, about as big a win as Ego got last round.
So try to get a little bit of that momentum, swinging back the other way. There it is, this beautiful scorched field. Everything running into it. It is a barbecue like no other. The Stormcallers not being ganked by the Wasp, so they are able to absolutely lay waste to that front line. And like you said, a complete swing around here for Diana. And that matter of the anti-air versus the lack of anti-air versus where they are becomes such a crucial point. And just a few more hounds to get mopped up here in that the round. So quite a bit left over there. Big damage and back into the lead. Diana.
3,470 to 3,090 for Ego. And part of that is that the Stormcallers, one of the values that she's going to get out of that, and it's sort of a sneaky value, right, is every pack of Stormcallers that survives a round is going to have 200 hit points of damage to the bar. And you don't think about that, but the difference between 2 of my Storms survived the round and 4 of my Stormcaller packs survived the round, that's 400 hit points on the bar, and that will help to tempo a game out. She's also added
to get that momentum going.
She's also adding a pair of wraiths. Thinking about putting one down on the flank, but rethought it. I may have decided to sell it in order to take Ignite on the Fire Badger. So the Ignite Fire Badger will do 2%, something like 6% of a unit's total hit points per second. The unit won't be able to restore hit points, so if Ego had clicked the field maintenance Ignite shuts the field maintenance off. Kind of tough to do damage control when you're actively on fire. And that should burn through those pretty quickly. Now, Ego did take anti-missile on the Sabers, but we'll see. It'll be a small buff in terms of preventing most of those missiles from landing early. As the Sabers go down, the more and more missiles will land for Ms. Diana.
The Stormcallers just basically keep everything as far away from him as possible, and they can just lay a tremendous amount of waste. The front line does appear to have been broken, however, so continuing to move forward is Ego, and there's the tower that's going to get popped up. So Wraith, about the only last thing on that top side. The last few Stormcallers will take those shots out, but kind of worth mentioning, we've talked a little bit about the Stormcallers and what we might see from them down the line, but they have not had those upgrades put in them just yet. So for as many of them as there are, and for as much as they can have if they're left over, we're not seeing them juiced up to the point where they're that tier, as necessarily tier 2 threat that we were talking about earlier.
And this is actually, I would say, the inflection point for Diana. She either needs to sell out of them or commit hearts to them right now. Ego takes the missile strike, drops it on the level 2 Stormcaller. You can see Diana has opted to commit out of them instead of committing into them. So she sold out of the level 2 Stormcaller. So that missile strike is not landing where Ego wants it to anymore. Instead, there is a Abyss out front already.
Okay.
We saw it as a finisher late into games. This is as early as round 5. She's taken efficient maintenance on it. So all of the Titans are balanced around the idea that you have to pay an additional 150 in upkeep to each round that you have them on the board. But one of the techs you can take negates that maintenance cost, drops it back down to 0. So she will be having free Abyss for the rest of the game. And she's got efficient tech research as well, so she'll be able to throw things like swarm missiles on for 50 cheaper than they would otherwise have cost.
So this Abyss could become a big problem.
It is going to grow, and I suspect she's going to wind up in a 4 Abyss build, around 2 between the tower, 1 on each side. Is the guess here.
Actually does immediately clean up the flank Typhoons with the Abyss first before it goes off to rejoin the rest of the army. Fire Badgers in the middle, being overwhelmed by a pretty wide arc right now. We have quite a few of the Hounds coming in on the support side, Mustangs on the left, but at Abyss, that's going to be an interesting question to see what exactly ends up getting close enough to it that can actually deal with it in terms of the anti-air. Stormcallers on the backside are being taken out. A few of them did get promoted for this round, but we're just at that point now. Is this the question of the anti-air?
Yeah.
Once again,
the Farseer and the Mustang out on the far left are the only things that really do damage to it. Can you bring it all down before they kill it? It's about half hit points now. A third hit point.
Cleared everything else first, but it's still too much. Still too much left over at the very end there. And okay, well, there you go. I love to see it. So we talked about the Stormcallers. We're like, are we going to see the big commitment? We're going to see the double down? Nope. Here's the shuffle into the Abyss. And that air, that question of the air superiority suddenly becoming a big issue once again here on round 5 now. As we move forward.
Pair of rhinos for Diana. She sells out of that level 2 Stormcaller. The Wasp call-in is going to appear in the middle. And again, I talked about the potentially kiting it with crawlers. She could have kited it with the Rhino as well. We'll see what else she adds.
And we got a couple of Farseers dropped on the other side with the aerial specialization. So continuing to invest in anti-air capabilities. I mean, the ground fight, there was quite a bit left over for Egophobic. So certainly feel like if you just tighten that up, that should be enough. But those last few Stormcallers on the back left, they actually do get the upgrade there too. So continuing to bolster the ground forces now while that Abyss is shuffled to the other side.
Now, remember how Diana had a Wraith earlier in the game? She can tech. She's got 1 Wraith on the board. She can add techs on the Wraith. For a moment here, she was showing the Dark Companion tech on the Abyss, so potentially bringing in a Wraith of equal level to each Abyss at the start of the round. That Abyss would have been, or the Wraith would have been a great answer to the Wasp. It would have cleaned up in the middle. She opted to back out of the tech in order to level up the Abyss on the far right. So the Wasps will be pretty much uncountered, but they're just going to follow the Rhinos right up to the Abyss. The Abyss turn around and destroy them. You've got fly swatter like.
Suddenly the quick air punch is not quite so effective, and now that the opponent has transitioned into a monstrous air force. And again, I thought it was the Abyss being shuffled at first in the prep round, and realizing that actually it's the commitment into the second one, and that is an absolutely terrifying fleet. So maybe there is enough to take this one down over time, but the chaff heavy units that were in between before, they're no longer there. So this level 2 Abyss just gets straight up onto the Farseer, and there's another wipe for Diana, a 2,800 to 2,000. So getting a little bit of a buffer going here. The Abyss doesn't seem like a full sweep, right? It seems to still just be basically that Abyss that's left over. There's a little chaff underneath, but what's how do you augment from here? Where do you go from 2 Abyss at this point?
That was 2 Abyss with no techs. Right? She's
yeah, just the upkeep tech, you're right.
She's got efficient tech on, and will be able to just make these things pop when she decides to. Here it is, Abyss number 3 and a Dark Companion. So she's bringing out the Wraiths. Again, she's got 1 Wraith already on the board that she can tech for something like degen, range, or floating artillery array. So that all of those would have the shared, there it is, a tech range on the Wraith. So, and degen, nope, she's switched her mind. Doesn't want range once degen. I do think degen is the most powerful tech on a Wraith. It's the one I have the highest win rate with. But essentially it's creating a 120 meter aura that slows every enemy unit in the aura, reduces their attack, and those units also take an additional 30% damage when attacked. So, kind of a brutal combo. And that should help slow and chew through things, right?
You think? Rhinos are coming up through, now taking up a bit of that front line. The Abyss have engaged the enemy forces. It is purple lasers all the way through here. The level 2 guy on the right side gets quite a bit of a direct hit from the Farseers. They're able to focus it down. Now we're seeing that anti-air capability really playing, but there's still a little bit of that ground force left. On the left side is a couple of Fire Badgers with the fangs going through, gets the last tech unit there. So it's going to be an Arclight and a handful of the Fire Badgers up against 3 Farseers. That is going to be enough for Egophobic to bring things back to equilibrium. Just a less than 40-point gap.
Oh, how could you get any closer than this? 2013 to 2052 going into round number 8 here. Diana skips. I could have conceivably seen advanced targeting for her. She just wants all of the money to foster techs and more Abyss. There's Abyss number 4. It's 3 between the tower. I knew it. I called it, but I didn't call the positions. Oh, that's it. I'm going to have to retire. Hand over the casting duties to you. I'm washed.
I feel like walking in first day Raccoon City over here, getting the keys handed over to me. But I mean, what a match! What this has turned into? Okay, I thought it was cool first time we had the Abyss busted out, but now we're seeing quite a few of them brought into the field, and you know, like it's a snowballing sort of tech when we talk about that efficiency maintenance when there was only one, but every single one that's been added has benefited from that at the same time, right?
Indeed. And did you see this? Did you see this? She must be listening. No, wait, she's 90 seconds behind us, or 90 seconds ahead of us. She can't possibly be adjusting the positioning of the Abyss based on my comment about being watched. But she's got them where I said they would be. 2 between the towers, 1 on each one each on the outsides. Surprised
they say great minds think alike.
Surprised she hasn't taken the swarm missiles, because I think that would really pop off right now. But instead, she's taken some wasps as air chaff to eat those volleys off the Farseers. So the Farseer volleys hitting into the wasps instead of getting the early locks on the Wraiths. Then the Wraiths are tanking, so they still aren't locking onto the Abyss very well. 2 level 2 Abyss are still alive. The left side has completely fallen apart. Now it's just taking apart the right side during the tower debuff. And is that going to be enough hit points for Diana to claim this first match?
Oh,
It
there it is.
is. Well done.
What? Talk about a high cost unit
It
going on the
is.
HP. That's
It,
for Abyss.
For Abyss win for Ms. Diana. She takes game one off of Egophobic. Now, let's talk a little bit. I know the Abyss is probably the talking point here, but let's talk a little bit about the MMR there that you guys are seeing at the end. You guys know what MMR is. It's matchmaking rating, right? Kind of an ELO system. And we've done a graph of it recently where we wanted to take a look at what it actually is if you're looking at the world leaderboard and what the spread is. So what we found was that 950 is the median, 50th percentile. If you have reached 950 MMR, you are, right at the midpoint of the game's learning curve. 1,000 is actually the average because there are folks well above 2,000, and there is a floor at 1, so you can't get an MMR below 1 right now. So the
Makes sense.
average MMR is higher than the median, but the median is 950. By From 750 to 1150 is 30th percentile to 70th percentile, and then by 1300 you're up to like 80th percentile. 1600 is the 90th percentile, and 1900 was the top 99th percentile. Top 1% of the game is the 1900 and above. So for example, I'll throw out, I just run an MMR counter on my channel at any given point. So you can see that my all-time high is up in the 2000s, but currently I did a lot of experimentation with new units this season and dropped a lot of MMR at the start of it. So I've been climbing back up, but just broke 1700, which is about top 6. I think it's 94th percentile right now. So
I'll let you know when I figure out Overlords to 2000. Okay,
Overlord, there are some builds there. There are a lot of fun ones.
it's good to know.
But the folk. Let me give the quick little shout out. If you did want to follow a specific player who's basically well known for his Overlord strat that runs it at a very high level, it is AFK Woot. He's an Austrian player, so his hours are kind of different from yours and mine. He's probably a little bit more abrasive than I tend to go for, but he's a good guy. He's really clever at the game and really creative with it. And basically, what he does is comes out on one side the same way that Egophobic has every single time. to He'll pick the same side, start at the same side every time, and then eventually he either overloads that one side or he jump drives over to the other side when you've overcommitted to defending that one side.
That's what's fun about using that unit, like the reposition ability, and the wasp spawning was something that I
Mm-hmm.
found fun as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. I think big battleships are just fun. It's very fun. That was my Terran strategy as well. I'm a battle cruiser guy,
Right.
You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have giant airships, gotta have giant lasers. The Abyss is catching my attention a bit now too, however. But it's a little bit reminds me a little bit more of little robot guys from the Matrix, but like a giant version of it.
All right, we go to game 2. We have I'm gonna run a quick little 90-second ad break. You guys should be back in time for the match. For those of you that see ads. But this will be game number 2 of our losers bracket. This is match number 5 on the bracket between Egophobic and Diana. Diana up 1-0 right now.
It's so cool the way that last match went. Just Diana, we kind of saw, and I think you called it like in a really interesting way, that commitment with the storm callers early on. It felt like we were going to see something really cool there, but she basically realized, okay, every 2 or 3 rounds I'm going to get hit with wasps, so I might as well make the focus of the composition. something that can actually deal with that and going for that big I mean the big misplay like was just super well set up for it, and it didn't leave any further exposure to that early commitment into the wasp drop call down tech that he took.
Right, and the other thing is that Ego, she responded to Ego taking the anti-missile tech by selling out of the storms, and finishes the game with no storms on the board, and in fact, no missile units on the board. So he's in this dead technology. Right? He's got a economy permanently invested in, and has no there's no way to get back out of that, right? And it makes every other tech on his Sabretooth more expensive. But there you are, right? Like he's locked into it. She's pivoted out of it, and that might have been part of why she never did take the missiles um, on the abyss. Would be interested to hear what her thinking is on that. Um, we'll see. We'll see. Because my thinking is 46 missiles overwhelms any anti-missile. It's not.
Yeah, well, it's also, visually seeing 46 missiles fly out individually targeting all of your units is also just there's a level of morale impact at play at that point. Those things are freaking terrifying.
And they move like like old school um old school Robotech missiles did, the swirling all over the place. It's beautiful. Love it. All right, we come to game 2 of our losers bracket round 1. Egophobic, who had lost in the opener to Raging Jim G, Diana, who had lost in her opener to Fort Build. One of these two will be eliminated at the end of this series. Diana currently up 1-0. So, Egophobic, this is win or done. Win or be done.
A lot at stake here. Big pressure moment. Gotta turn it around, and it's definitely never fun. Even with the conversations, seeing the love for Dana come out. Like you're playing against somebody that is doing stuff that you're not necessarily practicing against when you're doing your normal gameplay, and
Right.
you're in this position where it's like I understand that on paper what I'm doing is supposed to be better, or maybe I'm higher ranked, but this is still a situation where the other player is like they've done this kick like 1,000 times, right? And you only play against someone who does this particular type of style or plays this way every so often. So
Right.
it's one of those things that can really even up the matchup that on paper or otherwise may seem like, oh well it's great, kind of cool upset, but also it's like, well, it's tough playing against someone who has a completely different play style that you don't really go up against too often either. So that ability to adjust on the fly, that ability to make those long term decision changes, we'll see how those come into play here. As we get into our second map.
Egophobic, near side blue, a quick supply specialist, had 200 extra supplies that he did not spend, so he floated 200 into next round rather than going for the kind of surprise for Tarantula opener. Just wants to have that econ advantage flexibility later. My former broadcast partner and the first ever Mecha Mini Masters champion, Alpha Titan. Always a fan of having the flexibility, saving that 200 for round 2 when you really know exactly what your opponent is doing and the directions that they're going. So Egophobic able to win round 1 with drops Diana down to 38-24, and he's got an extra 200 in the bank, so he should have 600 to her 400 to spend right now. Diana had skipped a deploy to buy a round 1 steel ball that had an unimpeded route to the tower, but it almost turned out like that was not beneficial for her. She got the tower almost too early, and by the time she's marched across the map and engaged with Ego's units, the debuff had worn off again. We got the unit drop. You see the Phoenix for Ego. We saw how valuable Ragin made that against him in the final match. Maybe that's in his mind right now. And obviously the Phoenix also really strong against the Abyss, by the way. It's probably the canonical answer to an Abyss right now is to have some ranged Phoenix with this charged shot technology that increases their attack by 175%. So they can become some real big damage dealers if you need them to.
Yeah. Long range air snipers, super useful. And we've got two we've got two rhinos, two rhinos on the other side for Diana. So regardless of how it goes, if it ends up being really close, that anti-air question that's come up a few times, we'll see. There is the missile also waiting on that left tower too for anything that gets close on that side. So rhinos on the right they clear through the chaff, but marksmen and the tarantulas are able to make reasonable work of them. Actually does get rid of both of the tarantulas, but marksmen are still up on that side. So let's see. Actually, we'll be overwhelmed a little bit by the crawlers that were left behind it. So I might actually be able to grab this tower in the middle of the fight. I'm not sure. Gonna be too much though. I mean, there's the Phoenix are still up. We still have the tarantulas. So that air question, either way, I'm not sure that a couple of crawlers really turn it around here.
Rhinos and crawlers do not jump, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's tragic. They always say if only the Zerglings could just climb on top of each other.
Exactly.
When there's 50 of them, it looks like they could probably get something done.
I mean, come on. If cheerleaders can make a pyramid, certainly crawlers can.
Certainly a hive mind could, right? Like I thought coordination was the whole limiting factor there. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. And that early choice of like what is the first like extra unit or deploy that we're gonna have, and it being that air unit kind of puts it in the back of the mind, like, okay, well now I have to think about this. And the follow-up from Diana in the last game ended up being going into the abyss relatively quickly, like we talked about. But Phoenix, I think, a little bit more of a longevity turn play than necessarily having something like the Wasps too, right? Because these will just always be able to pitch in damage regardless of what's happening. So it doesn't necessarily represent a big commitment into air either. There's a Wraith on the other side too, though, for Diana. So she's getting herself a little bit of something else here to support, give a little more oomph onto these rhinos.
Interesting that you're going to have the heavy armor rhino opposite the armored rhino. Heavy armor, the item, of course. The armor, the tech. Looks like with some background support from crawlers and a wraith, the armor tech is enough to win. Diana also getting the flank with the crawlers. Now, one of the other cool things that Diana does is a full triple tech carry crawler build with drill, replicate, and mech rage. That I have no idea if Egophobic even knows that she runs that, but it's very much this stuff works in free-for-all for reasons, and doesn't show up in 1v1 very often at all. So,
yeah, interestingly enough, we actually do end up getting to see it turn into just that one Wraith actually end up paying off some dividends here. Ends up being the one unit left against just those two Phoenix. It had that 1v2, comes out with just a little bit of HP more, and it's not a huge round swing in terms of the hit points, but certainly feels like a potential something to build on for Diana.
Yep. It's a start. One of those rhinos has already leveled up, level 2, and Egophobic is going to match tech for tech. So we'll have the armor enhancement on both sides. AA on the marksman, trying to get early locks on the wraiths and take them out. And a sentry missile in the bottom right corner to answer that flank crawler, but that has already been... that wasn't a flank, it was the underground threat that got in on the tower there.
He's got those are getting leveled up too as well. So I got me excited thinking about the crawler upgrades coming into play as we've had just it's turned into a bit of a big mecha battle in the rhinos as well.
Yeah,
support on those.
Rhino punch, one of my favorites. One of my favorites right now.
A little bit of rock'em sock'em, It's giving rock'em sock'em. I love it.
Get right up in the face. Now I'm going to point out that level 2 rhino with armor. It has 64,000 hit points, so you might be looking at that as a medium-sized unit. It only costs 200 plus 100 to level it up, but it has the hit points of a giant. It can be brutal to try and cover.
That does not look like there's too much of an answer for that very, very powerful marksman. Try and make a little bit of progress there, but not too much. And Diana has all but evened it out now from how this one has started. So we're seeing that Rhino play become very powerful. And like you were saying, the 64,000 hit points on that, continuing to get the upgrades for it, the heavy armor plating. Those are big, big things. So additional deployment slot is also going to be picked by Diana. So interesting to see how, especially because you've been building some expensive forces. You know, it's like where does that extra deploy go? Do we see that come in to bring out a little blood?
Uh, uh, here's the start. One tech on the crawlers.
Tech drill. Okay, okay, so that makes sense. Having those deploys ready, being able to crank them out when necessary is going to be a big factor.
And she's trying to tempt Ego into matching. What she wants him to do is waste a tech. She's looked at his chat bar, at his crawler bar, and notices that he only has 2 of the 3. He has Impact Drill and Mech Rage. He doesn't have Replicate. So if she can get him to tech anything into the crawlers to kind of get crawler v crawler parity, she'll eventually be able to put the hammer down and take all 3 techs and be able to beat him in the crawler. And it's just kind of a trap that a lot of players don't even think about happening. And it can be really painful when all of a sudden the entire board is full of enemy crawlers. Of course, she has to survive long enough to get there. Right now it's evened up at 3,300 to 3,220.
And then we see the tarantula and the scorpion all going ham with the marksman on the tier 2. Rhino finally able to bring it down without it completely pulverizing everything, but there's still so much more on the side, and for that focus that gets dedicated to it is nice. But Diana is starting to snowball this in a pretty dangerous way. Picks up another big round, quite a few forces left alive this time, and that is going to take its toll.
That is a little bit scary. She has not put the pedal to the metal yet. She gets another underground threat with those tech crawlers already. She's able to just put those behind the tower and have a further aggression coming. Egophobic plays his defensively. Diana has goes ahead and deploys on the flank. She knows that sentry missile is there, so she's just eating the sentry missile this round to create a problem for next round. For Egophobic, it is high explosive ammo on the tarantula, splash, making those a lot worse at taking care of the rhinos, but a lot better against the crawlers. So we'll see how that goes. Diana, look at this. Have you had the chance to play with Hacker much at all, Nathanius?
You know, I've looked at it. I think I had a buff for it at one point in a game, but I haven't actually used it. But that's like it's a mind control type unit to my understanding, is it?
Unit theft. Your unit are now my unit. And she is going to be stealing first his rhinos and then his tarantulas, but she's gotten for something particularly fun on it. She's teched the enhanced control. So as a hacker works on a unit, it's going to be doing damage up from the bottom of the health bar, while the rest of the army is doing damage from the top down. And when the hit points remaining are less than the hacked value, the unit switches sides, and she will then refill its health bar. So look at that. Full health rhino, full health rhino. They're mine now, and they go fight on my behalf.
That is some beautiful Wololo action.
And they are paired with those high-level steel balls, so they just keep bringing down your hit points until they hack the units, and now they're mine. Hacked units only do 1/4 of the hit point value bar, otherwise they accelerate the game too much. But
so
yes.
is it just permanent then?
Mm-hmm.
Like once you get it, it's just wow, that's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I'd love to see it. I mean, Diana has certainly showed probably. Man, this is really fun to watch. I feel like if you came into this wanting to learn more about Mechabellum, you're getting like full spread. This isn't just like chicken tenders and fries. Like you've got 5 entrees in front of you. This is a 3-course meal of a matchup. It's nice getting to see everything that's possible. Watching the few limited units that there are try to deal with those Phoenix, but Egophobic on the ropes now against Diana.
Diana is an absolute joy to cast for exactly that reason. I said I've never seen the same thing twice. I've never seen Diana play the same game twice. Like, I would never have predicted this set of lines. Oh, and here's her finish. Want your boats?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. I need a little overlord action. Need a little overlord action in my life today.
Well,
Phantom Rays are going to come out for Egophobic.
that's okay. The boats will handle the phantom rays. No worries. They're also going to be doing photon emission, preventing EMP and acid, degen, and ignite, as well as decreasing damage received by Diana's units for the first 25 seconds of the match. I guess 20 seconds of the match. Sorry. The boat version is a little weaker. The duration is shorter.
Makes sense. You're flying Fortress. You're flying Fortress. Lots of good tech options available on it as well. Potentially
Right.
seeing the high explosive ammo was also fun on them too. And watching those hackers though, the way that that push works, that's so demoralizing. And having to pull back and saying, okay, well, yeah, just taking a big 1v1 fight with you with the rhinos is no longer going to work. It's counterintuitive, but now you have to really think about like how do you even try to make a switch up to be able to deal with the uh the overlords. One of them coming in at rank 2 immediately. So here, there's both of them just coming straight up in the middle, and it has that cover on the other units. So they're saying that that rank 2 Rhino is able to make this a little bit more. There are quite a few Wasps that try to get into this, but the Rhinos on the left side just not able to be stopped at all. Seemingly, this right side feels like there's a little bit of close contention every other round, but that left side has just been absolute thorn in the side where you go in and I don't see quite what takes this out.
Diana has taken both towers over the course of this round, uh, basically down to just sitting there with the overlords to
With
clean
the
up the
anti-air
rest of
check
it.
again.
Yep.
Just the overlords versus the wasps and the phantom rays, and I mean it's two overlords. One of them is rank 2. You've got some beef here. You've got some high power artillery. One of them does get popped, but I think that my rank 2 guy, yeah, he's gonna make short work of it, and a little bit more to do here with the Phoenix.
It should be the 730 hit points. That should be Diana through to day 2 of this tournament. Egophobic knocked out. A Diana super creative set of plays, closing it out, getting what you might call the upset win. But honestly, somebody said this in chat a little bit earlier. Diana
That's
is
so fun.
at a lower MMR because she's much more willing to explore corners of the meta that other people haven't explored. And sometimes those are not fruitful. And sometimes you get yourself a board that, like this, Diana is always a delight to cast because you have no idea. Like you can, I had some guesses where this might be going. I did not see this board going. That's the way that she played it out.
That was
So
fun. That was so fun. Seeing four Abyss spread out and just like it's so cool. Like I've been I've been studying up like I've said, and I've been playing and learning and engrossing myself a bit in the game. But a common question like and you think about other games and you have different factions that have completely different units, right? You don't really have the choice to necessarily build everything that your opponent can. But in Mechabellum, that's a part of the beauty of it. But you can still see such diverse compositions like, in terms of the choices that are made that there is I just love that. That's really to me what makes a strategy game is having flexibility and particularly just being able to do things that even if they're not 100% efficient, your opponent maybe doesn't have that much practice against your specific play style, and if they don't have that mastery built up against your specific strategy, then it can still be really good. um, and that's just awesome to see. Very, very fun matchup.
So the news in from the other side of the board, we have a whole bunch of we have a big hype train going on I think a bunch of gift subs from Clint Leetwood out to your channel,
Oh,
gifts to
thank you, Clint.
Zelane89, Light
Oh,
VIP, CTT Walla, Bobo Bago of Barnyard, and Card Sharp. And then a huge set of cheers from Skip Dash. Thank you guys very much. He says, this is the meta that I remember when I was top 5501 before MMR. Boats, rhinos, and hackers. I love it. It's a throwback.
It's so much fun. Thank you so much, and it's just been awesome. Everybody from your stream is super chill. By the way, just it's awesome seeing people having people having good quality discourse around the game, enjoying themselves. It's little Friday night Mechabellum, and we're seeing some very interesting series. Certainly not anything repetitive or it's just and that's just been so cool. I wasn't sure coming into this like were we going to see people be doing mostly the same stuff against each other, right? Was it going to be something like that where it's like, okay, it's going to be these really marginal choices that are made, like these 1 or 2% plays that kind of decide it? But that hasn't been the case at all, and it's just been a great time.
Right.
Speaking of showing the love, by the way, Ocelotus giving out subs in Amarok's channel, if that's how I say it correctly,
It
by
is
the way.
correct, yeah.
Big
A
thanks.
Rock.
Heck yeah, Amy Rock, got it.
Big thanks to
Fantastic.
Ocelotus. Gifts go out to EasyBot, Speedy Cerici, Cromulus Maximus, and Nastiest Fucked, and Martian TV. Thank you guys very much. The news from the other side of the bracket, by the way, we see that Blood beat Odds 01 and advanced on to day 2 in the winners bracket. Spade beat Cheese. Spade, a longtime player, beat Cheese to advance to face Rage and Jim G on the day 2 winners bracket. So Cheese and Odds have dropped down here to the losers bracket. We're going to have one last set of best of 3 elimination matches coming up, and I'm just going to call out. I've been playing a lot of this Rhino Wasp, The Swarm, that Cheese Mechabellum taught me how to do. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him run it. And the man has some great teachings of what he calls the gospel on YouTube over on his channel. I'll see if I can find the link for that for you guys real quick.
Love to see it, and that sounds like a fun composition as well. Little Rhino Wasp action. Again, it's I feel like I've learned so much now. I have to completely rethink how I'm going to approach the game now. Realizing the best way to create the foundation for the transition into whatever tech you want to do is to stay away from it as early as you can. So I've, it's just been fun.
Forward to
It's been
the
fun learning about so many of the different ways that people play against these compositions. We had a little bit less of the repositioning in that last game too. Like I think back to how much that the deployment module played into the first series of the day, and just something it wasn't even a factor, right? Like we just have a completely different game flow for that series. So
Yeah,
coming into this one, you're saying we should be seeing something kind of cool though.
something kind of cool, something kind of new that we haven't, I don't think, seen in any of the other games. Should be a lot of fun. There's the link to Cheese's YouTube channel. And Ragin gives him a shout out as well. Says Cheese is the man.
I'm subbing. I'm subbing to him right now. Need more builds. Need more
Let's
builds.
go.
Thank you.
Let's
Got
go.
you.
And he is a good guy. He's really fun. And of course, he's one of the folks in that Mechabellum Discord that I sent you the invite to. So you can pick his brain directly in there. There's lots of room to talk strategy. Folks who really enjoy coaching or casting or talking to people about the game. Get a lot of good stuff. All right, Odds 01 and Nearside Blue with the beautiful, cute puppy PFP will be a fortified specialist starting with hounds. Wait, zooming on in. So he has got over 100,000 combat power this season. So he's earned this gorgeous pink. Hey, wait, where are you taking those? Those gorgeous pink hounds. He's got
Whoa.
the pink paws.
I see. I've tried. Look, I tried to do more than just watch games and play in my research to commentate this
Mm-hmm.
game. I can tell you that there's been a lot of chatter on the Mechabellum social media platforms about the pink hound skin. Okay, people love it. Okay, I'm
People
just here to
love it.
report that we
I
love
am
it. We love to see it. We need more of it.
okay. Can I kvetch for just a
Go
moment? I
for
don't
it.
want to take away from the glory of the match that we are. I am 78 combat power away from it at the end of my day today.
I believe in
Just
you.
short. I know I can do it. I will do. I've been like
I'm sure
top
my
100.
combat power is negative, but I believe in you. You can do this. You got this.
I was top 100 for season 3, so top 100 world.
Nice.
But at that point it is just a who is playing a ton of Mechabellum, and I've basically been doing this as a full-time job for almost 2 years. So
Hey, you know, whatever reason you end up doing whatever you're doing, don't discount your accomplishments. That is fantastic. That is really cool too. So
Exactly. Cheese,
love to hear it.
Cheese on the far side does not have the pink paws, so the neutrals are going to have to be rooting for odds, I'm afraid. But Cheese is a Fire Badger specialist with a whole bunch of hounds and some Stormcaller support. And what we will see, if he is running the Gospel, but he is well known for running the Gospel, so he may be trying to get in opponent's head and not run what he is famous for. But we will see. But if he intends to run that, what he's going to try to do is get odds into a whole bunch of ground and single target units. So right now, odds is entirely anti-ground, has no anti-air. Here is an opportunity for it. Comp consists of Rhino and Wasp, both of which have a 50 cost to unlock. So he might have taken the Rhino for the free unlock, but instead he'll take a pair of Fangs, a little bit of anti-air protection that he can put down behind his towers or kind of in front of his storms, as it were, just to kind of slow down the push. Odds came out aggressive on that right side, so Cheese was, I would call it symmetrically deployed, standard deployment defensive. One thing to know about hounds, if you're going to play them from standard, you really do need them where on the row that Cheese has them on. If you put them any further ahead of that and you tech Mech Rage, they outpace the crawlers that are behind the towers and wind up getting targeted too early. So you kind of need them in range and Mech Rage and that deep. If you put them much further than that, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I was gonna say that was in one of the earlier series, right? We kind of saw that the Mech Rage on the Hounds, they keep up with the crawlers and just have the super fast mobile force. So definitely makes sense. You want to have that spacing so they can line up down the line. Now the Stormcaller's going out for getting a couple chip onto the chaff that's being flanked, kind of pulling a little bit of that to the side, trying to create a bit of space. Does have the Phoenix as well as that air threat that is going to have to be taken care of. So a little bit more of an interesting composition run up here. The Rhino clears some of that right side chaff too, but not really entered into the main fight. But there is still a lot of Stormcallers. So if it turns into just a long walk, that AoE is just so powerful. And he's got such a tremendous amount of Hounds and Crawlers that has not been too much of a problem at all. But one big daddy Rhino going to be able to clear out most of the ground. Looks like it. Okay, stand corrected. Rhino, he's walking up to the Stormcallers, no problem. I get it now. I'm learning.
Right.
I'm learning.
Punch is what I do.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm respect the Rhino. I get it.
Interesting set of choices. I actually love increasing the value of energy shields from 40,000 hit points to 56,000 hit points with that advanced shield device. But this shield airdrop on the other side, the one that Cheese just took, is a 50,000 hit point shield instead of a 40,000 hit point shield. It basically costs 100 because it costs 50, but you're also foregoing the opportunity cost of getting plus 50. So effectively it costs you 100. But a normal shield costs you 100. You're going to get this one back every third round of the game. You don't get the normal shield back ever. This thing is just straight win. And if that is on the option as one of the options, I am taking one of the 4 cards. I never ever skip when shield airdrop is available. And you can see both players took it. So they agree with me at least a little bit.
That's I was gonna say if I go full basic noob tutorial from what I've been reading, those shield upgrades are it's almost hard to go wrong with them, just because if you use them in the right place, the value they can have dealing with anything it's just big. So good to see. I was gonna say it's kind of, I haven't seen some of those. I guess I'm not really building Rhinos, but that having that choice to kind of accelerate trying to get more of them, but losing a little bit of what they have is interesting trade-off as well.
You were looking at the mass-produced Rhino as a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly wouldn't say whether there's any efficacy there or not, but I personally haven't seen that. So like, it's kind of an interesting choice to have there too. Even with the shield bubble here, with the module in the back, like these crawlers pulling quite a bit of forces away. All the flame badgers get right up to into the Hounds, but they do still have that shield. So interesting strategies using to try and just separate that right side and not even go up against the whole force at once, but as it returns and comes back together, we're going to see it get a little bit more interesting. But there are some Phoenix in the backside. It's not a completely a one-sided affair as far as it comes to the air.
Both sides have a Phoenix remaining, but Cheese is out of real chaff clear, and this round will go to odds. So round three win for odds. And we'll go to round 4. It's still very, very close, very early days in this one. About 4,000 to 4,100.
I was gonna say, do you obviously the number of rounds is gonna be based on the how much those impact of the wins are gonna be in terms of bringing down the hit points. But is it like you guys think like was fourth quarter when both players are under that 2,000 range and you start to get within that one shot distance because you've got bigger forces at that point, or is there
Yeah,
like a generally accepted like this is the kind of moment?
yeah, I would say I kind of, if you're going to divide it into quarters, I'm almost thinking of it in terms of whichever player has fewer health, percentage of the health bar. So, we're still in the first quarter here. Once somebody's down under about 3,800 or so, we'll be into the second quarter. Once somebody's under about 2,400, we'll be in the third quarter. And anytime that somebody's down under 1,400 or 1,500, it's
Like
definitely
striking
knockout range.
distance.
Yeah, it's suddenly strike distance, and they could be KO'd at any point. But I
Of
routinely
that.
run down under 600 or 700 hit points.
We saw the comeback. We saw two.
Mhm.
We saw two games like come and the player with sub 500, even sub 200 at one point. Like it's still really cool to see the way that they could stay in the game, and it really does just boil down to win the fight or lose the fight with barely enough.
Well,
But
a lot of what's going on there is that certain comps are strongest at certain points of the game, right? So you could build a composition that is strongest in rounds 1 through 3, but it really has no long-term value at all, right? Maybe I build a
right,
comp that is strong in rounds 4 through 8, and I drop you down to 500 hit points. But unfortunately, my comp had topped out. It's not really, I can't really accelerate it beyond where I had it. And you could build a comp that is great for rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, and just knock me out at that point. If I fail to knock you out by the end of round 8 or 9, I'm done, right? Like I've taken my shot.
yeah, it's
So,
like similar concepts in other games, like doing like a 1 or 2 base all in, right? Like
mhm,
I'm not thinking about the game going past the point of me, doing whatever this strategy is going to be, and it's and in this case, sometimes it can just be like having that one air unit left over there, but this time around does not turn into quite that issue. Those fangs getting it done even without the big upgrades, love to see it. Giving a
well,
bit of contention for that air, which has been such a deciding factor today.
well, we talked about the gospel. She's playing the gospel in round 4. And by that I mean what is down on that bottom left flank. He starts with 2 wasps and a crawler. He will presumably be reinforcing it as well. There is at least one more crawler, 2 more crawlers.
Let's go.
He's taking
Hey,
a tech on the wasps. Remember, he just took the wasp swarm, so he's dropping that in the bottom right corner, where he'll be attacking the
strategy is like
phoenix.
finding out you've got civilization of termites in the walls or something here, huh?
Hmm.
This is a problem.
I mean, all of a sudden, as the defender, as Oz, I don't know if he's going to sell out of these or tech into them, right? Do you overcommit to that side, or do you, trust that what you had over there is going to be enough? So
Yeah,
Oz,
as Farseer didn't have too much left over there by the time he cleared it out, and then
hmm
the collapse came through. So this is quite could be quite interesting to see. I guess I can see why there must be a gospel around this. This is definitely not something that we have seen out of anyone else. But you're creating a huge, like you're kind of creating a huge natural flank in a way too, or
right,
a concave anyway, if everything were to fight at once. But
right.
uh,
So it'll be 2 anti-air Farseers over there on the left, and don't forget the wasp all-in on the far right for Cheese. You kind of need to be able to look at both corners of the map right now to see which way this fight is going to go. Because if Cheese wins either of those towers, it is going to be pretty decisive. If you can't get to the towers, the round will go to odds.
And it feels so weird, but it's like that middle fight is important, but not in terms of the impact, it's not necessarily as important as making sure we can see if he's able to get that left tower. Both of the Farseers are still doing a good job of holding that up. He's cleared out the crawlers on the back end, but tower does get broken down first. Flame Badgers are
From the
coming in on the rest of the ground units too.
Oh, this is hilarious. Odds over-respected the flanks, won both flank fights, and lost both of his towers from the front.
I was like, it feels like this middle fight is not too much of a focus, but there's still those Fire Badgers, and I was gonna say, I just say Cheese has that Fire Badger specialist, so he's kind of, he's got this in the back of his mind, this opportunity to say, okay, well, you're gonna put everything that you have into dealing with this, and then you will end up, potentially overcommitting or, having a weak point somewhere. There's always going to be a soft spot that you can push in on, right, and find to apply that pressure. And it's just the nature of his strategy makes almost the whole entire thing, the whole space is soft. So wherever you aren't, you're just not going to be able to cover the whole entire space.
Right. And here it is. She's going with 3 rhinos. So there is the full comp. Rhino, Wasp, Crawler.
Oh, they're all in the flank as
all
well.
on a
I get it
line.
now.
And he's got the temporary shield airdrop over to drop over it. Missiles will take all the crawlers out. Oz is relying on these Void Eyes to handle the rhinos that he knows are coming, even though he couldn't see them. He can kind of predict from what Cheese has done and the gaps that he's left exactly what comp Cheese is planning on over there.
He's known for this too,
He's
right?
known
Like
for this, yeah.
Can we assume that Odds has an awareness that this is how Cheese plays? So he's not being completely caught off guard here, but it's also Cheese would it be fair to say that Cheese is maybe the highest level player that does this type of strategy so often?
Cheese kind of so this is actually pretty funny. One of my OG moderators, Ghoster Supreme, used to run this when we were back down in like the 800 MMRs, 800 MMR level. He thought this strategy had a lot of potential, and he took it as far as he could. He got himself up to I think it was about 1100 or so. But making a plus 300 MMR climb on a strat is really valid, right? Cheese came in and did it, and has basically run himself up to like 2100 MMR with it.
He's just got a really keen understanding of the way that he can kind of push and pull people around them with these strats, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you were talking about earlier, where it is he has piloted it so many times that even if you know what's coming, you're piloting against it for the 10th time. He's piloting a set of lines that you're taking to try and defend it for the 24th time, 25th time, etc. Odds wins here in round 6. It drops Cheese to 2940. Odds is still on 2611. Now, I'm going to point out again that key tech that Cheese took last round was the ground specialization. It increases the Wasp's attack against ground units by 200%. Bumps them from dealing, 200 and what is their base attack? 226, something like that, times 3. And then they've all just leveled up, so they've just gone to, plus 12, 12 times the value of a level 1 Wasp in terms of their attack value, and they're only level 2. And then he's added armor and whirlwind on the rhinos, armor enhancement for the extra attack, the extra, the blocking of damage, and then whirlwind to take out any kind of chaff that opponent is trying to use to slow this whole shebang down. And you can see how much Oz is trying to respect it and play around it.
Yeah.
And while he is doing that, Cheese is going to hit him in the front door. The front door is wide open, so there's 2 new packs of wasps that he's thinking about bringing right up the front door there, right up the front of that left side tower.
It's an absolutely crazy situation. It's like you said, it's a balance between respecting it enough, but also you still have to play the game. And so that front, that the main action of the game everybody, you're pushing side to side, front to back. But
Exactly.
he has to invest so much in covering the flank and also be able to deal with this that the main becomes the flank. Look at that early tower shutdown. And all of a sudden, the rhinos, all 3 of them were getting pretty low there, right as he was getting in for the engage. But because of the timing that he was able to pick that off, none of the rhinos go down. But more importantly, the wasps are all there. The Farseers aren't able to clear anything out, and we go from a tough situation to somehow seemingly even worse. And look how much he has left over. Just nuts.
Surprise attack through the
What?
front door for 2,800 damage, and Cheese
Okay,
has
so
just knocked Oz to the verge of elimination in a
just
single round.
like to thank Cheese for redefining what match point means as someone who's trying to understand where match point occurs in this game. I appreciate that. Okay, if I had said, do people do 3,000 damage in one turn? I feel like you might have said no, but now I know they definitely do sometimes. So
Mm-hmm.
that was
The right
awesome. That was fun to see. It's another highly unique game. As none of the other maps that we've seen today were even closely resembled that. That was very fun.
And I mean, I'm gonna say yes. People absolutely do 3,000 damage in a round. People do not do 3,000 damage in a round on round 7, Cheese. What the heck are you doing?
Okay, I was gonna say for how early it felt like it was, and he just had so much committed there, and he's like, everything's facing this direction, everything is all about this, and then boom, get the tower. And that it's such a fun way that the game can swing off of the tower debuff. Like you can't, obviously you want to have the units have the fight, but being able to play around the side objectives and use those to get an advantage like that is just incredible.
Look, Cheese. I have to complain. He says, "Look, we do what we have to do," but man, you won that game so quickly that Twitch won't let me run a 90-second ad break between these two matches.
There it is.
The button is disabled. Twitch won't let me do it.
Suffering from success over here.
Exactly.
That was awesome, though.
Sorry, brother. You are not sorry. You are smiling ear to ear, sir. I know you.
They say like you as you learn things you get the brain folds. I'm getting them. I appreciate it, Cheese. You are connecting new synaptic pathways in my brain. Some neurons are forming, keeping my brain young, making me think, making me process new information. So thank you for that. What a ride. What a ride we're on here, huh?
Ooh, will Twitch allow me to start a channel point gamba? I have not been doing all day, have I? So we can certainly put that one up for you guys. I do apologize. I got too into the conversation with Nathan here, so I'm enjoying it way too much. It's been a real pleasure having you, man. Like, so happy to have you here.
This has been super fun. This has been awesome. Great games, great games. I again, you get into any kind of competitive game, and my first thought is, I'm a little bit traumatized from StarCraft. I'm like, it's gonna be people that are all doing the same thing that's really sharpened with a few, adjustments here or there, but like there'll be some generally understood pathway that everybody kind of has to go, and that's very clearly not the case, or at the very least, we're not seeing those specific players, right, doing that kind of thing. But we're getting a really good variety in terms of what people are bringing out, how they're reacting to it, and it's made for a very varied, interesting. As a caster, that's like your favorite thing, right?
Exactly.
As long every game being different, you never have to you don't have to rehash the same thing over and over again. We're kind of going from island to island, and everything's a little bit different. It's not just one space where we're seeing the same thing rehashed.
Aw, thank you, KD. KD says y'all are an incredible duo. Disoriented Fox throwing out the thanks as well. Really
Love
appreciate
you,
you
Kate.
guys.
Thank you, Katie Thanius. That's my wife.
That's
She's
Katie. All right, let's go.
yeah. Her birthday was yesterday.
Yes, happy birthday.
It's Friday. It's Friday night. I'm talking about video games on the internet, and she is snuggling the golden retriever. We're
Oh,
gonna
puppies.
gonna have a nice
There.
yeah.
Okay, now you're gonna have to pay the pet tax. There is a
Oh, of course.
an animal friends in the fun aspect of the Discord guild. So you're gonna have to pay the tax there.
I
I'm
will.
afraid.
I will
Thank
post Lou pics.
Appreciate.
He's yeah, he's a very very photogenic, handsome dog, and he knows it. He's an absolute monster.
I miss my pup. He's the very first post in that thing. He's a big old black lab mastiff mix that passed away a number of years ago. We go to game 2 of this best of 3. Cheese is up 1-0. Odds will take a missile specialist. Now, of course, missile strike on top of the wasps can be brutal. So Odds kind of playing that around the the gospel strat. Cheese, you know what's coming. You've seen what's coming. He just took aerial specialist. You know what's coming. Can you
Uh,
defend it?
seeing aerial specialist was enough to get me excited for this game. Are you? You say that? Are you? Are we thinking? Is it still going back into like that kind of wasp focused
Oh yeah.
play, or
Oh
is
yeah.
there something else I should have my eyes open for here?
Now this is going to be the wasp focused play again from Cheese. I would expect. Um, so Cheese was saying I should convert you to the swarm. The cult needs another initiate. Um,
Mm.
I will point out that as you have seen, the Overlord summoning wasps can be a super valuable thing, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that was like.
So
I mean,
this is you're thinking of it as a Overlord first summon wasps strategy right now, but imagine the Overlords as the finisher to what Cheese does.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it, my initial thought process was that if you go for the wasps early enough, they counter into it. Maybe going into Overlord is tough because they've already committed to anti-air. But maybe I just need to watch guys like this play that have kind of accounted for those edge scenarios, trying to find ways to execute their strategies regardless. Which is that's the hallmark of a real strategist anyway. Being able to account for your own weaknesses in some capacity is really important. Marksman trade off, Mark like taken out very quickly, and odds able to take the first round in this one.
That does go for odds. He's on 4,600. It got Cheese down to 4,500. Here's another missile strike. If odds would like 3 missile strikes, we know Cheese is going to take the wasp swarm. Now, a lot of players will take the wasp swarm themselves, as odds did, and play it defensively. A lot of times between the two towers. But that can be a mistake in the case where you're up against the aerial specialist because of the plus 13% hit point and attack buffs for the.
Oh yeah, just because of the specialist, even with
Mhm.
both of them doing the same thing, he's would win in the straight up
Can
head
win
to
the
head.
head to head, exactly.
That's a I guess it's like you said, and it's interesting too because he takes the wasp himself, and he's like, well, I whether or not this is going to be something that can work against it, maybe he could try to play some kind of every other round on it, or
Mm.
avoid Matt, syncing up on that cycle where they would fight each other head to head. So still seems like there's a couple different ways
There's
to
different
try
ways,
and
yeah.
manage it.
And he's as it turns out, he's playing it aggressively rather than defensively. Going to go try to get a tower. Cheese has sort of guessed correctly and leveled up the what was his weak side tower. Odds has leveled up his weak side tower. So it's a pair of level 2 towers on the off sides. But, you mentioned earlier really enjoying geeking out on things. I am not sure that this website is 100% up to date. I have not checked it recently, but there is a link for you and your folk that you can go calculate the breakpoints for level 1, level 2, level 3, different
Hmm.
specialists, etc. So can be very good
It's good
fun.
to have. Good to have.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a couple cheat sheets. I don't have
Mm-hmm.
anything. This is actually been a really nice chill cast. I haven't really busted out a ton of notes to try and cover for my lack of anything to say. 'Cause the games have been super interesting, and that kind of makes it easy, to be honest. So it's just been fun. But there's so much information out there, and there's so many guides and resources that are maintained for the game that I was surprised when I found.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I looked at was it might have been out of date, but the guide I looked at didn't have much information on specifically on just the abyss. So
That'll
that
be out
kind of
of
made
date.
that a
Yep.
little more exciting me for today. Yeah, so I was like, oh, okay, this wasn't really in any of the old stuff that I was looking at. So I'm like, I have no idea what's gonna happen, but that's also kind of exciting.
All right. She's taking 4 hounds. So got his chaff clear there. He'll also take 3 wasps. There you go. Chaff clear. And unit. Okay, look at this wrinkle. Instead of putting the crawlers on the line, he's going to have a hound on the line up front.
Okay, there's the hound. We got the hounds selected both sides. We getting quite a few of them out. Kinda got him backed up, so he's ready to cover that flank, and with this style, though, we're talking about the air, so he's okay, yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, I needed to move the camera over to
Yep.
that flank. I'm, like, learning how to do observing, and I don't know how horrible this is for anybody watching on my side, but, I find myself having a little too much fun with the camera, but this I have to completely readjust it now that we're commentating Cheese because he
Take
doesn't build his units in his base.
No, he does not build the units in the base. They're
He
somewhere
doesn't.
else. You got to find them.
We-
Are you
we're only
using
using
the
half the map.
Are you using the auto camera, or are you guiding your own camera during the
I'm
match play?
I'm Yeah, I'm huge on my middle mouse button drag scroll
Uh-huh.
for the angle and just the right click moving
So
it.
so
So
top
it's
top right of the map, I actually used the auto camera, the second camera down, to
oh
because it will zoom out. It will do a cinematic view, zoom out to
oh my
encompass any
gosh.
unit that is on the board, and zoom in as the units die off. So you'll get like the close up of the one surviving unit. Like the hero Fang won the round
Oh, this
for you.
is
There's one
beautiful.
dude left. So as a caster, this is
I could have
perfect.
been eating tacos
You
this
can
whole
eat
entire
tacos the
time.
I
What have I
literally
done?
I had some Korean barbecue earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, no, it was delicious. And yeah, here you
The
are.
wraiths, wasps. There's so many of them. Right, yeah, bringing out StarCraft terminology. There's wraiths would be the equivalent here, but that's oof. I mean that airplay. We're seeing it come back. So Odds was able to take that first round right, the kind of early push a little bit, and now we're starting to see Cheese get back into doing his thing.
Yep. Now you're back in control of your camera at the normal positionings during the between rounds. Your camera will just automatically pivot and do that zoom next round at the start of the round. So you'll reorient and give you the cinematic next round. If you ever want to get back into the full manual
That's so
control,
cool.
that's option number 1. The option number 3 I really hate. It's kind of a stationary camera and you're controlling the pivot. So I wouldn't recommend it. Ion
I
beam.
appreciate that.
Ion beam is devastating against the gospel. Ms. Diana calling that out in chat over there. Um, it is something you should take and run it across the flank that is being attacked, because ion beam does a long straight line of damage, and you can just kind of predict where those wasps are going to be. When I see the ion beam come up, if I'm running this kind of wasp attack, when I see the ion beam come up, I will mobile beacon something on that flank to just change the timings so that something isn't where it's supposed to be, so that it misses the ion beam. Cheese does not seem to be playing around it. He's just putting the hammer down.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, so he's still got that huge force, continuing to reinforce like a couple more crawlers up on the side, and I guess where did this really go last time? He ended up committing enough to be able to defend it, but at the moment where he was able to hold it, that was the precise moment where the pressure went back to the inside and kind of
Right.
created new problems for him. So like it's just about this balance. And Cheese, by doing it this way, he just puts all the pressure on the opponent to make the right adjustment here because he's just got such a carefully crafted attack.
Right. This time, Odd's doing something kind of clever. He's leveled that tower up so the debuff won't be as bad. He also recognizes that the hounds are too slow. The wasps overflew them, so the wasps flew into a sentry missile, and about half of the wasps blow up. But half the wasps are still enough, and Cheese gets the front door on the right side.
Just brutal. Just absolutely brutal. The amount of pressure that he can bring on here. The Mustang's on the right side, nowhere near enough, and actually into towards the top right now. With the tower getting taken out, however, he's able to clear a good number of them, but there's still just more. There's so many
Exactly.
wasps.
The wasps won't die, man.
He's got the range upgrade for them too. They are firing on all cylinders. So what's the next play here? Like what does Cheese take to augment this? I guess odds with the underground, that makes sense. Portable shield.
Uh,
From my research, that's a pretty good one to take, right?
Yeah,
It's
doubles
quite
the hit
strong.
points. It's the only way to double a hit point. It also does a full block of 1 point of damage, 1 source of damage. So if you have that, for example, on a pack of steel balls with 9,000 hit points, now they effectively have 18,000 hit points. But a single unit that does 60,000 hit points of damage just knocks the shield off, and still has to 2-tap them to kill each steel ball. So
Can people use that to tank like ability calldowns? Would that count as the blocked instance of damage? Like
most things, the tungsten rod ignores all shields, so it ignores that item.
okay, good to know.
Yep. But it looks like the Portable shield is going to be on a Wraith down on that flank for Cheese. So instead of going Rhino Wasp, he's going Wraith Wasp, expecting to see something that targets, anti-air, for example, on the Mustangs. AA Mustang would have been kind of a natural answer to try and get a beat on the Wasps, and instead he's going to be able to throw the Wraiths in front, tech armor enhancement on them, and block a whole bunch of the damage that would have been dealt to them.
There's so much pressure from every angle.
Odds
really
is
seeing
still
like that.
ignoring the front. He's just leveled that tower up to level 3. So this is an old school strat. Old school was ignore the flank entirely, level the defending tower up to level 5, and win the other side of the map. It's so hard that you have your whole army left to fight his whole army left in neutral ground without the positioning advantage.
Just try and do everything you can to take away the efficiency of the flank. And right as he
Yes.
gets up into this next battle, the Mustangs aren't that close, so with the shutdown, it's not like he's going to be able to get too close before he's set up. That there are so many Mustangs. You were talking about the race tanking up quite a bit with the shields, and is that going to be enough? It looks like it.
Oh my god!
Even when you feel like you're doing everything you're supposed to do, Cheese is like, yeah, I kind of thought about that. It's like my strategy has considered this potential, and that shield right there. I mean, you talk about doubling the health of a unit. At the end of that fight, he just barely drained the shields on it. Without that specific augment in that specific place, the same fight happens. Maybe that's the difference between winning or losing the round. Albeit only not too many units left over on either side, but really seeing the impact of those like very specific minute choices that he's making.
Very nicely played from Cheese, and again, you can just see the number of times he's been down this path versus the number of times Odds has had to defend it, I think, coming through there. Cheese is going to go with a Wasp Swarm and an Underground Threat in the same spot. We're all going to be on that one side. Here we come. You know where we're attacking from. We're just gonna... We don't care if you take that tower up to level 5. We're going to swarm over it and continue past it to the next target. Odds has gone instead for level 3 and level 2 towers. I was really expecting to see him just go level 5 on that tower. The level 3 tower, by the way, is up to 59,000 hit points, and the debuff, if you mouse over the little question mark there, it's got a debuff is down to 5 seconds instead of the 9 seconds that you would have started with. By the time he gets it all the way up to a level 5, it'll be like 250,000 hit points and a 1 second debuff, if that's the direction he decides to go.
Yeah, so that's like that advantage, right? You get of getting the upgrades on those towers, giving yourself that time to buy and reduce the impact of that.
Right.
It does turn into a lot of units chasing each other across the field. So we'll see. Oil dropped on the right side, and that huge collapse, just that tremendously huge collapse on the left side. There's an ungodly amount of wasps on the field here, just crazy. And he's managed to clean out a lot of what's on the right side, but the Mustangs are going to have the work cut out for him, and he still has the flanks in the corner too, like we discussed. So he's got a lot happening right. I've just never seen this many wasps.
Wasps together strong.
My goodness, and the Wraith is still up front doing its little bit of tanking that it can, getting taken out just barely. The Mustangs are able to clear him out though, so he's huge commitment to Odds to have this, and it kind of leans back to what you were saying though, is he's keeping his own army basically from moving out too far before the point where he would need to actually take the real battle. And by having all of the Mustangs avoid that initial blast of whatever it is he's up against, he kind of take that more protracted fight in the middle. And as long as the Wraiths aren't there doing enough to keep it safe, yeah, they can handle the Wasp. So we're seeing those Mustangs. I think you kind of talked about how they have a little bit of scaling efficiency to them when they can work well in these types of situations.
Right. Odds taking the fortress with anti-air barrage. This is, I would say, the canonical defense to the swarm. It's in general, if the swarm is being run as Wasp and Rhino, the fortress should be able to shoot the Rhino efficiently with its main gun, and then the anti-air barrage handles the Wasps, especially if you can get the Wasps stuck in place somewhere. For example, stopped on and firing at a level 4 or level 5 tower for a moment, The problem with missiles like a Stormcaller or a Fortress is they launch targeting the location that the unit is at the moment that the missile fires, not at where it will be when the missile blows up, when the missile arrives. So the Wasps can actually overfly a fort's missile barrage. And if Cheese is doing this well with that mobile beacon, what'll happen is the Wasps will actually fly right back by the level 4 tower. They'll never stop. So they'll just kind of continue right on past it without stopping to target it, which will make some of these fort barrages miss, potentially. Also, the forts are targeting on ground units, but so their walking their aggro is being directed towards ground units. That moves them on. Oh, Cheese is using the steel balls to take care of, I don't care how many hit points you have on that tower, I'm gonna burn it down eventually.
They have that damage, especially when they can shoot at a single unit for a little bit too. They actually do find a little bit more of that efficacy, and he's got a lot on the ground coming up against isolated. I mean, the Mustangs are kind of split in half here, so he doesn't have to engage all of them together this time, and now it becomes a little bit too much for him to be able to deal with again. And we just see that next adjustment made. He says, okay, you did this to deal with me. Well, here's my next step, except there's so many. When he wins, he doesn't just win. He wins big. There are so many Wasps that we're just seeing him take huge chunks out of odds.
And one of the things that Cheese is really, really good at with the swarm approach, I am not as good at. When I run the swarm, I'm not as accomplished at it as Cheese is. But one of the things he does is he is thinking about where his Wasp army will converge to fight the second and third battles. So he might start with them split across the board from opponent's perspective, but he's really thinking about them as a combined army that is forming up at and behind this level 5 tower, right? So that is where his deployment is not where his units are starting, but that secondary deployment, or formation for the secondary fight, let's say.
It's just such a nightmare to even think about how you try to orchestrate a defense against something like this too. This just has to be so frustrating, and the way that he's got himself set up here. I think you're talking about the fortresses with the anti-air gun. He's got a Gundam. He's got his own Gundam unit out here trying to take care of this, and it's just been such an unusual strategy, such an unusual style. I'm at a loss for words. Like, balancing this out is so tough, and now he's got this force on that left side that he's been stacking behind the level 2 Rhino, and it really feels like the steel balls gave him, because it's just not a chaff focused army anymore for
Right.
odds. All of his chaff is in the back to cover the flank. He doesn't really have that much at the front to deal with any of these isolation units.
Again, odds running, or Cheese is running the armor and whirlwind on the Rhinos. You can see that they have been slowed down by missile strikes. The sentry missiles apply slow. The next answer, if the opponent is willing to keep throwing sentry missiles or oil at the Rhinos, Cheese's next answer will be the power armor, next tech over, which is 700 cost. Other fun thing that you'll notice that Cheese is doing at least with the Rhinos, is techs are from right to left in the order that he'll use them, just minimizing the mouse travel time to how long is it going to be for me to click the things, how much can I save in terms of APM, etc., right? To order my techs so that I'm making the minimum mouse movements to go level them up.
Precision. You gotta use every second of time, right? Each turn, and make sure that if you're gonna leave any of that time on the table, you gotta make sure you're not gonna regret it.
Exactly. So. Don't wind up with the helipad deploy.
movement speed feels like a huge boon to Cheese's style as well.
Yes, it is. And oh, by the way, remember leaving the front door open last game? There's the front door open on the right side tower. Here comes a level 2 Rhino with 2 level 2 Wasps aimed at the weak side tower that he has basically not threatened at all during the first game, all during the second game. It's not until round 9 of the second game that he even makes an effort at that weak side tower.
It's just been such an interesting situation to see him try and regain control here. Gonna move a couple of hounds up in front of the middle fortress. I mean, it's just he's dealing with like almost 180-degree angle on that left side, right? So the right
Hmm.
side is kind of been pushing through a little bit, or at least slowing down to the point of that next fight. But the War Factory coming out here. Are
It doesn't
we?
shoot up,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, are we expecting there? Is there
and it
some
has
thing?
range.
Is there that one of the tech options that you can get for it that you
No,
can switch it into some sort?
you
Okay,
you can make it produce Phoenix, but that's not even on his tech bar, and it's not what you'd want to do against all these wasps. You would
well,
think
let's
what
see if
he's
it gives him the support he needs on the ground,
maybe
possibly.
he's trying to take out the rhinos and the steel balls with it, but look how quickly the front door collapses on the
Oh
right
my
side,
gosh,
and now the steel balls just make it like that. War Factory might as well not even have been on
it's
the board.
it's piranhas feasting on a megalodon. There's just too many of them, and it was I'm just right there with you. I didn't think that. I wasn't sure if there was some upgrade I wasn't aware of that
No.
the war tank had for this specific situation, but my fears have been availed, and it's going to come clean up the last of these crawlers up on the tower. And this is a lot to have left over with 2,000 HP left. So getting dangerously close, 762 life points for odds.
And
And Cheese, well, this is brutal.
Cheese is up 1 game to nothing. Oz has to win this just to stay alive here in the losers bracket. I don't think he's even going to win round 10, let alone win the match or the series from here. It looks like it's all over. Only thing he's got potentially in his pocket is if we sell out of this War Factory and get into something that's more valuable. I mean, he could be cashing that into 1,200 cash that he's going to use somewhere else on the board, but I don't even see what that pivot would be right now to answer this at this point.
Yeah, like you make the investment into the War Factory. He's got the range on it now, but like, what is the choice that he makes that puts him in a position where the War Factory like empowers him against everything on the ground? You have to be right. You have to be able to take care of everything on the air for that to work first. So
Right.
see what he's. I mean, with that tower is up to level 5, like we were kind of talking about earlier. Enhanced ranged, enhanced range as well for this next round on that. So trying to set himself up with a little bit more availability to deal with these forces, but it's just crazy. He's just been surrounded. He's been getting flanked from all directions the entire match.
What he does get from the drop is a level 8 Sabertooth, closing the front door on that right side tower. That level 8 Sabertooth will do 70,000 damage shots every 3.4 seconds. The Rhino in front of it at level 3 has 109,000 hit points, so it'll survive the first one, but it should go down hard to the second one. Except, Cheese throws the Wraith above it with the Degen beam.
Rhino does kind of get close, but
Makes it almost all the way to the face of that saber before it goes down. Level
and once
5
that tower
down.
the tower going down here, even with that reduced time, because he's already on top of the army, because the tower is on the army, like the advantage of having a shorter downtime is almost lost, except for this follow-up pretty much. But even that Rhino's able to get a big spin attack in on the Mustang, softening him up. It still has the Wraith up front, so Mountain is going to get cleared, but this is this stun right here is basically his big chance to try and shut this down. He's going for the other tower here, and there it is. Okay, so the Mustangs are able to clear that out just at the time where he was going to be taking that next fight was when that right tower finally went out. So the timing there can definitely be a factor. And are we feeling like this bulwark of mountains is achieving its goal?
Well, there's no mountains on the board. It's the forts.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fortress. Sorry.
But the forts with AA are getting the job done. But I think the real piece there was the hit points on the saber, right at the very end of that round really mattered. And that was why I was surprised to see range on the War Factory. I thought maybe photon or armor, but looking at his bar, he doesn't even run photon or armor for the War Factory, right? So that is part of why he couldn't choose that in terms of a unit, a piece to slow things down. You could conceivably run Mountain with the armor plating, right? Armor plating blocks 700 damage per level, so that would really slow the wasps down a bit, and potentially do enough damage.
Yeah, especially because they're all on the right side, not engaging at the beginning of the fight, and it's kind of turns into a bit of leftovers versus leftovers, which I think makes some sense. The Mustangs are really experienced now. They've been promoted quite a few times, got all those great
Right.
upgrades. When we see it turned into Wasps versus Mustangs, it feels almost comical. But getting into that point where it's that head-to-head engagement without either the support units being there or that incredibly overwhelming mass, like, has just been such an interesting component of it, and more Mustangs actually being reinforced in that center spot makes a lot of sense. There is the Abyss too coming into play
Here
on the
comes
far
the
cheese. So
Abyss. Trying
for
to...
everybody that enjoyed seeing the Abyss earlier, don't worry, it's back.
It is back. Now, level 1 Abyss versus these level 4 and level 5 Mustangs, that is not going to work. And these, by the way, these are fortified Mustangs with plus 200% health. So they have, 4,000 hit points, 6,000 hit points. They're actually tanks out there. They're basically like level 1 and level 2 sledgehammers in terms of how much hit point they have. That makes them survive the Abyss in a way that Mustangs wouldn't normally do. But here comes the army, left to right across your radio dial, getting through to the second tower, which they get in time, but there is just not quite enough left on the board.
It has enough chaff in front of where most of the Mustangs were, but just not still too much to get through it at that point. And half the Mustangs getting split off as he got the tower kind of played into it there seemed like. I wasn't. It felt like one of those ones where it could be a little. This is definitely the lowest number of wasps we've seen.
That is a
round
six
left over.
6 surviving wasps getting their close up. Odds down to 660 points. We go to round 12. 2470 on the bar for cheese. 660 for odds.
We are in deep on this one. We are in deep. Got the melting point come out for cheese. I don't want to know what he's gonna do with that. We'll find out.
Yeah, right. Just get that to lock on anything, right?
Please, does he put it in your own side of the map, okay?
Right.
Wait, are we flanking with the melting point too? Just everything on the side.
Well, he's unlocked it, but he hasn't placed it yet, right? I'm thinking it should be targeting the level 8 saber, which is now a double tap level 8 saber.
The tarantula's taken for odds.
He can take anti-aircraft on them for 150, which is what he does. He takes anti-aircraft in range. They won't last very long, but they will help, right?
That makes a lot of sense. And he's at this point, anything that he can add for winning the air fight really seems to be the big issue. He's
Right.
obviously got a tremendous amount of ground support. We do have a war factory come out now for cheese. So he's gonna say, look, I'm not only building air units for the rest of the game, okay, bud?
He took the melter, he sold the melter, he's using the sold melter to fund the level 2 war factory. He's given it launcher overload and high explosive ammo, so reduced the attack interval from 1.8 seconds to 0.9 seconds, and given it an 11-meter splash. We're gonna burn through as much as we possibly can, and in theory, still have a war factory left on the board to answer and maybe even just tank some of those Mustangs at the end of this round.
That does get one last little volley of missiles out as the Abyss gets taken down, but those Mustangs have a tremendous amount of forces in front of them to soak up the damage this time, especially if we were talking about with a couple of those tarantulas in the back giving that extra anti-air support. So looks like we're going to be able to see a pretty decisive victory in this round for odds.
Whoosh.
I mean, this has to be got to be our match point, right?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
For this map.
Now,
It's a best of 3. It's best of 3.
Technically.
Cheese is ahead in this series, but yeah, for this map anyway.
technically, if you enter the weekend tournaments, weekend tournament matches end after round 13, whether or not a player has dropped down to 0 hit points or not. So this match, if it were being played in a weekend tournament, could actually end with both of these players in positive hit points, at which point the higher hit point total surviving wins it. This tournament does not have that rule. We are handmade rooms that can play as long as these two want to go. So this does not
You can break the law. That's
necessarily...
good to know.
Yeah, it does
You
not
have
necessarily
control.
end it.
Reality is whatever we want it to be. It's good.
Indeed.
to know.
And if folks in your channel or mine are interested, I do a weekend tourney cast of the EU tourney, which is noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Every Saturday, you can just tune in here for the Voice of Mechabellum casting that. You'd be welcome to join me for some of those if you want. I've been doing them with Alpha Titan the last couple of weeks. I've been doing them solo, but always welcome to have somebody in the booth with me. But
Like, yeah, I'm just I tell you what, this certainly has not been a discouraging experience. I want to play the game more, and I made sure I had I'm like I need to look at those Diana games again. I'm like this seems
you're
I'm seeing some stuff and these games too. This I'm seeing some stuff I like. I like the out there stuff. I like the variety and just yeah, I feel like we've seen so much personality expressed too in
right.
what we see from these games.
Each
Here we have it.
each of these players has had a very different style, right? Now, Cheese is coming in on the right side with a level 2 War Factory that just gets deleted by that level 8. Is it level 9 now? It's level 8. Sabretooth just completely deleted that War Factory. But did it buy enough time? Doesn't look like it. I think this game is going to odds here in the 13th round. Wow, it
Wow,
is.
wow, wow.
I said at round 10 I didn't think Odds was going to win another round, let alone the game. Proving me wrong. Well done, sir.
Crazy. Oh my gosh. Well, that puts us into a true match point situation then as far as the series is concerned now.
Yeah, Caster Curse.
Oof.
Caster Curse for sure. All right. We
Mm.
started with a 12 round epic and a best of 3. We have just gone with a round 13 epic, and we're finishing out with a game 3. How hyped are you? And how is your voice holding up?
It's look, I'm used to doing some long broadcasts with our SC matches, but I will say it's what usually defines the feeling at the end is how excited we end up getting during the games, and that's definitely been up there. Like coming in here, I feel like I've gotten the full again. It feels like I've gotten the full menu. I didn't just order one thing. I've somehow managed to get to try everything. Like we've hit every category on the entrees, on the appetizers. I could tell somebody who asked me about what people do in this game. I could actually give them multiple answers now in a kind of interesting way, far beyond what I originally thought. Like, there's so many different openers that you can do, and there's a lot of strategies and guides out there that people make because there are so many different ways to play. But seeing the evolution throughout just the rounds themselves and watching that just trying to throw him off, right? With that just that huge flank strategy and create the space for himself to actually be able to get it back to a normal game where he can just win was just incredible.
Well, here we are. Cheese versus Odds, third and final match. The loser is out of this tournament. Winner advances to the day 2 losers bracket. Well, they will be facing the loser of match 7. That'll be Rage and Jim G and Spade. It's match 7 at the start of day 2. Fort Build and Blood will be the other matches in the winners bracket for day 2. Diana waiting for the loser of that one. Winners of those two will face each other in the winners semifinal on day 3. Losers semifinal will be the Diana is on that path. Winner of this match would be on that path. And then our grand final awaits on the third day of this cast. This will be the last match of our cast tonight. Whew, it's been
Yeah.
a wild one. It's been
Like you
so
never know
much
what you're
fun.
gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get. And I don't know how often this happens in Mechabellum, but like you get into like a StarCraft best of 3, and sometimes you have 3 games that go 30 minutes, and you're like, what happened to the last hour and a half of my life? And then sometimes you'll go in and be like, all right, we had two pretty clean wins, 2-0. Whole series is wrapped in less than like 20 minutes. Like
Right.
okay, we get into the lobby, get into the next one, and it's just a complete stomp. But absolutely none of that here. Just a really straight, like, just good back and forth. I don't want to say straight up too much because I feel like we had a lot of spice brought in. We've had a lot of variety and strategies. It hasn't. Nobody's gotten like super stomped in that way. We've just got so much competition here, and you love to see it.
All right, our third and decisive game of this best of three. A winner advances to day two in the losers bracket. A loser is out. Odds recovering from the verge of elimination in game two, brought back to win it in 13 rounds. Hayes nearside as a marksman specialist with a tarantula and crawler start. Cheese Farside 1-1 with the rhino wasp, the gospel, as it is called. And he's starting out with a rhino specialist this turn. Arclight, I'm sorry, with hounds, crawlers, and steel ball. We've talked about why the hounds, if you give them mech rage, they can keep up with the crawlers and steel balls. For odds, he's taking 5 crawlers, 2 tarantulas, starts out with the aggro on the right side.
This choice of positioning, like which point to attack on, where to apply the pressure. We've talked about how, especially, it's always seems to be this like it's this right side. We've got this big play here. We expect this aggression, but we also know that when that gospel strategy comes into play, if that back door is there, it's going to end up being on that left too. So try to establish that position because you know that your opponent doesn't necessarily want to be committing to that area to fight for the game, and try and leverage that into the mid game advantage. But it's it's just so crazy. Like my understanding of what people were doing with flanks was a little bit different than what we've seen in this match. So it's like a complete reevaluation
Right.
happening here.
These are the committed flanks. I did, in honor of your love of the Overlord, I'll talk about a game I had the other day where opponent ran a flank that was Vulcans and one Vulcan and one Overlord. I was like, I bet you've never seen a Vulcan Overlord flank before. And I had to crush his feelings. I'm like, yeah, sorry, man. Actually, it's not as creative as you think it was. That was a meta back in early 2024. where the meta was actually late, I guess it was mid 2023 even, where the meta at that point was one Vulcan plus a million Overlords all on the flank, and then jump drive the Overlords over to somewhere else. I was like,
Exactly. You seesaw it.
Exactly. Seesaw it. Exactly. And I was like, it's creative. I haven't seen that one in a year and a half at least. 2 years maybe. Give me that.
That's what it's like. It's you make a unit like too cool, and then that obviously people that are new to the game, like you're trying to find like something that you kind of want to latch onto, and you're like, the Stormcaller is cool, but it's it's not your end game unit necessarily. Right. How much of your persona do you build around like a Stormcaller finisher versus obviously going for a Titan of some kind? And I think it's pretty easy to see why units like that are so cool. It feels like there's quite a bit of personality or edge to each of those choices. And I haven't even tried to build an abyss yet, so I've got a whole other agenda to get up to this weekend now.
Right. Exactly. We'll point out that the higher value units, because they do more damage to the hit point bar at the end, they're higher value per deploy towards accelerating the game. And the point that I reached, I think I was stuck at about 970 or so. I was really just under 1,000, and I kept getting close to it and then falling away from 1,000. Getting close, falling away from 1,000. And a part of that was because I was committed to running 200 cost units. Like, a sledgehammer was my favorite. I was just running sledges and phoenix and crawlers and bangs. And, eventually, it's not finishing rounds quickly enough to win a game. And opponents would eventually buy giants and be able to come back from whatever deficit I'd put them into. And when I switched to starting to run giants and then eventually titans, all of a sudden I'm finishing games that I wasn't finishing before. So I think you've got a ways to go exploring that. That'll be a lot of fun for you. Just feeling how that changes the tempo of a game.
Yeah, that's what's so fun about MacBellum too. Is especially as a new player or somebody getting into it, the odds of you running into someone who's playing some super specifically crafted strategies are also like you're anybody at your own level is going to be on some level of kind of doing what they want more than necessarily what they should be doing, if that makes sense. So you
Yeah,
kind of because that's how you like build a relationship with the game. And kind of build that level where you're like, all right, well now I'm going to get really serious. I'm going to dial in on a specific strategy or play style. Once you kind of feel like once you know the rules well enough to bend them without breaking them,
Right.
something like that.
Right. Here comes the gospel a third time. And she's down 4,000 to 2840. Showing up with 3 wasps on the back right side this time. And we'll see where it goes from there. We know how he wants to develop it. He's got the Rhino Specialist, so he's intentionally brought these 3 wasps out on round 3, knowing that he's going to get a free level 2 Rhino on round 4, to be able to drop in front of them and just kind of accelerate the tempo of that flank. So that's why he waited until round 3 and didn't. He might have brought these out on round 4, but he wants to be able to throw down an extra unit into that flank on round 4.
Yeah, especially the way that he's setting himself up too. It's going in on the right instead of the left. We're seeing a little bit of the different direction in terms of the way that he's got this going. And there's so many crawlers with this setup, but the big wasps on the right side, there's not much of an answer here for them just yet. So the tower will get popped relatively easily, and now you move in from the flank to engage the rest of the army. So have to see how much he can do here. There are some Mustangs in play, but not sure that we're necessarily going to see enough with the number of wasps built here either.
Well, and also I think those wasps are actually
his Mustangs. Sorry.
Yeah, the wasps are actually, or the Mustangs are actually Jesus, right? The anti-air is the Mustang.
I thought
that
the one player's units were on one side of the map and the other player's units were on the other side of the map. And then I casted this tournament, and then everybody builds their units on the other side. Well, actually, it's just this one guy.
It's just
and he's
this
very
one
good
dude,
at
yes.
it. But he's building all his units on the other side, and I'm like, okay, who's moving where? Because he was used the module too off of the side to path them in that way as well. So it was
he gets the
fun.
speed
It's hard
already.
to follow.
Oh no, this is bad news for odds.
He's cruising.
They all
pedal to the metal.
They all leveled. It'll be level 2 Rhino plus 3 crawlers and level 2 wasps. And he's got 250 that he's floating. Can't get any of the techs he really wants, which is range and ground spec. But he really wants range first, so he's just going to float that 250 this round, it looks like.
Yeah, and for people like, I guess it's a kind of a question that even I would have as a player learning, but even at a reasonable high levels, players will make that choice to keep, somewhere in the realm of what is a responsible amount of carryover?
50 to 500. 50
Okay.
to 500, guarantee. And the idea there is there are those unit reinforcement drops where you might be able to sell a unit, or you might get a unit that'll be really high impact. Being able to buy 2 more of them and throw 2 techs onto them can just completely change a board. So sometimes you will want to float, 400 or 500. One of the mistakes I think you see players make at the new level is, okay, I've got 50 left, I might as well put down a sentry missile, and
See, that's good. That's good info to have, because I would be the noob, but being like, I guess I want to spend all my money, because that's
right.
It's like a thing you get drilled into.
Yeah, but no, just save the monies and put them to good use next turn, rather than wasting them on this turn.
Rhino tanking beautifully, by the way, in the bottom right there. Absolutely, none of the wasps taken out by the anti-air. Just still has that Rhino going, and gonna just go from. I think the anti-air there is more or less taken care of now, right?
Yeah, there is no more anti-air, and it'll be another round for the gospel. One other thing I was going to say, you've mentioned, I think back in round 2, you were talking about, people at a lower level are just kind of playing what they want to play rather than necessarily playing the optimal. Absolutely. And my one of my viewers, Toast, who's already asleep, she's East Coast and has a 4-hour time distance, like Nova Scotia area. So,
they're like +4.
Yeah. She says the lowest levels are like two drunk toddlers bashing each other with a pool noodle, and it really is.
That's where you build your love for the game. You know, people don't fall in love with a sport just by seeing it or watching it, right? A lot of
Yeah,
that
you
comes
have to
from
play it.
you gotta do the backyard tackling each other in the
Hmm.
grass with no rules, or
Yep.
half deflated ball, because that's where your love of the game comes from.
Absolutely. But what I was going to say is for anybody out there that's watching and thinking like, is this the game for me? Look, the game's less than $20 on Steam. The 1v1, lower levels, you're not going to be like, you know, you're not going to regret having spent the 15 or 17 bucks or whatever it is on Steam to come check this game out. Go play it at the low MMR for a while. Go through some placement matches. Even if it's not the long term game for you, it's going to be fun in the short term. And yeah, hopefully some of you will find that you love it as much as I do. I really look forward to seeing you guys on ladder, seeing you
There's a
guys in
lot of
tournaments.
passionate folks. A lot of passionate folks in the space, especially StarCraft fans. I mean, there's a lot of names you'll recognize that play in this game too. It's you hopefully won't be playing people who are crazy good at this gospel strategy, or that might I can see that tilting you out. Be careful. If you
Absolutely.
run against this, if you play two people in a row doing this build, just go for a walk. Don't risk it. But otherwise,
Exactly.
it's like if you get cannon rush 2 games in a row, maybe you got bad luck. If you get cannon rush 5 games in a row, you're making a mistake.
Right. So
Sometimes you just gotta step back.
yeah, that's the first spot I remember having a hard cliff in my MMR was like about 770 or so, and the carry Arclight was super dominant at the time. Arclights were a little overtuned. You didn't have some of the tech answers that you have to Arclights nowadays, and I would just lose to them, and I'd like go on a 5-game winning streak when I didn't see them, and go on a 3-game losing streak. It's just like Arclight, Arclight, Arclight. Like, ugh. I still hate the Arclight as a unit. I've never forgiven it. This is like 2 years plus ago, and it took until one of my opponents sat down and was like, "Let me explain exactly why you're losing to this. And here's this mistake. Here's this mistake. Here's this mistake." And really talked about how I was feeding experience into the Arclights, how much they relied on on experience to be able to become the big carry unit, and it was really neat. But it was part of the thing that I love about the game is that he was willing to take this, like, here is why you are losing to my strategy, and made me a better player. He bumped me up 200 MMR, and I never ran into him again. Like,
Yeah.
thanks. I appreciate you. I needed to know this.
And what the spirit of competition's all about.
Mhm.
We push each other up because once everybody else gets better, then they push you up, right? And it's kind
Exactly.
of that everybody kind of keeps each other accountable
Yep.
by working together and coming up with solutions, and also coming up with problems. Coming
Yes.
coming up with new ways to play the game, and ways to bring that pressure and harass, and like we're seeing here with
New
this
new ways to leave
gospel.
your opponents tilted. All right.
Exactly.
We can see that Oz is in a full-on defense. He's committed to defending this tower instead of running away from it. He's added a melting point over there. He's got the AA tarantulas again, and I think it's an AA specialized Farseer. It's not AA specialized yet. It's just relying on it.
And the marksman in that bottom left that was doing a little bit of work with the tarantula is not going to be quite as actually no the tower timing works out beautifully for him there. So
Yeah, tower timing
he's
with
cleared it out.
Ooh,
And I
that is
think
a
it really that
huge
melting
round.
point. I feel like that melting point did a lot of work on the Rhino too.
It did, and
Started that.
especially with the oil slowing the Rhino down. We know Cheese has the ability to put down power armor and kind of ignore that oil, so we'll see if he does that. Orbital is orbital, both players taking it. A lot of times you can actually get some value. Don't worry about orbitaling your own units. Go ahead and throw the orbital on top of this flank. Don't be afraid to do that, Odds. This is where the strength of his army is. That's where your orbital should be. Doesn't matter that it's on your flank.
Yeah, it seems like it's such a tough call too, especially with how little health Cheese has. Like this,
Right.
this could, I mean, crushing this wave well enough could
Could
be
win the
enough
game.
to get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Get out.
He has a
call it
little bit
night.
of gonna say he has a little bit of wiggle room, but I loathe to say that since a few those times where we see the flank win, it's usually in a big way.
Right.
So it's really you can't necessarily say, oh well, if I lose this round, I'll probably drop 1,000 health. It's like, no, you might not.
Yeah.
So
We've seen him do 16, even 2,800 damage with a single round, right?
gross. That
So
was gross. So yeah, just nuts, just absolutely nuts. And the bombardment coming down here too. I mean, I guess if you're cheese, there's no real scenario where you're going to win it here, but you've got to get enough done that next round becomes
right.
match point for
We
you.
need we need to not lose. He's sold out of the level 2 Rhino on the right side that the melting point was doing the great work against. The orbital is landing well. So well, in fact, that the wasps are flying into the orbital radius. He's hit his own wasp with his orbital. Doesn't care. Gets the tower. And he's going to get the other side tower with that Rhino. I think. Yes, he does.
Yeah,
Eventually.
that's where he was getting caught cleaned up there between the tarantula and level 3 marksman. They were doing a lot of work, but now he's able to push back. We see this becomes a kind of interesting question though. So yes, he's got him down to 2181. I mean, we still need a pretty big win to be able to close out, but that was also the orbital bombardment, which they can't just drop every single round
Right.
either. So for odds, maybe this is the round where he's thinking, okay, obviously he had to throw everything in the kitchen sink to keep himself in it here, but at the same time, like this is maybe where the opportunity for him to close it out really comes from.
Right. Cheese taking the level 2 Overlord. We'll see if he's keeping it or selling it. Odds has options of Typhoon or Fort if he wants those AA options, or conceivably the could have taken the level 3 Sabers to try and have great anti-Rhino options. For Cheese, he is completely, he's got the full aggression on that right side flank. Now he's built up a full aggression on the left side level 2 tower with a range enhanced level 2 Overlord. He's running the full carry Overlord techs, range, launcher overload, high explosive ammo, which a lot of folks call splash, and photon emission, which you kind of want as a utility on the bar rather than a carry. But, you kind of want that in case you get a Overlord drop and you're not in an Overlord carry fort. Um, but he's got that full attack on the left side level 2 tower and the flank attack on the right side level 2. A little bit of a mobile beacon for the center wasps and Rhino. And replicate on his crawlers.
Okay. So a little bit of other type of snowball potential there, I guess, since he's got them mixed in with a lot of the units, and he's hoping that as he chews through maybe some of these heavier guys, he can use it to get a little bit of extra reinforcement.
A little
Perhaps,
extra chaff. It looks like they're all
extra traffic go a
dead.
long way.
Now, there's still a couple of them working at it. But the wasp flank from the right is down. The wasp flank from the left is down. This looks like a series win for odds.
He's just at this point, it's the melting point and the marksman up against the overlord, and melting point just happens to love a 1 versus 1 against really any of those big boys.
It really does. There you go. Odds down 1-0 on the verge of elimination in the second game. Comes back, cleans house over the next 11 rounds, the last 3 of the second game, the 8 of this game. Odds proving me wrong the moment I said he was in trouble. He turned it on. Congratulations to Odds. He's through to day 2. Cheese eliminated here in day 1. We will be back next week, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, for all of you guys that have enjoyed this. This tournament will continue at this quality. It is going to be great fun. The finals on the 15th are going to be absolutely fantastic. Really look forward.
Can't wait.
Hope you guys
This
are
is so fun.
joining us. Whew.
Being able to step in and be a part of this and join this and cast with you, I just want to give a huge shout out to Amarok. I appreciate it very much. You guys have been awesome. Chat is incredibly polite. Very nice time.
Thank you so much.
Had a wonderful evening joining you for some games, and excited to go go snuggle with the family. But
Indeed.
this has been a great time, and just I just want to again give a big thanks to everybody for having
Well,
me.
and a big thank you to Katie for lending us Nathan for tonight. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really pumped to have you on the team as part of those of us that love and support this game. Really looking forward to working with you guys, with you again on Friday the 8th. Huge shout outs to Clint Leetwood for doing the organization, Uncle Lazy for a lot of the back end. I think Free for All has been also doing some of the back end organization for the other matches that we were not involved in. Thank you guys so much for everything that you did to make this tournament run. Really appreciate the effort that goes into it. And a special shout out to, I believe, a friend of yours, Nathan, Mr. Bitter, who is a part of the introduction that brought you over here. So, real huge appreciation to him and the Dreamhaven um, community team. Thank you guys so much for setting this up. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, and thank you so much. Have a great night, and see you next time, Amarok.
All right, cheers. That brings our cast to a close. I'm going to say congratulations to those of you who bet on odds. We are going to throw up our thank you screen. I am just about done. For those of you listening in on Nate's channel, you might enjoy the opening half of this broadcast on my channel. If you want to go pick that up, VODs are open to followers. But wound up going, I think played about, I think it's 9 games today. But it's again a variety pack of games. There's no one specific strat or one specific dominant strategy. So probably a bunch to learn there. Do those neutral casts of the EU weekend tournaments on noon and noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. You can get that in the in-game tournament tab. So this will be week 117. Our matches, of course, we just follow the unbeatens all the way through that. Sometimes we'll get some better matches. Sometimes we'll get some less great matches. Other thing to think about is the Mag 1. I'm going to give a shout out just to these guys. If you want to follow the professional Mechabellum play, that is twitch.tv/Mag1 Live. There is info on how to register on the community and for the info up there as well. So those guys, I think, are playing tomorrow morning about 6 a.m. Pacific. So that should, if that fits your schedule. It does not fit mine. I'm not up that early, but really excellent games. I made sure to catch all of those on VOD or on YouTube. Huge shout out, thanks so much to our mods. Today we've had Clint Leetwood, Whooped GG, Cat Samu, and Zalex around. Thank you guys so much. VIP sponsors Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Ocelotus Gaming, Fab4200, XFireX, and a special shout out to Anabolica, who's currently in hospital. Really hope you make a complete recovery. Hardware support through Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey Zach, and our co-caster, of course, Nathanius. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you being here. And yeah, got the Real Star Kiddo tomorrow. They're at a beach bonfire and a slumber party tonight. So they're having great fun. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hung up that call. Ooh-wee. Oh, there's the pup. If you're looking at Nathan's screen, he's got the pup. Love it. All right. Is anybody else playing some Mecha at the moment, or are we the only ones on? It looks like Vibe LOL is up at the moment, and looks like maybe Bellicose Drake's still going. I don't know if Bellicose is going to continue. Let's send you guys over to Bellicose. He says easily distracted. Nope, he is done. We're not sending you there. Gotta go to Vibe LOL. Vibe always up a little bit later than I am. And of course, he'll be familiar to anybody from the StarCraft 2 community that's been listening in. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for watching. Give Vibe some love.